Did you guys know it's possible for me to start streaming without production issues? I think, maybe. Have we done it? I think we've done it. Oh my god, that's so impressive. Wow, like I've actually outdone myself. But what is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. Happy Tuesday to all of you. Hopefully you had a good evening after we left yesterday and you're ready to resume with the top tier action. That's right, because we've got a fun day full of epic games. That's right, we've got B versus Core to start off the day, but not just that. We've got plenty more following up. We have Dumi Mirade after that. We'll be casting that live. Louis MT ended up getting a finish fast, so me and Micah had to pass, which means Louis MT is already waiting for an opponent there. We will also be looking in on the Wham/Mahodo area. We've also got Vortex versus Scarlet Devil, and then the quarterfinals played live as well. So plenty of things come through, and I just realized I forgot to add Lucifer through to the next round. Whatever, we'll update that after this, because winner of this B Core matchup will be facing off against Lucifer, and Lucy is looking definitely not like a Lucy Goose today. No. This week he's looking pretty firm, pretty tough. So whoever tries to challenge him is going to have to put the best foot forward. What is up, Drake? Hope you're having a good day, mate. Oh, mate, my throat is still husky. I can't get rid of this. I might have to go to the doctors and see if I can get something for it. It's never ending. I never really feel clear. But I think we're about clear to get started. So game number one, it looks like we're going to Altai, as is the norm, but what we're seeing is a little bit different. Jean is going to be coming out today, up against HRE. Yeah, not really surprised by that from Core. The Bruce ban aside, if it was for that, I think we'd have the most Coreliest draft. I mean, he was memeing with Abastas a little bit, but China, HRE, Lancaster, Shushi, this is us getting back towards this type of draft we expect out of Core. H3, just kind of a given, a bread and butter. I think he'd take it any day that we can get his hands on it. But outside that, who won the draft? I mean, Core did, right? Like you get China, you get HRE, but you give your opponent Japan, Ottomans. I don't think you really care too much about that, or you shouldn't. I feel like you got decent picks here. But H3 versus Jean, I am kind of curious to see how that's going to be played. Like, Jean on a map like this is a bit tough, no? Unless the spawn is really good. Because it's hard to rotate around the base. It's hard to actually harass sufficiently when you consider how hunkered down this map is. But in the past, like I feel like I've seen Jean vs HRE just pivot back and forth in the early days. Went through all that TC meta evolution. These days, I think HRE... Do they go mine work? I don't think you ever mine work here, right? You probably arc him for safety. Let's find out as we hop into our the first game of the day. It is gonna be Core versus B in a best of 3. Core, you could tell it's him just by this Civ pick. HRE, this boy loves his Holy Roman Empire, and he's already starting off forward onto the deer. And this is a bit of a rough spawn, no? Forward food, forward gold. I think this is your nightmare. Wait, he goes for the boar instead. Okay, this may end up being your dream. I'm a little bit surprised you didn't pull it deeper, because if you pulled it back here, you could have Archon dropped boar, deer, gold. It would have been out of your TC range, but so much value in the area. I think the problem here, though, is like you're against Jean, which is going to make this quite tricky. You know, we're just highlighting for Jean, like, how are you going to do this? Like, how are you going to aggro into her? Or rather, how is Jean going to aggro into you on such a defensive map? And apparently we got our answer by Core just coming out for the greed, man. I love this as well. B is just walling as if he's expecting a spin and rush, which makes sense, right? Like spin and rush on this map to kind of shut out the gold, especially when you look at B's spawn. It's pretty rough, actually. He'd be on the 4D, he'd have the gold at the back, both golds at the back, in fact. Yeah, this is pretty outpost rushable. But obviously with Core pulling for the ball, I don't think we're going to be seeing any aggro at all. No, you can see by the macro, he's just going to be focusing on the second age. JD's making walls because she's expecting spears. And most of the deer are not in TC range. So the spears could just stand here and poke at you. Like with the mill placement, you wouldn't be able to drop off, right? It's also kind of interesting, actually, because what this is doing is giving B a lot of extra XP on Jean from building the walls. So, like, not the worst idea. You at least get a little bit of quicker XP. And it pads against the threat. But yeah, it's going to feel a little bit weird considering there is just greed on the other side. Yeah, cool. I mean, looks like he's got a great start. How's he going to follow us up? I would expect Arkan. Minework just feels a little bit maybe odd into Jean d'Arc. There's a lot of civs where Minework is being slept on at the moment, but in this civ matchup, I think Arkan is usually the norm. This woodline almost close. Yeah, close to closing it. But I mean, that's timely wallable, right? I don't think he's going to hang around here, though. Like, the idea with this type of play is you come out for the boar, and with the prelate buff rate, you go back home by the time your opponent's aging, right? I mean, look at this. He's already exhausted over a quarter of the boar, and we haven't even started the age ups yet. So by the time he'd have to pull back, you're probably looking at 1,000+ food having been taken from this. Damn worth. Narkin, where's it going to be? Surely he's not going to be over the green. No, he does go Minework. Okay. I thought with this type of spawn, he'd just try and take a greedy Arkan, even though it'd be forward-facing. Like, you could outpost this up, and you'd have the deer, the wood line, the gold. But no, we are getting core playing aggressive. I like this. You can Arkan in the far back. What, here? That's way too far out. Like, how do you wall that in easily? You don't, right? Like, even this one is risky because it's a forward Arkan. And I think that's probably why core resisted it. Because it's Jean d'Arc, he didn't want to place an Arkan away from the TC. Oh my god, all this time we were expecting aggression. We get the opposite. It's a Chamber of Commerce build. Oh my god, I almost forgot these existed because of this map. Remember, on Altai, the trade posts are at the back. So yeah, you can set up a Chamber of Commerce quite cozily. Also, with the way that the mountain passes have spawned, it's... I mean, in some ways, core can get across quickly, but he doesn't have this nice little kind of hop between where he's next to your base, and he can just keep hopping between harassing you and harassing trade. Damn. I can't believe it. This early in the day, and someone's whipping the Chamber of Commerce out. Meanwhile, core is rushing Castle Age. Right? No, I think he's just getting ready to prep the resources into a commitment. I mean, we've got 2 on gold, but like with 7 on wood, it looks like he's definitely bare minimum going to need an outpost. If it was an outpost, he'd be building already. So I'm assuming we're going to be getting aggro. Or not. Okay, so yeah, it's starting to look like a castle play. But I mean, if it was, why would he build Minework with 3 instead of 1? It doesn't make sense, right? And also in this matchup, you know, rushing Burgrave has some value, but remember, French Knights can contest you well, and then you get forced to build archers. It's a little bit weird. So there's the racks. We are going to be seeing some units. So is this really... I mean, it can't be men-at-arms. There's no way, right? Like, you wouldn't open men-at-arms against French. That's kind of crazy. He's shifted just down to 1 on gold now, but that's only because he's building the outpost up. It will be 2 again. And we have got the deer shelf gradually coming in. 4, by the way, has almost been exhausted. I think Core realized he didn't need to panic. He may have actually glanced the Chamber of Commerce. Because otherwise, you'd normally start pulling away now, because this is when a French Knight could start to arrive. Right? It's very risky to hang around for the full ball. The walls are going up, man. And now it makes even more sense why B walled like this. Oh my god. Cool. It's just going to be a few spearmen that aren't even necessary. I mean, seriously, like, you need a reg that's fast here, right? I don't know if this is going to work, this kind of harassment target he's got in mind. I mean, the flanks are still exposed, but remember, with where the cliff sides are, this is going to be really annoying. Like, B's actually been quite crafty about this. He isn't rushing to the back corner. So his trade route is going to the back of his base. The only exposure point really is on the south side. But if you rotate down here through the south, that puts you pretty out of position, right, to try and harass the base. So you kind of have to pick your poison. Kumba shenanigans underway, and it looks like the Spiz plus Horseman into Jean. Melee Jean at that, man. I don't know. I think that's the thing I don't like here is, like, you're building full melee comp against melee Jean. That's the dream for B. Aristus is coming through, so he's definitely going castle. He's just trying to negotiate on what he needs to defend himself, right? Like, oh, are you going to make me build 4 units, 5 units, 6 units? What's it going to be? Survival techniques now coming through. So a little bit surprised this didn't come in sooner. I wonder why Core held on so long. Like, he's been floating so much resource. If you're going to go survival techniques anyway, this feels pretty wasteful. Yeah, Yeah, like, the hesitance is kind of odd, right? Like, I mean, maybe he was contemplating Will Barron instead, but either way, you know, crap will get off the toilet type feeling. All Pikes has been queued up, though, so Core is now going to try to commit. Did he scout something new? Or was this a bait all along? If it was a bait, it doesn't really seem to be paying off. B is reacting correctly. Sheep will be able to get away, but John... Oh, whoa, 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 B. Calm down, lad. Respect the melee force. We've got... Okay, come on. I mean, Core definitely knows it's Chamber of Commerce, right? Like, he has to at this stage. It's weird. Like, it's sometimes hard to sniff out, but, like, there was definitely a difference in timing on the Knights that maybe should have made it slightly apparent. The fact that he just invested so many units, I mean, maybe he just felt he needed to because of Jean on those deer. Either way, horsemen are going to be moving north side. Should be able to intercept this before the villager gets the full wall up. Cool. I'm hoping we're looking at a Regnitz here. Is Burgrave quick enough? With the walls already up, I'm hesitant to say it is. Walls already up, plus you're going to be up against French Knights. That feels like quite the uphill battle to try and contest. Okay, so... Second deer being gathered from now by Core. Moment of truth. I mean, it's got to be, right? You got to take the greed. Yeah, Regnit's coming through. Stone walls for the mighty? Nah, dude. Like, you want to stone wall Altai pre-10 minutes? What kind of opponent do you have that lets you do that? And no, I can't afford Goombas. They're too expensive. They just come in and they eat all your furniture. It's really problematic. Right, so Undermesh also being prepped by Core. So what are we get? You can't. I mean, you could Mirror Knights. Remember, he's got Mind Work, he's got Steel Barding, but I think the problem is there's already so many French Knights that it's not really going to get the hit you're looking for. It's like technically you're on the clock, right? Once you tech up, B's going to want to tech up too. Core has done a good job so far, though. Getting 2 worker kills, make it a third. That's just the lady coming out. All Pikes, you know, it does give you enough damage to 9-hit kill the traders. Actually, I think it's 8, right? 11. No, it's 9. Then he just goes after archers. Tech up complete, though. B being kept in his base right now. Core will just look to circumvent the attack and then just try to maybe poke at the traders while hanging around here. And he's actually doing it. Okay, so he's ego challenging French Knights with H3 Knights. Now, Steel Barding is powerful, but guys, Steel Barding is powerful compared to French Knights. Right, French Knights will get the cantled saddles eventually. They can just offset all your damage gains there. You have to basically avoid charges and fights to be favored. B. Guys, we see this all the time. B with French and JD, it's not about mirroring the tech. Every single ounce of resource is going in to a big, meaty feudal push. Cool. I don't think he was expecting this. I think maybe he was hoping this was just going to be trade into boom. Would make sense. French players have historically liked doing that on this map, given how easy the trade is and how beneficial it is. JD now on the way. Has to be careful. Remember, Knights are the perfect counterplay to Jean. Actually, he splits the horseman off. Bit of an odd choice. JD does swing wrong, though. Cool. 2 relics home so far. It's going well. But we do have a spear switch on the way. So B, he's going to be going for the 1-1-1. I wonder, what is Core waiting for? What is he fearing? I mean, the problem is you can't get in, right? I think that's ultimately the issue here. Is you know you're outnumbered, you can't take the main fight, but trying to break through the walls is going to just allow your opponent to react. And then there's the melee Jean threat, right? Like, right now, the biggest problem I see for Core is he has no way of easily sniping Jean. In theory, he can if his knights can reach, but that's a big in theory with the size of this army. It's not like, for example, Core has 5 or 6 crossbowmen. Crossbowmen that would be fantastic at getting rid of Jean. Yeah, I mean, 6 crossbows, I believe, would kill her in 2 rounds of attacks. Pretty damn good deal. No opportunity to switch. Inspired Warrior is being prepped by Core, but you might have to fight before it's ready. Some more relics have been picked up. B still saying to hell with it to the idea of going castle. Up to 14 knights now. Yeah, B, this is his most comfortable way to play, and we've seen it work so well. We've seen him use this style of French JD to actually unravel Iobids when they're peak camel lancers. So, like, you know, I wouldn't bet against him with these type of strategies, but there has to be, like, an off-the-ramp point, right? Like, you haven't actually done any real damage. You've taken damage, and now you're going to take even more by the fact that your opponent's going to be 4 relic Regnants. Yeah, not only that, because of the damage that B took, you know, he's got 8 traders, but because he lost the 3 lives before, you know, the economical lead just doesn't really exist. So what he needs is a big win while he maintains army value. I mean, he maintains army value, but the quality is undoubtedly worse. Cool, even getting the ranged armor too now. B. Chivalry almost complete. A good time to fight so you have it afterwards. What on earth is the end goal? There it is, Guildhall. I wondered. I was like, there's no way you extend this any longer. It's just been a stare down. So Guildhall coming in, but, you know, that's a lifeline down the line, but that's a problem in the meantime. Core has got a huge economical advantage, right? Like, the Regnants at this point is allowing him to generate 640 gold passively a minute, meaning he's able to keep up with B's Night Spam. And the Inspired Warriors is really smart here, actually. If he can persistently get that buff out, the armor is ridiculous, but also the percentile damage increase, most noteworthy. You know, 15% increase on, what, 24 base? That's going to be an extra 3 damage, which is what Cantled Saddles gives for a few seconds to French Knights. Inspired Warriors work on Torch? It does. Yeah, you get 20 damage instead of 17. Doesn't often come up, to be honest. Good eyeballs. Burn through. Cool. Now looking for the clash before the upgrades come in. This is meant to be his moment to shine. But Jean cannot be reached. He's gonna eat well tonight. Yeah, he's like, oh yeah, you got this, boys. Yep, back pat, back pat, back pat. Yep, well done, boys. Back pat, more back pats, and veterancy is in. French Knights on par with HRE1s, and now Jean de Cleve comes out to play in level 3. Champions join the fray, and Core just got absolutely destroyed. I mean, he was waiting for this. This was his choice. He wanted to try and catch his opponent on the tech up, but he was not expecting such a ferocious Jean. Oof. He's GG'd. I mean, it's pretty bad, guys. He's been spamming knights and lost everything. I don't think he respected the speed at which veterancy comes in for knights. I think he needed to just break through with 1 or 2. Like, once he breaks that wall, just get past with 1 or 2 knights and poke the traders, maybe. But damn. Like, I don't know. I felt like Core could have just went back and kept scaling, right? It's tricky because you've got Regnants, but your opponent has Guildhall. But, like, theoretically, your timing is quicker because you've got 4 relics in the Regnants. Either way, it's going to be a win for B. And a really quick one at that. Next up, we've got Cliffside. You love JD? Ah, you know me, I'm more of a Bailey's man personally. To each their own. Okay, B, you're so funny. I know. Thank you. I just, I can't resist. She's dead. Missed your chance. Hey, man. With a shovel and the correct bridesmaid, the correct bride's dress rather, anything's feasible. Go where? I don't know where she's buried. You know where she's buried? You've contemplated this far, man? What the hell? Jesus. What's that say? Jeanless. You Jeanless heathen. Alright. Let's get ready to go into game 2. Need to flip the score, don't we? Did you guys know that China is #1? The best Civ in Age of Empires 4. However, in this matchup, he faces off against camels. I don't know how that's meant to be a bad thing. I mean, maybe it's a bad thing that his opponent is B. This is a tough cookie to crack, and Core is already 1 game down. But with picks like this, HRE China, surely something has to hit. If you throw enough crap at a wall, something is bound to stick. It's going to have to stick fast. These are only best of 3s, folks. Winner of this will face off against Lucifer in a best of 5. And after game 1, Core doesn't look like he's got the fortitude for what's coming. B was vicious in that first game. Yeah, just one big swift fight is all it took to clean up a victory. And now we hop into Cliffside for game number 2. Cliffside's an interesting one for Ibids, actually. I think Ibids has a few more strategies that are locked out of certain maps. One of them is quite interesting here. That would be Golems. Golems can be surprisingly effective for Ibids on shorter maps like Cliffside. I don't know if he's going to go for it. Like, it requires certain conditions to be fulfilled, but it's something to keep in mind. Like, it's additional options that Core has to navigate as time goes on. This week's Midweek Muster is the closest thing we'll get to an AoE 4 T90s league. Wait, what do you mean by that? Because we don't have, like, a low-ranking league separate. And if you're talking about the quality of players we've been bringing per week, I think, like, we've topped anywhere else, which is impressive. Did you know that your voice line in Dota is one of the most expensive ones in the Steam market right now? Damn! Look at that! I'm a shiny Charizard. I never knew. I always thought it was a Pidgeotto, but apparently... Oh, yes! I was saying the other day that B and Recon should scrim together. B is now doing a build that Recon has been, frankly, obsessed with. Master Smith's military wing in the Feudal Age. This is a sick tech up choice, guys. Master Smith's gives you every single blacksmith tech of tier 1 for free. So, on its own, that is 700 resources of research. But it gets better. A while ago, they buffed it so that Master Smiths at any level will give you Military Academy as well, which is a 350 resource tech. Meaning, you spend 600 resources to get 1,050 resources of tech. And all you have to do is build one 150 wood building to unlock it all. It's incredible. It's hard to navigate if you're not good at aggressive play because, quite frankly, you're scaling from 0. So scaling from 0 makes Blacksmith worthless, right? Like, as in, at the beginning, when you have no military units, Blacksmiths does nothing, right? You need to get units out fast. So it's about understanding your opening comp in the matchup and making sure you hit the counterplay. Because if you do, it just turns into a double win. Yeah, and China can be one of those tricky civs for finding that, right? Like, China, one of the best transitional civs, just with their ability to switch units on the fly due to the supervision. But the thing is, China's also quite predictable. Opening-wise, they're almost always thinking about Pro Scouts. Core, he's still got 2 on gold, despite the fact he's already got the taxmen out. So I imagine there's an intent to eventually go for Pro Scouts. You're just 10 seconds away from the age up. And we do have a Rax opening. Yeah, so he's anticipating Pro Scouts as well. I mean, this is good for Core, though, because he can open up with Archers. Archers is really nice here for China in this matchup to begin with, because A, you already have the spears to justify it, but also it stops your opponent going Desert Raiders, because Desert Raiders just get hard countered by Archers. And the other cool thing is that although Ibid's going to have this sick times around Blacksmith decks, China has this sick timing around ramping up military. They get a lot of units out fast, and Core, no. Oh my god. No, well, he just scouted it. Yeah, there we go. He does cancel. That could have been disastrous. Opening stables there when the spear's already coming. But Scout does see it in time. And then does run headfirst into the spears. But it's fine. It's only the one. Damn. Do I want to look and see how much my voice line is worth? Killer Pigeon, voice line, Steam Market. Wait, is that really the highest value one? The highest value one is $405? That's not that high. I thought it was worth thousands for a second there. No one's bought any in a while, though. There are a lot of buy orders currently. At like $30 or so. In fairness, though, it is the best voice line of the year. I'm just going to cockily say that. Some talent done the tier lists on the best voice lines. The problem was I wasn't part of the clique. Do you get your own voice line for free? I can't remember. I think I just bought it. I was like, screw it. I want it right now. I didn't want to wait, so I bought it. I really wish Age of Empires games had more mechanisms like that to support their creators, actually, now that I think about it. You want to hear yourself when playing Dota? I mean, it's a laugh. So the whole idea is that you spam the laugh at people to tilt them. And it works. It works very, very well. So Archer's coming through now from both players. But remember, right now Core's at a big disadvantage. The Blacksmith decks. He's already got the upgrades in. Yeah, it means these horsemen barely get tickled. The archers would be also decent at dealing with horsemen belonging to Core. And he doesn't have a blacksmith coming, man. Like, this is awkward, actually. Do I win money with every sale of the voice? Yes. Although I don't know if they still do. I haven't had any, like, dividends in a long time from that. In fairness, it is probably the most punchable laugh in the history of Age of Empires, in the history of Dota 2, rather. I'm proud of that. No one else is getting close. It's weird, man. Like, militarily, they're fairly close, be a slight edge, but there's nothing but a lie. The ranged armor and ranged damage in particular are really threatening here. Mace cause life hell. Archer's just getting a good trade out. It's going to be a sack of the scout there by B, though. It's fine. Desert Raider does keep good vision, and the debuff is also valuable. And Core, he's going to commit in, but the pathing not there. Loses one horseman. Second runs away. Spearmans go down as well. Great trade by B. Core now just steering harder into archers, but what he really needs is those blacksmith timings now. I mean, you're at 10 archers. This is actually a good time to consider Steeled Arrow. And you're playing fully defensive. Reminder, by the way, this is not a Pro Scout game. Core was not able to reach that point. Although he's got it, he can't get it, right? Like, I think he picked 2 deer up maximum. Yeah, and everything else is being camped. That's harsh, man. I wonder if Core could have just not gotten Pro Scouts. His sheep count is low, though. But that's mainly because he's, like, eating that instead of the deer. Okay, this might be a good break, though. Core. If he realizes that B's backing up, he can sneak out for deer right now. Problem is, he doesn't have any clear indication. Wow, B backs all the way up. What is he up to? And what's up, Pope DS? I see what you're up to. Appreciate the Prime sub and welcome back. That's a smart thing to be up to. Is B just going to get into a straight-up Archer war with Core? Because now that you've given us some breathing room, this becomes problematic. Like, technically, the Master Smith's play starts to lose a lot of value now, right? Like, your opponent is going to have access to the techs. And melee tech is not going to be that important considering that both players are scaling just archers. And, oh, cool. What a hit. He finds the berry workers. Formation shuffle to try and get away, but it's not going to be good enough because B does not have wheelbarrows, so Core can run him down. Should be another worker kill. Oh, what a sick hit. Core with a lofty lead now, courtesy of the 4 Imperial officials on top of the villagers. Archers are getting it tossed away, but I think he's happy with that. Problem is, did he get... Yeah, he did. There we go. I was about to say, as long as he gets the deer as well, this is good. All right, guys. We start to look like we've actually got a series on our hands. Thank goodness. You know, I was looking at him a little bit worried after the way that last game ended so abrupt. Therefore, oh, this might just be done. What does B look to do next? He's got Marketplace coming in, so he's teching. Yeah, he's gathering surplus gold. Because he got harassed off the food, his timing's off now, so he's going to have too much gold, not enough food. Backup gold as well is down in this area. I mean, it's not a bad idea to start steering north for him. But the Barbican coming through, so Core's actually going to just hunker himself. I thought he'd just rush Castle now. I guess it's tricky. Your biggest advantage of rushing Castle Age is Knights. You don't really want to be building Knights into Camels, though. So maybe just play it a little bit slower, bulk your economy up. That I'm not so crazy about. So it was Song for Tube. Also, guys, please. This deer is defective. Well, what do you mean was the problem? It doesn't move. That's because we shot it. And it was shot. Okay, so you want a full refund? Yes. Thanks. God, what is going on? Has he been... Oh, no. I think he's been manually dropping right instead of the auto. Advancement coming in from B is pretty crafty as well. Yeah, so not wasting any time. That makes it difficult for Core considering he's going for a mass juke strat. And guys, remember what we said was the ultimate play that gets locked out most of the time for Irobids, Ghoulems, could be feasible. Looks like instead B is just going to be going Camel Lancers, but honestly, Ghoulems would have worked great here. I think Cliffside might be the most Ghoulam-friendly map that exists in the game. It's definitely up there. But yeah, interesting goes Camels. B. Now creeping in. A little bit of harassment towards the Pro Scout area. Just trying to draw attention home, but Core is not falling for it. It says that army is far too small. And I just glimpsed at your House of Wisdom. He knows. Advancement's coming in 5 seconds. There's going to be a shift off the goal. B has got plenty in reserve. Tech up complete. Camel Lancers queued. Textiles alongside it to make sure he doesn't easily lose villages here. Now Core also steering towards the back of the base. Meanwhile, a dive onto his gold line is going to cost him dearly. Workers going down and... Wait, what is that pathing? Oh, no. Luckily, it's just 3 in the end. Looked like it should have been 5. And now, the return dive coming in. But B, no pathing problems here. Nope, their legs work correctly. Be a burn for attempt. Army's considering responding, but I don't think you... Can you? The first camels are here, right? Yeah. Yep. They're out in force. Camel Lancers arrive. Villagers go for the repair. The Chug aren't targeting them down, so they will be able to get it out in time. And guys, this is the power of the Blacksmiths play. The Master Smiths gave him Camel Lancers already. They normally take 35 seconds, but instead, with this tech, with this choice he made in Feudal Age, it takes him a mere 26 seconds to get the heavy cav out. That 10-second difference made the difference there. If it wasn't for that, Tau would have easily been burnt down, and Chug are just great killers of villagers. Instead, B dodges death, gets the kills. Now Core has to look for an age up. while staring down the barrel of a shotgun loaded full of camels. Yeah, at this point, B, the only issue is the idle time is slowing down his new wave of camel lancers. Because this is the weird thing about Military Academy. You get a lot of units fast, but you might not actually have the economy to afford them, is the issue. Cool. Rushing up the astronomical clock tower in his base. He's doing it in the tree line. It's not going to help him against camel lancers, and the Chug aren't either, man. The problem is, B's still got so many archers. He already got veterancy on them, so you can't use spearmen to counter this. I think Core's only real option is to go crossbowman and maybe nest the bees, as weird as that sounds. But that requires a lot of gold, and right now, Core has no access to gold whatsoever. Guys, I think the Master Smith build is going to start taking over a lot. If it isn't locked in the feudal meta, it'll be for the castle timing, because getting these camels out in 26 seconds is just vile. It's so, so powerful. As you just saw in this game. You know, maybe your casual level, it doesn't matter as much. You're a bit more chill, a bit more vibe. But when you're talking tournament pro level, 9-second difference on getting your premium unit out. The opening wave, the value of that is incredible. Then from the wall B. Just looking for quick access. Core is rushing onto gold to try and get solutions. He might be left found wanting with this position, guys. It actually puts him in a bit of a bind. Luckily for him, the Barbican does scare B off. Had he dove through there, those villages would just be dead. Yeah, I mean, 13 villages that would have had nowhere to go. So instead, gold gathering will be successful. Cool. Still struggling on the deer front, though, right? Like, he's only taken... Okay, he took a little bit of this as well. So is it over 2 deer stacks worth? Problem is, somehow he's already eaten all of his way through. He's on berries. Which means TikTok goes the clock. I like the walls from Core, though. Because by doing this, he can move up to the boar in the north. D? He actually sees that. Why is there just one archer here? Come on. That's quite frustrating. And it also makes the intent clear of what Core's trying to do. This wall not going to get up in time. B sneaks past it. Another worker kill. Song's at least allowing him to pad himself against that problem a bit. More and more seem to be falling. B, I love the fact that he hasn't gone for a mosque at all. Normally, an Ibid player is like, okay, it's time for Dervish, right? He doesn't want to rush it. He understands just how volatile China is. You give them an inch, they take a mile. Resoundingly effective Civ for that. Core instead is the one now looking for the relics. I think he's doing this reactionarily because he thinks that's what B's doing, though. Because if he knew that B was just all in sending it, this feels really greedy. Especially considering you still don't actually have an answer to the camels. Like, 11 spearmen is not a good answer to camel lancers because camel lancers can't be stunned. You can't brace against them. You'll brace, but it won't actually stun them at all. They'll just hit you. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that still hasn't been fixed because it does feel like a bug at this point. Creep round now. B. He's got an easy entry. Think about the effort that Core's put in for these walls. The cost in time and resource. Just to have B walk in like this. Hey. We came to play. Cam Lancer's going to start pulling back. No veterancy on the spears? Core, what? I mean, he doesn't feel like he has the gold. He's rushed out to it now, but he needs that veterancy. Otherwise, these guys are just going to melt. Villagers harassed away from the berries. Now the archers able to get the fight they're looking for. They stand their ground against this. The spearman mass not looking that formidable. And now the camel lancers get easy access. They jump on in. Core is just going to get torn to pieces. It's way too many camels. Guys, this military academy build is sick. The production rates you get out of this wing choice are incredible. Military academy, normally not seen until mid-feudal, mid-castle rather. It shows you how powerful it is when you get it in mid-feudal. Wow. Ishi ai caramba. That is powerful. So, that does mean, in terms of matchups, that we have got Lucifer versus B. Next up, we're going to check in on Vortex versus Scarlet Devil. I'm not sure if we'll have enough time for the full series, because we have got Dumu versus Myriad coming up soon. So, we'll probably cast at least one of the games, and then see what kind of time we have. Let me just update brackets. So this is the state of things so far. I've left the Lash Mahodo one in there. That would be from recordings, definitely, but I think that would be an interesting one just in case. Is this very behind schedule? What do you mean very behind schedule? Not really. Like, we're at the start of the day and we've cleared almost, like, what, most of the round of 16s? I think we're fine. And FF means a forfeit. So Louis, I don't know, I always forget whether the F's meant to go there or the other person, but Louis basically got a default win because me and Micah wasn't available. So, up next, let me go ahead and grab the Vortex draft. Yo, what's up, Agent Walcott? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate, and welcome back to Swarm. Good lad. Don't forget those subs. Remember, the Prime subs, they don't even cost you anything. You already paid someone else for it, so why not spend it here and not have to worry about ads in the middle of all these amazing series? FF should be on the side that forfeited. Yeah, I think my sub noise isn't happening. Are you sure about that? Because I just heard it on my laptop, so the sub noise definitely should have came through. But to the FF, the problem is, like, yeah, it's W and then it's FF, isn't it? I was about to say, because otherwise you have a 0 left on the person. Anyway, what was I using for? I'm not using stream elements, am I? I'm using... Let me run a test audio thing, because it should be playing fine. Run a dummy sub, because the noise should be playing. Oh, you're right. Yo, what's up, Romox? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. That's very weird. Give me a sec, guys. The whole time it's been like that, and none of us clocked it. So if I do this, that should fix it. So now if I go... There you go.
This is a subscription test.
So I didn't realize this whole time because for me, I can hear the laptop audio. Thank you for that. There we go. So next up, we said we were going to be having a look at the Vortex one. So Scarlet Devil versus Vortex. Let me grab the draft. Let me put that back where it belongs. So B took it 2-0. Now we're going to have a look in on Vortex versus Scarlet Devil. And I need my civs. Oh, nice. The text sizing got altered, so it's not silly anymore. Woohoo! Someday show us your AoE 4 skills. I already did when the when Knights of Cross and Roses came out. We set a world record with Agincourt. We were the first person to get conk. Nobody beat us. Checkmate. You hear the laugh in your brain. I mean, I don't know. We need to figure out what's wrong with my throat. I think I should go to the doctors and figure it out. Because I don't think I can do that laugh anymore. See, I can't get it. I'm chalked. What happened to Overwatch classes? These are my new prescription. They have my old one. Playing against KP beat me like a ginger stepchild. True. It's your own fault for being ginger, though. Yeah, we actually would be, like, what was that? We've occasionally played in the past. I think we've done it on launch for Songs Ascend as well. And we actually didn't, I think we played like 10 or 15 games in a row and we didn't lose once. Okay, so, like I said, we'll probably have enough time for one of these before we hop into the Dimu versus Myriad. Game 1, it is going to be obviously an Altai, and it's going to be Lancaster versus Mali. I'm going to say what we're all thinking. Vortex is a dirty son of a gun. This man picks House of Lancaster more than anyone else in my KPMMs, and he's done it again on Altai. This is just the new gen English at this point. It doesn't even need to be a variant for you to be able to confirm that. Oh, and what is up, Romox? I think I said thank you for the Prime, but I'll say it again. And thank you everyone who's been tuning into these series, because we have got a crazy week. It's just such a stacked bracket, man. I was taken aback by this. I wish I'd actually used some of the time on the weekend to cast some of the games. Because I feel bad. Because Scarlet Devil, you know, his round of 32 was up against Gully Deckle. That was a best of 3 that went to 3 games. We had some pretty epic matchups in the round of 32. Ones that normally would have appeared in the round of 16. But this is what happens when you just get too many people. There's just too much to go around. Vortex, definitely the favored person here, but Scarlet Devil's definitely no pushover. I think the problem I've seen with Scarlet is like actually finding the commitment to the 1v1. At least in the past, I feel like he does like his team games. A lot of Chinese players like their team games. But in fairness to him, he's always kind of been there. I think Season 10 was a weak point for him. He had about 75 games played on his account. This season, he's already up to, I think, about 120, 125. So an improvement. And ranking-wise, this guy's 19th in the world right now. He has 2091 ELO. Vortex, of course, is going to be ranked higher. He is 7th in the world with a staggering 2,237 ELO. And he's about to show you why. House of Lancaster, because they like to deliver L's to other people. Yeah, this is the thing. Scarlet, he was greedy about it. Oh my god, wait, that's pretty cool. I love that placement. We've been seeing a lot of these outposts here, but instead he actually saved the corner spot to set up the tall outpost. Did shift across in time, so now Vortex, he's got up to 4 Spearmen. He'll just try to pressure this as much as he can. He's still happy with this though, right? Like, it slows down your opponent's timings, forces them to invest heavily, like spending 100 wood, but then also spending a minute of your village's time. So in actuality, it's more like you spent 140 resources-ish on this. Not to mention have the villager out here longer and then have to go back and build houses in bad locations. So that's why it feels good for Vortex to have done this. And then afterwards, guys, he can come back and shove the deer. The deer's really close to your base on Altai. And although deer shoving has been heavily nerfed, when the deer's this close to your base, it can actually help. It will, of course, be a backup plan. For Vortex, number 1 is gather sheep. Little tip, guys, if you're playing in a team game and you are in a situation where you've got a Lancaster ally and you've got deer nearby your base, wall them in. No, I'm kidding. Give them the sheep, because Lancaster does a better job of using sheep than any other civ in the game, almost. The only exceptions, of course, being like HRE and China. But they still do better with other resources, and I love this. Vortex. He goes to the corner. So he's already thinking about manners. We had this the other day where someone was highlighting, they're like, why does no one use these Forgotten Runes? Vortex is here to make sure you get what you wanted. Yeah, and it also justifies the spears even further. I think this is the nice thing about this spear rush, even though you know it's going to get blocked by Malians. It inherently gets value because you can just come and capture these runes. Ambient King's now coming in. Vortex, man, he's in love with this build. I mean, it fits him. This is a guy that loves a speedy exit from a series with a win. And this feels like the winning build right now. I think this is actually the strongest build Lancaster currently has. Are Ottomans not good with using sheep? Ottomans are standard sheep users. They don't have any beneficial element. Whereas Lancaster has a 20% built-in faster gathering rate off of sheep, which means the only civs that compete with them for sheep are, for example, civs such as China and Shushi that get 20% more drop-off, and HRE that have the 35% buff. No, the Vizier point that you get as Ottomans, it gives you 10 sheep one-off, and then it increases your mining speed. It doesn't do anything for your sheep gathering speed. We have a passive civ versus a passive civ? Wow. It's almost like we have a lot of passive income civs in Age of Empires 4. Like, actually, now that I think about it, like, how many civs would you categorize that way? There is quite a few, right? So, you've got... I mean, would you call the Pilgrims for Knights Templar passive? Probably not. The main obvious ones is you've got House of Lancaster, you've got Malians. Rus have a lot of passive income in the early game via, like, the hunting cabins, etc. But, like, it's not as egregious. Ottomans have the passive production. Byzantine and Ottoman should have better sheep gathering because both nations love sheep. But, like, you know, the problem is that they like to cook it properly. So the reason, guys, why Lancaster has a gathering rate buff to their sheep, it's pretty simple, actually. Like, when you think about it, it makes sense. So have you guys ever been to the UK and Germany? And have you had doner kebabs in both? Which ones are better? It's the German ones, right? Now, that's because they cook it properly, thoroughly. The Turkish doner kebab shops, they do it the right way. In England, we just spin it, heat it a little, shave it off, and then a lot of people like to butcher it with, like, barbecue sauce or tomato ketchup. So that's why. Because technically, we are able to eat more because we spend less time making it a good meal. I'm glad I could explain that to you. That's why Lancaster gets the sheep buff. English is just... They don't get it because, like, they're the vegetarians in England. We have some people that like corn. Spearman's trying to block this. Scarlet, why did he go javelins? There wasn't actually a reason to go javelins yet. I mean, there is a yeoman, right? But that yeoman hadn't shown up. Did he scout it and then freaked out a little? This feels weird now because it means spears aren't counted and you're also not prepped for the Hobbler. Yeah, so here's the thing. If Scarlet Devil just accepted he had to open archers, he'd have a counterplay to Spearman, and he would have spent 33% less per unit to do so. Instead, he spent on a premium unit that wasn't even needed yet. In fairness to him, like, it is kind of going to be beneficial considering Yeomen are coming. But it's been revealed so early, we're already seeing the Hobbler to assist it. Yeah, and also, remember, Yeomen can actually avoid the fights with the javelins. What is up with these kings, by the way? Like, it's bringing them all the way around the back of the base. I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were doing a Tour de France up in these mountains. We'll just steer onto the villager. And that's a bit unusual. Musafadi. I mean, technically it is the answer to the Lords. I don't think I've seen any Malian players try this yet in Feudal Age. Jabs are for the Lords? Eh. It's a 2-armor unit. You don't really need jabs. So you use a javelin, you do 6 damage every 2-ish seconds. If you use an archer, by default, you'll do 3 damage every 1.6 seconds. But you'll spend 33% less. Right? That means for every 3 jabs you have 4 archers. 4 archers will do, what, 12 damage? 3 javelins will do 18? So still higher, sure. But... less entities, right? Easier to potentially get sniped by things like Hobblars. And also, you just don't have an answer to those spears still. It's actually weird that Vortex stopped producing spears, actually. It's not a bad front line. But, like, despite what we just show on the maths, and how you probably feel like, KP has proven me right, like, we want jabs. And they're kind of done a bad job of actually disproving you. The proof is in Castle Age. You'll eventually have to go Castle, and if you have the choice between having 30 javelins or 40 archers, you ask most high-level Malian players, they're going to choose archers. Because archers scales a lot better. Because the other problem is, even in Feudal Age, this is going to happen. You're going to overkill a lot, eventually. I get the idea of what you're trying to propose against the Lords. I don't... Compare this to having a robust roster of units. I don't think this was worth it. Because if you math it out, the amount that you need to kill Lords, let's say for 4 hit kills on Lords, you'd need 11 javelins, I believe. That's without blacksmith timers, of course. So that's a pretty lofty commitment to just 4 hit kill a Lord, which is going to take you close to 10 seconds anyway. Initial clash coming in. How many villages is mana equivalent to? 2.5 to 3. So mana gives 105 resources. In the very early games, like 3. When you have optimized villages later on, it's more like 2.5. Like, if you want to be super early, like feudal, no eco-text at all, you could argue 3.5. So most people tend to gravitate towards 3, or just say the late game figure of 2.5. Vortex. This army's getting pretty big. What's interesting is the fact that he just keeps pumping a lot of yeomen here. It's kind of odd, right? Into javelins, but in fairness to him, when he sees that it's a bad fight, he can pull away. I think the goal here for him is just to insta-kill the Donzos and then let the Hobolars carry through. And this is the beautiful thing, man. Because of Hobolars and how cheap they are, you're essentially out-zerging the Zerg-Civ. Like, if you actually look at the way this is being played, like, basically, every element of this comp is allowing him to Zerg just as effectively as Malians. More so, actually. A Yeoman costs 95 resources, a Javelin costs 120. Now, here's the fun one for you. A Donzo costs 90, the same price as a Hobolar. That's pretty nuts to say out loud, yeah? That's why he's able to maintain this military lead. Vortex also slowly scurrying towards that castle timing. But not laying up on the scale of this. Hobolar Lombo is going to pump hard into the beginning of castle. Clash coming through. Lords are going to forward. Yeomen start to get target fired, but they're also returning fire onto the Donzos, and that means that he's giving way. He retreats away from this. Exposing his rear, and that is an ugly fight. Ends up losing, what, about, was that 7, 8 purple units on the ground for maybe 5 red? It's the extra HP, guys. The extra HP is nuts. I mean, like, I guess in fairness to him, it does mean that javelins don't overkill. Yeah, but it also means it's so much harder to kill these Hobolar. They've got 122 HP instead of 100. The Donzos just aren't cutting it. And now it looks like the Hobolar are going to cut down those jabs. Hops right on top of him. Spearman line way too thin. Another good exchange. Reminder, if he loses 1 yeoman, kills 1 javelin, he's happy with that. Especially considering that he's ready to go castle. Damn. Talk about eco power here. Triple mana really just paying off. And he did eject the relics. So there are actually 6 relics on the map now for Vortex to target. Is it not a good counter versus the more HP? Yes, that's what I was saying. But like the problem he has here is like, while that's good, like sure, whatever, I'll still kill the yeoman in 1 hit. It's the fact that now the Hobolar, he can't kill them quick enough. Like in theory, this was the situation where like the Lord's health buff shouldn't have mattered as much, but it's not mattering for the yeoman. It's mattering for the Hobolar. This has always been the case with this build since it started coming up a few weeks ago. Hobolar are kings with the kings. Well, Age Up is about to complete. There's a white tower in the center of the map as well. Strong position to now move forward from here. Veterancy's already queued up. Vortex is getting in position. He's actually not waiting. And why would he? His army is quick enough to just back away if it's a bad fight. He also has got Earl's Guard spam coming. Now, The Old Guard, you'd think they would be bad because Malians can actually counterplay heavily armored units from Feudal Age with their Musafadi. But the problem's twofold. A, these bows kind of hot. And B, these Old Guard don't play fair. The dagger throw just doesn't seem fair, right? Like, you're like, oh, yeah, I'm an anti-armor unit. Let's fight. Wait, why are you throwing a dagger at me from longer range than my javelin can? Huh? Sometimes I feel like the devs looked, saw that Donzo had 6.5 tower range, and like, that was reasonable. I'm sure that Elsgard will be reasonable too. They're not. Veterans. Oh, look at the timing on this. That is a work of art. Almost perfectly timed for the engagement. Yeoman already upgraded, now 97 HP each. Reminder the Lords also get their armor increased per age. They're harder to kill, harder to breach. The Javelin's now just getting baited into the melee line. Hovelar can just wolf down upon them. Yeah, Scarlet's dead. He doesn't have attack. He's got 7 out of 20 cow. No army, no leg to stand on. Give me a win for Vortex. Okay. G to la G. So game 1 going to Vortex. Seriously, like I think I would be surprised if there's not a change to Lords with the DLC release. I think they might be a little too good. It's weird because like without the manners, like was Lancaster, but like those are two big things to say without, right? I know part of me doesn't want them to lose it because they'll just go back to mana spamming. That's just more ridiculous. But it is very potent. Maybe I think the easy change they could make is the Lords, the health increase only affects infantry. But then I think they become lame. Like I think at that point, Hovelar just probably doesn't work without King's College. It's definitely a tricky one to balance. 1 second. Gotta get my Red Bull. I also might need to nudge my guy. I've not had an update. Dude, I'm like Red Bull thirsty here. I think this is the last one, and then I'm out. What's a boy meant to drink? A question for YouTube streams. Do you see how many are watching with the stream muted? How many people paused and are watching not live? I don't think so. So the way the YouTube stats work, I can show you how it looks if you want. So this is the back end for YouTube. So I can see concurrent. And then I can see like views and chat. But the main one it shows you is concurrent. So I know that there's 100 people watching right now. And I can tell what the average view duration is. But I don't know, like... I assume the concurrent... The concurrent is the people at live is the idea. It tells you the amount of people who are at live. Or at, like, the most recently available. So there's 100 people watching live. Just like there's 162 watching live on Twitch. Increase the Lords per age. That's an interesting idea. I kind of like that. I think if you make that change, you could also add in that you can produce Lords out of Raxes so that you can scale them again quicker, which I think is reasonable. But here we go. All right, into game number 2 we go. Vortex already with a swift and early lead takes to the Byzantines. Man, this man looked like a kid at Christmas when they made the Byzantine change around systems. For a man who loves his aggressive civs, he immediately took towards these max level system builds like a duck to water and never looked back. Scarlet on the other side on Boldland is going to be going for the French pick. French has actually been growing a little bit in success rate and popularity. And it is a good pick for a map like Boldland. Maybe a little bit of a tricky matchup though. French versus Byzantines. I think you need the Byzantine player to have a bad spawn, and I don't think that's a bad spawn. No, that's a really good spawn. The only weak point is the stone on the forward, but that won't be a weak point if you're gathering for the systems now, right? Like, by the time the first night's going to be coming towards you, you should have probably level 4 system, which is something that you can be content with. I mean, hell, level 5 if this ends up being a Pro Scouts build, which is what most French players are thinking about on a map like this. Even with the wheelbarrow, I think this is like one of the weird things. It does feel really good to get wheelbarrow and Pro Scouts just because of how cheap it is for French. Because reminder, they get discounted techs, 35% off. But the problem is, when you go wheelbarrow and then Pro Scouts, you're kind of contradicting yourself. Because the idea is that if you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking. Shout out to Mister. I always reference it because it's the best way anyone has ever explained it. That was about farming, but like with this, it's even more so. Like his comparison was with farming, wheelbarrow is worth it because there's a lot of walking as they're gathering. And because they're walking, they're not working. So you want them to walk faster so they work sooner. But with Pro Scouts, the idea is that you're not moving. So you're not walking ever, you're just working. So wheelbarrow is kind of a hindrance, which is why most civs skimp out on it early to get Pro Scouts quicker. But like I said, it's because the way that usually French optimizes their early eco, it feels fluid. Because it also sets you up for sending the extra villages out towards gold, which you're going to need to do anyway, for night spam afterwards. Vortex level 2 system already up. Level 3 is about to be started. Yeah, just really solid timings, right? And, I mean, it's crazy when you look at the numbers. He's not really that far behind on his own tech timing here, considering that he has decided to stop off, construct multiple systems to this point to the tune, with the aqueducts included, of 250, now up to 370. So 370 resources into systems, and the difference is on triggering tech up maybe, what, 20 seconds? That's the power of Byzantines. The gathering buff just makes up for it, because remember, from the very get-go, you have a 10% gathering speed buff. Meaning when you both start at 6 villages, Byzantines is already at 6.6. Now, the nice thing for French is they do, of course, scale more villages over time, but this has been the delicate balance between this matchup, is that, you know, French do scale more villages, but it actually puts an urgency on them to use those extra villages to get kills. Because while initially the extra villagers feel that they can sort of, I don't want to say balance out, but somewhat compete, when you start scaling up to 25, 30, 40 villages, you know, at that point, a French player is going to inherently have, what, probably about 5, 6 worker lead, maybe? But the problem is the percentile buff is just substantially better. Yeah, so you just can't sleep on it. Have to move fast. And Scarlet, it looks like he's not going to be moving fast. With that type of macro, this is definitely Pro Scouts. He might queue up the first night. Most players do. It's definitely worth doing. Level 4 system, a bit of a weird placement there. Yeah, I guess Vortex didn't want to risk going out to these blackberries. Oh, he doesn't know. All right, well, Vortex is definitely going to feel like Christmas came early. He has got, what, 21 sheep to 10. So he wins the scouting game. He wins the Marine Lord of the Year Spawn Award. Is there anything he hasn't won? Well, he's definitely won this series. This is ridiculous. Because Scarlet, you know, Pro Scouts wasn't even an option now because of this. Because 10 sheep is nothing. Hot damn. Sorry. Hot dog. Sorry, I had to do the Mickey Mouse. I am actually glad that my daughter doesn't really watch that anymore. There's only so many times you can hear that song before it drives you crazy. And wait, Vortex. Okay, but he's got to know, right? Like, he knows basic math. He can count berry patches and realize that this isn't everything. Because Borderland always spawns 4 berries for you, right? And then, well, I guess you could say 5, but like these ones are neutral territory. I wouldn't say they spawn for you. And he doesn't see any others. So like it should be somewhat obvious. Tech up complete on both sides. What are we looking at here now for Byzantines? Limitane beginning. Usually you'd expect to see Lombos these days, weirdly enough. But like French and John, I think, is one of those matchups that still dictates the javelins. Even though Lombos just feels like the good jack of all trades. Because the reason the javs are so valuable, obviously you're expecting archers as secondary. But then it's once you go castle, you can get one or two of the camels out to just debuff the enemy army, which is immensely valuable. And there's the first Jav group. Yeah, Vortex has more than enough time. I mean, this is the sad reality of like going pro scout straight away over just getting a knight or maybe even just archer opening. Because if you think about it, he might have been able to get here quick enough to stop the mercs, which would have given him a lot more dictation in the upcoming minutes. Instead, after retreat, having achieved pretty much nothing there. Yeah, I think he like what, slightly injured 2 spearmen. The Javs are already in play. I like that as well. Vortex is kind of stepping up slightly to try and block some shots in, because the problem you have here is that knights can 2-hit kill you, but if you aggro toy, they don't. However, if you take any damage from archers, you are going to be too low and you will die in a charge and a strike. So that's why he kept stepping the spearmen slightly forward like that. Like he just wants them to absorb the shot. And oh my god, the jackpot. He got a glimpse of it. Yeah, so the villager's moving out and the Sistan. Oh man. That is the dream for level 5 Sistan. Grabs both berries perfectly. And no, Scarlet already got pro scouts. He definitely already got it. There's no other reason a French player would have 5 scouts. Unless they thought they were the Byzantine player, like, I'm going to play the Hippodrome build. Wait. In fairness, scouts are the best unit to use the Hippodrome Triumph. You guys know that? They increase their damage by an extra 400%. It's fact. So there you go, guys. Next time you're playing the game, mass scouts. Scarlet, is it me or does he not have enough knights? He definitely doesn't. Jav count is good enough to deal with this many archers. And the Limitane, there's enough of them, they shouldn't just disappear, these many archers. Would love to see Vortex just optimizing the blacksmith timing now. And yeah, there it is, guys. It's going to come in quick with Dialecticus level 5. Only takes him half a minute. Nice grab. Gets one of the knights. And Scarlet, he recommits. Bit ambitious there. And there you go, guys. 24 seconds to get a blacksmith tech. It's ridiculous. Undermesh would make a lot of sense just because Scarlet doesn't have much more to threaten with than just range units right now. And march towards the gold. Oh, this is perfect. There is a back gold, but keep in mind Scarlet right now can't prep more knights. I think knights are actually the only thing Vortex is truly worried about right now. That's going for the clash. A little bit dicey of a choice here by Vortex, actually, considering how many few spears rather are here. But Scarlet, that was pretty brutish. Sending in the knights like that, he goes -2, takes out I think 4 Limitane, maybe 5. Does reacquire the gold though, so I guess it was worthwhile. Second berry batch now being gathered from, but Vortex continues to scale the Javs. So far in this game, he's only lost 1 javelin. Ideal, to say the least. Javelins. I'm going to start poking. They've already got the steeled arrow. I love the fact that he just didn't rush Undermesh. We thought it would be worth it, but Vortex just didn't see a big enough threat. Now Javs. He'll just one-hit kill the archers. There's no counter to the spears. Scarlet, what's going on? He just looks hard stuck. He's also getting blocked on the pro scout retreat on the south side, but now he is in trouble. Great snipes there. Vortex just taking out the injured knights. I don't think of that final hit there. Scarlet, we're back to this point again, where you're going to get outed off the gold. And this time, you're going to lose workers for it. A slow pull away. Yeah, Scarlet's stuck. He just doesn't have enough archers. I think he got caught in the middle of a transition. He was moving to the other tree line, and those missing extra archers sealed the deal. GG. That was insanely quick. 2-0 victory. That does mean that Vortex will match up against Kilyadi. GG's, lads. So, that in mind, I believe we've got a live series ready to roll. No? Ooh. Okay, we're getting a lot of cool live series penciled in. So we will have Vortex versus Kilyadi today. We're also going to have Lucifer versus B today. What I'm checking is whether Mirai Dimu is ready to go. Yo, what's up, 80? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Whoop, whoop. Whoopsie, yeah, all caps them. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It does support the channel. If you like seeing tournaments, it's an easy way to help out. Put some money in our pockets. And also means you don't have to worry about those annoying ads. What's the stupid stuff that they're spamming ads of recently? I'm trying to think. What's the dumb thing that is now like the ad of the month, I'm wondering? Any takers? What am I missing out on? When ads just come up, I look away right now. But like you can't do that when you're watching a game, you know? You meant to move into a new apartment? Yeah, but like that's why you set up. So what you do is you set up a TV in the apartment first, and then you have a secondary portable TV at the van, so you can do both. What's up, Dogu Bay? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate it as well. Come on, I know there's more of you out there. It's the start of the month. You all forget it. I forget it. I'm like, oh yeah, I've got a Prime sub. I'm gonna milk you for all of them. But let me see. I haven't had a response from Myriad. Is he maybe predisposed? If he is, we can look to do... what was the other series we had? So the other series we've got that we could do... We could do like Lash Mahodo or the Wham one. I might just let you guys know what that result was and hop to the Wham one. Because we have got the Kilyadi Vortex series in a few hours, and we've also got Lucifer and B scheduled in. So our day is going to get busy fast. We'll be doing this. Great suggestion. Exactly. And for me, it's genius because it counts as 2 viewers. I think it does. I'm not sure. I don't know, actually. I don't think you count as 2 viewers if you were logged in on both. I'm not sure. What's up, Mum? What time is Lucy B? Should be in, like, I think it said 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. Marco wants to be matched with Dimu again. You got to sign up for that. Whoop, whoop. Because next week should be the final edition before I go on holiday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so... I need to talk to Tommy about that, actually. By the way... One sec. I'm just checking with Tommy. So that we figured this out before, right? We said next week, and then on 19th to 25th there won't be. Was it 19th to 25th? Yeah. I'm on a holiday 23rd to 30th. Yeah, so we will be taking a week off after next week, and then what will happen is I will allow KPMM to begin again. So don't worry, like there's still another week after this week, but then the week starting 19th for KPMM, there won't be a KPMM, and it will come back on the 26th, but I won't be streaming the games until the 1st. So I'll do a stream on Wednesday in that case. So that'll allow me to cover quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals. Why would you bring earplugs for Southeast Asia? What am I missing? I've been to Southeast Asia. I didn't need earplugs. I needed aircon. I needed infinite aircon or I was just dead. That was... Like, I remember I was running from building to building for the fans. Might be a dumb question. There's no such thing. But is this ran by KP himself? That's a stupid question. Like, is it his tournament? Yes. It is my tournament series that I set up, I organized. Like, I'm basically the one-man army. Well, I brought in Tommy to handle adminning, and he gets paid for that. So, like, but yeah, like, I'm organizing this all. Hey. Why is my name Killer Pigeon? Because when I was younger and used to play Call of Duty 1v1s, back in those days, Call of Duty 1v1s didn't have matchmaking. You just had really bad matchups. And when you get a really bad matchup, I felt pretty bad. Like, it was kind of unfair to the new player. So to make it a bit more interesting, I used to make bird noises when I would get close to them. So I'd be like, you know, I'd be approaching you. When I was, like, sneaking up behind you, I'd be like, oh, oh, right? To let them know. And I remember one time I done it to a guy at the end, like, I went, oh, and he's, like, in a corner, panicking, looking around, and I was above him, jumped down, stab him. And we're in the lobby afterwards. He went, that was scary. That was like being hunted by a killer pigeon. I was like, I like that name. That's my name now. And thus, Killer Pigeon was born. And Killer Pigeon was a great name for a content creator. Because it's quippy, and you see it, and you're like, what the? But as a commentator and host, it's a little bit, I don't know, doesn't hit the same. I've multiple times considered just rebranding to my name. All right, are these two ready with their draft, by the way? I would like to have a draft now. We do have a draft. There we go. We got there in the end. I think Dumu went and had a nice big poo, and he's now back. An emptying of the bowels. Could you imagine if he actually did and he had like a head mic and he accidentally left the microphone on? You like the pigeon picture, keep it in my opinion. What, the pigeon picture we got rid of? I think what we replaced it with is a lot better. Are you saying you've got a problem with my face? Bro. Where'd that come from? What? Why is the hate towards my face? Also, that's interesting. Guys, so this, like, the left side seed is always the higher seed, right? Myriad's a higher seed than Dimmu. Am I right in that? How many matches have happened so far? 2, I believe it was. So we got the third for the day. And then after this, we've got, it should be, I believe, Lucifer versus B. And then after that, we've got Vortex versus Kilyadi. Or maybe it's the other way around. I need to double check that. So we're going to be having quite a lot today. I don't know if we've got Louis on standby. That'd be pretty interesting if we had Louis on standby. Because otherwise, we're going to have this annoying crap again where quarterfinals get played on Wednesday, which I'm not a fan of. Especially considering it's Louis back in the KPMM. That would be robbery. Yeah, because so far, Louis, I don't think has played a series outside of his round of 32. Actually, I think his round of 32 might have been a default win. So Louis would have just not been seen on the stream on his return week. Which I will mold about if that happens. I will kill people and eat them. That's a totally reasonable reaction. Alright, lads are getting in lobby now though, so we're just getting in a second. Checking back end. What we got here? Good here. Nice. Another big signing to the agency. Oh yeah. It's all coming together, guys. I'm making a content creator monopoly. And then I'm going to convince all of them to stream Age of Empires 4. I don't think that'll work. Medieval soldiers done that on the battlefield? I mean, like, if you think about it, it's like, you know, like, I think monkeys were just ahead of medieval soldiers. Because if you, like, poop in your hands and then throw it in the enemy's face, they can't see, and then you can just stab them. You guys ever think about that? You know? How do you beat the heavily armored knight? You just monkey poo him. Nobody knows how to deal with a monkey poo. That move at least works once in someone's life. Because the sure shock of it the first time, they just don't know how to react. One second. What's the picks for game 1? I like how there's just been no response since the monkey poo comment. Like people, like everyone's just sitting there in their seat like this. Yeah, pretty much. All right, Byzantines versus Lancaster for game 1. Dude, Lancaster again. These filthy little English mains and their new gen English. Ugh. The Variantive has poop throwing units? I'm telling you, it's the way. And like, you know what it can be? It can be a taunt ability. So you throw poo at them, and then they have like, I must kill you now, right? They can't run away. They have to fight you. I'm telling you, it's the way. All right, boys are in lobby. We should be starting in a second. Nice. It's now loading. We need Wales as a civilization. I mean, like, I for the memes would say literally just make everything cheap. The people, the army, all of it. All of it. And then I want to know when we're adding Kislev to the game, because I need bears. All right. 2 minutes until we're in. Nice. Thank you, Fablop. Predicky's already up. All right, I'll do that a little bit later. My brain's got too many things to focus on today. Oh, dude, I'm still, like... So this is something I'm very careful with my like influencers, by the way, because I don't like them having this. So I always try to make sure when I'm bringing my influencers deals, it's like a done deal. I've got a deal that should be a done deal, but now it's like we're sitting waiting sort of thing. It's a really cool sponsorship. It's someone I want to get my hands on, but like we don't have confirmation. We don't have it free yet. But like it should, in theory, be a done deal. Because the guy was like, oh, dude, you're literally the perfect person for this. I was like, yes, I am. Carl's hair. Tell me more. All right, y'all ready for this? 10 seconds, hype it up. Let's get ready to go. Excuse me. Did you guys know that Myriad is a higher seed ranking than Dumu? Oh, yes, that's right. When we get into lobbies, person on the left is the one that's higher ranked. Apparently, Myriad has grinded up the ladder and is now ahead in that regard. But can he get ahead of Dumu in a tournament series? Best of 3 to decide that as we hop in for Altai in Game 1. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It is Battle of the Brit, and the guy who actually sounds more Brit than the Brit is actually Hungarian. Or should I say the Battle of the Hungarian and the Swede that both sound Brit. It's confusing, I know. Just try to keep up. We've got Lancaster up against Byzantines. This filthy, disgusting boy has updated his English Altai to new gen English Altai. Because we are in a new gen of Altai, which is... Huh? Wait, what? Okay. I thought that couldn't happen. This is EGC Altai that is meant to be perfect without flaws. But that right there is an unpassable gap. Interesting. Yeah, Myriad. Looking forward to seeing what he's got here, man. I mean, Myriad definitely getting a lot of praise at the moment. We just watched him on the weekend, able to combat back and forth for B. Incredible series he had up against him in the weekend tournament. Hopping in here, Myriad is ranked 41st. He fell down the rankings a bit, but I think that's because he's been scrimming. Usually this guy is floating around like 20, 30th on average throughout a season. Very talented lad. I'm sure no one needs an introduction to the guy on the other side, but fine, we'll do it. Mr. Lord Voldemort here, ranked 13th in the world. Dimmu has slipped down the rankings ever so slightly. In fact, guys, here's something crazy for you. I don't know if you knew this, but last season, even with 450 games played, Dimmu posted his worst ranked placement ever. Yep, look at how far he's fallen, guys. All the way down to 25th. Seriously, that is impressive, by the way. What a grinder. All those seasons, and 25th is his worst performance ever. And he's back on the grind, trying to reach the top. It's getting harder, though, with people like Louis just having 2 accounts in the top 10. Shiv's out here. Akatoy was activated. We did get that little opening aggression coming in from Lancaster. They're very good at this, courtesy of their racks into spin and play being so efficient with their extra gathering. Myriad does get idled off the goal, but he has what he needs. And this is a Hippodrome build, by the way, guys. This is the perfect way to counterplay the threat of getting tower rushed, which is something that the Lancaster are very good at in this matchup. And another thing that's pretty nice for Myriad for Hippodrome, the deer are backspawn, so these are easily accessible. Most of them are basically in TC range. Yeah, pretty good spawn for him to play Hippodrome. I don't want to say good spawn overall, because having berries forward is always a bad spawn for Byzantines in their mind. There you go. I love the... I'm just going to stick this in front of you because you know anyway. And how is Dimmu going to react? Do we get the standard hunker down and tech up build? Or are we actually going to be seeing the Lord Voldemort summon the Lords of Lancaster? Oh, he is. Abbey of Kings now on the way. This is the new build of the month. I don't know if it's that good or people just sick of the boring previous playstyle, but the Lords of Lancaster make their return again. How does he want to play this, though? Because this is interesting. So you've got healing on healing, essentially. I think quite comfortably you can just go into Hobbler. The idea being is, you know, your biggest threat is the Hippodrome Triumph. They activate, they catch you, and they kill you. But, you know, if you have Cavalry, they can never catch you. You just run away and you heal. The tricky part is going to be the Lords themselves. The Lords are incredibly slow. They're men-at-arms. They move at the speed of a slug. They are incredibly tanky, too. And that... Okay, color me a bit surprised. He still goes for the outpost. Yeah, but why? I guess, does he want to stop the mercenary timing? I'm pretty sure that Myriad gets enough olive oil here for Merc still, no? Even if he doesn't get the 2 berries here. Yeah, because he already partially ate those. Interesting. Because the thing is, unless you rush the stone for arrow slits, you're not going to be able to block this berry. This is expensive, by the way. 2 villagers pulled for this. What were the predictions like? Predictions 50-50. That is music to my ears. That's what we like to see. People not sure. The classic, it could go either way. And Merkhouse now coming in. So Myriad, he gathered what he needed. He actually pulled away a little bit earlier. I think he could have hung around longer there if he chose to. Remember, though, this is only a level 1 system, right? So this isn't an insanely buffed economy for Byzantines. And there is a play available, and it's already being taken. Love it. Dimmu goes for the corner. So he's gathering stone now. That's going to allow him to get into manners, remember. Yeah, Lancaster, I think, are the #1 user of this so far. I think there's 2 civs that actually use the corner Forgotten Ruins that generate stone very well. And those are Lancaster and Mongols. But for a Mongol player to use it well, I think you have to go for the trade build. Which, I don't want to say impossible, I don't want to say bad. But definitely not meta right now. Myriad creeping out for the stone. Spearman will harass them off temporarily, but we have got Lombos on the way already. 40 seconds out. Dimmu, pray tell, what are we looking for here? Going hardened on the Spearman. Horsemen are going to arrive in the base to poke him a little bit here. He's gathered a lot of wood. Is he... What's he up to? There's no way he's going 2TC, right? I mean, you need to actively gather stone for a good timing on that. This is kind of silly, right? He's at a 400 wood surplus. I think he's waiting to see what Myriad's doing first, because he hasn't seen the mercenaries yet. Horseman just being a little bit of a nuisance so far. But it has forced more and more spears, so the Lombos are going to be fantastic here. And what are we doing? I'm struggling to figure out what he's up to here. Why would you need this much gold? Not pro scouts, right? He's not adding extra lords. I mean, could it be a tech up? 16 on gold is way too much, unless he just feels like he needs to get the gold and get back. Outpost now coming through. He has at least killed the horseman plus the scout. Myriad maybe hanging around a little bit too long there. Myriad also now back on the stone. So we'll start to scale the systems up. He's also locked in the 8 berries at the back. This is very unusual from Dimmu. 4 on food now, 16 on gold. Yeah, he's going 2TC. Okay, so what was the gold about? Is he going 2TC fast castle? So 2TC in a white tower, maybe? But then the food makes even less sense, right? Like, it might just be that he's worried he's not going to have gold for very long, so he's rushing it now before it becomes a problem. Because even an outpost isn't going to last long against Hippodrome. You think he wants land practices? You think he wants land practices with what? I mean, what manners? Actually, you might be right. It just looks unusual the way this is played out, because he hasn't even started building any manners yet. Which is, like, weird, because he's had that Forgotten Ruins garrison for a while. Yeah, it's because he keeps investing in the outpost, right? He went fortifications twice, with Arislits twice. And he's still got a lot of gold. 730 now. Okay, there we go. There's mana 1. And he will now pull away. Okay, so I think... Is that enough gold for both levels? That might be. So he's going to play to 9 manas here, but without gold, that means you can only build Spearman and Yeoman, right? Which is actually what you need to answer the Byzantine combo, technically. Curious Siphon coming in for Myriad. 7 Lombo's not ready to go yet. Systems are beginning to scale. I just love how Dimmu has a completely different way to get towards what we were maybe looking for. I mean, in fairness to him, his backup gold is here, right? So, like, he needs to kind of overgather. Curious Siphon, though, is going to force a reaction out of the army. Not an ideal situation for Dimmu, though. Lombo's able to 2-hit kill on the Spearman. Horseman just baiting them in. Lords might consider committing. Triumph gets activated. The Spearman coming in, but he's not targeting the right thing. He goes for the Curious Siphon instead. The Horsemen get to just keep on attacking. Triumph still lasting 15 seconds. He is now missing a ram, and on top of that, Myriad needs to be careful. He's actually diving the outpost with his limited Lombos. Does pull them back now. Almost losing another. Okay, so we're up to 2 manas. He can definitely afford a third and then a fourth. Yeah, I think he got distracted in that fight, so he didn't actually have the condensed land practices primed already. Or the extra mana coming in. That's a good sign for Myriad then. It proves that he's actually like distracting Dimmu away from being lean here. I wonder why Dimmu felt like he needed level 2 mana this quick, though. Maybe it's just a case of he felt he'd never get it anyway, but like if that's the case, why have we got 4 on gold now? I mean, in fairness to him, you know, Curious Siphon was quite threatening, in theory. In actuality, though, you just see these lords are just frustrating. It just takes so long to kill them that they can stand there killing these plastic rams, because remember, Curious Siphons have less health than standard rams while costing more. Yeah, think of Curious Siphons as if you've got a good, strong position, they'll kill everything faster. But if you're in a contested position, they'll just die. They're a very compromised unit in those type of roles. You know what, like, you know what it is? It's like, it's the difference between Reinhardt and Doomfist for Overwatch fans. Actually, that's not a fair one, because Doomfist just wins. But yeah, it's like the difference between a dedicated tank that does some damage and someone who's meant to burst. So extra berries being played for Myriad. I feel like these Lombos have been slow to come out, but they won't be slow for long. We've got another Cistern level being added in, and Castle is just moments away. And reminder, when you get to level 5 Cistern, you pump out Lombos every 1.5 minutes. Pretty nice comp to have when you're on a linear map up against spear spam. Myriad might have to back away, though. Golden Horn Tower now on the way in. Dimu hesitant himself because he's also thinking the same thing, that Castle does sound pretty nice. Question mark is it going to be the White Tower or is it going to be the King's College? Because a White Tower forward is kind of intriguing here for the boar secure. King's College usually looks quite ideal when you go for 6 manas. Right? And it would, there you go. It would explain it. King's College with 3 manas is not very good. You just don't have enough income to use the techs in it. But with 6, you can afford to go into Mass Knights. You can afford Mass Hobbler. Without much stress on your economy. I think for Myriad, though, the opening is pretty obvious here, right? You just kata. Spears are a little bit annoying, but, you know, if you don't think your opponent's going crossbowman, cataphracts into the English Knights, I mean, with the plus damage, they are a bit threatening, but initially, cataphracts are pretty good at contesting, especially with the Triumph. There you go. First one's queued up. Extra stables added in. Dimu gets all that information for free, by the way. Yeah, this weird outpost is really starting to pay off. It's just the info game, man. And he even knew exactly where Myriad was teching due to the location. Let the gold rush begin. 14. Needs it for the Knights. Dimu, he's going monks first. Oh, but props to him. Myriad's actually not that far behind. Reminder, when you play Hippodrome, it's hard to get the monk timing right because you don't have a Grand Winery. The Grand Winery is pretty cool. It saves you 50 wood, but also 200 wood later on the monastery. Yeah, and also it allows you to produce monks the moment you tech up instead of waiting until you build the thing. So yeah, not too surprised that Lancaster was slightly quicker on starting to pump monks. It might be a bit difficult with the map position. Is he harvesting all the way? He actually might this time. It's worth doing. Just leave the villager in here, and that's an extra relic to play with. Myriad knocking at the door. Already has the Veterancy on those Lombos. Damage 2 is also on the way. Meanwhile, Dimu now only getting his hands on Undermesh. Trade in. Makes the right call. There's no point hopping in the tower when there's this many cav units coming. I do believe we should be seeing a tech choice soon from Dimu. He's got 5 more knights queued up. This is a perfect time to go for Collar of S's, the one that gives him +5 damage against heavy. Yeah, Myriad might actually need to just steer into spears here. He's holding a lot of resource in reserve, so he could definitely afford to do so. Nice walling. We talked about the backup gold being really weirdly placed for Dimu, but he's found the right time. And point of interest, generate 60 stone a minute. So you put 1 villager in that would normally give you between probably 30 and 40 resources a minute. You get 60 of stone instead. It's a pretty good deal. There we go. An even better deal. 300 resources to get plus damage against heavy for these knights. It's going to allow him to contest the cataphracts, at least temporarily. I say temporarily because if there is a Triumph activation, you don't want to fight at all. Finally, Vision is going to get denied. Now, I like the idea of this being done to hide the Limitane. Please tell me he hasn't revealed it. Oh. It's been revealed. Oh, come on. That would have been a sick sneak. If Dimmu didn't realize that there was Spearman coming, he would have just been running headfirst into a counterplay. But it's hard to get one past Benny Boy. All along the center, Knights will just charge in. Yeah, that outpost was kind of funky, man. Because it felt like it was a moot detail, considering he'd already stopped the Grand Winery idea. But it did matter. I think it's wild to consider just how much it got to see. Like, the Golden Horn Tower tech up on screen, the stables drop, just confirming what should have been obvious, and then even the racks on the side. I mean, what didn't it do this game? Now, dive in. Kira Siphon's being built. This outpost is going to be forfeit, but he doesn't need it anymore. The real concern is actually going to be manas. He's built a few on the forward side, and remember, when you don't have Lancaster Castle, your manas are incredibly squishy. Yeah, only 1,000 HP on these bad boys. Kira Siphon. Yep. Myriad knows what's up. That economy needs to be coming down. Myriad, he's in a dominant position. Burn's effective. One down already. And Dimmu with a cav switch into Hobbler from the night play. The Limitane counter both of those. Second mana going down, and Dimmu, he just unlocked level 2 mana tech. Okay, so able to go up to 9, but now finds the number going down instead. I'll poke forward here. Myriad's army is fragile. There's a huge lead for him, 20 units up. But remember that 29 of his army are longbows, which have very limited value. Pretty much only count as the 9 spearmen. Looks like he's going to be diving in deeper. Clash is going to come in and choke point. Myriad starts to pull back a little bit. Gives access to Limitane. And he did pull the trigger. Triumph has been activated. He's going to give chase. Lords get put at the back of the formation, which gives him a target. Longbows in line formation, but they need to be getting deeper. A few workers are getting caught out here. The ram has been cleared up. Dimmu. They end up losing a bit more value here. Triumph is about to end. When it does, another mana will be dead. Yeah, this is becoming quite frustrating for Dimmu. He has at least still got the stone at the back to keep replacing. He did already turf the relic up and is heading for it now, so soon to be a 4 relic game for Ben. But it is coming at the cost of his manas. I mean, it's something he can come back and fix later, but in the meantime, it's definitely hurting. The army value is ridiculous, by the way. What the everlasting duck has happened here? Like, how do these numbers even make sense? 10,000 resources to 5,000 resources in an army. Incredible. I can't believe that Myriad throughout all this game just bluntly revealed what he was doing and yet still comes out looking like this. And now the berry gathering on the front side. I mean, why not? His army's not going anywhere. He knows that Dimmu's can't. Altai is a very hard map to raid due to the mountains. And I like the denial here. The Lords will be pesky as these armies get bigger. So just going to remove that from the equation. That also gets rid of the healing for Lancaster. Dimmu still stuck at just 5 manas. And the torches are out. Myriad goes for the main landmark. TC being targeted here. Lord circling round. Notice what Dimmu's doing? He's going for a surround. But Myriad will not take the bait. Backs away. Spearman get the perfect clash into the cavalry. Cataphracts are holding back for the time being. I like this. He's just trying to farm up the Triumph and now activates it. Hobbler tried to dive to the backside. Good micro. Myriad splits off to try and intercept. His longbows are going to be kept safe. And Dimmu most definitely isn't. No, this is rough. Trample coming off cooldown in 15. The Triumph is about to end, but it already done everything it needed to and more. He's got double Cataphract to night count. It doesn't matter that they have +5 damage. They're nowhere near a match for this. Game 1. And Myriad's going to be the one taking the lead. Incredible. Myriad at this stage. I mean, the reason he's taking the lead, he stopped the Manas reaching 9. He's still got a huge army value. And even the economy, guys. Remember, it's 26% more for him. Crazy opening. One that looked like it gave Dumu the Eye of Sauron moment. But in the end, his fate is to be Saruman falling off of a tower. Now just processing the loss. Short bows out says everything it needs to about this game. Myriad just baiting out what little remains. Lancaster looked like this is meant to be the home of homes, but in the end, Byzantines will get the one up, even against the Eye of Sauron Tower. Damn. Lombos are stronger than Cats proportionally. Yeah, well, it's a beautiful 1-2 comp. I feel like Garrison, the main TC military, is a no-brainer. I don't know why people don't do it. I see your point, but like you can usually against Lombos there, you're going to get caught running in as well. But yeah, Kata's strong. Game 1 to Myriad. Let's mark that one up. Well played. What does Dimmu do to try and get back on the horse? I think he's just restart game, actually. I can't even see them on the menu right now. Oh, there they are. I see Mirrored. So game 2, they've gone to Pigeon's View. And it's going to be Mali versus Delhi. Really? That feels pretty good for Delhi, no, on this map. Although Malians, they've had some pretty sick 2TC strats. Maybe try something like that. I think they're having a issue getting the map. Just messaging them about... There was a lobby delay of 2 minutes for some reason on the first game, so just bumping them about that. Wait, is he having an issue where he, like, is having to re-download the map that you should already have? Because I'm pretty... Like, Dumu's definitely played on Pigeon's View before. That's weird. I haven't had that issue. I don't know, like... Has he thingied his data? Verified his cache recently? Maybe it deleted him. So game 1 to Myriad. Let's mark that one up. Dude, why you gotta bring up the cables? It's just rude. Didn't we just hung back for so long you could snipe some of the Limitane? The Limitane don't die as quickly as you think, though, even to TC fire. I think also the other thing he's maybe a bit paranoid about is, like, Curious Siphons can make it really weird with the TC. I mean, I get where you come from. Like, every little helps, right? But I think it's... The mountain he's got to climb is so much bigger than you should just garrison the TC. Right? Like, it's a little bit damage. I'll give you that. But I don't think the TC being garrisoned changes the outcome of that game at all. Right? That's like, you know... The World War II Germans are blitzkrieging through to Paris, and you're a little bit annoyed because, like, all the shaking of the tanks made you spill your milk. You have bigger problems. All right, boys are ready to go. Hopefully they're loading on the right side. They do. Uh-oh, emergency. Dumu is 1 game down in a best of 3 against Myriad. That's right, you heard me correctly. Myriad just dominated the first game and now has Delhi against Malians on a raid-oriented map. We hop into Pigeon's View to see if Myriad can deliver a coup de grace with a 2-0. Dumu on the Malians, though, is going to be a fun one. I've been seeing some pretty cool builds at the moment on maps like Highview. In fact, the most obvious one that comes to mind is Anatan, always looking for that 2TC type build. I wonder if we're going to get that or if we're going to just get standard Pro Scouts. Because the thing is, like, you know, Malians, they get a reasonable timing on Pro Scouts, but they're actually also a delayed Pro Scout Civ, right? Like, they don't rush it to the same degree that French, China, Shushi do. Which means that Delhi, a Civ that gets Pro Scouts for free, can actually get a decent, competitive timing. And it also means that you'd be opening Warrior Scouts into Ghazi, which you can always micro away. You don't necessarily die to the Ghazi, but you definitely don't beat them in a brawl either. What new mechanics would you guys add to the game? Nukes. No. I don't know, there's so many little things I've said over time that would be nice additions. Like, they had some of the right ideas as well. Like, we talked about things like points of interest a long time ago. Something comparative that you just need more things in the mid-map. Like, yeah, technical ones, the obvious things. Like, I don't even think the most obvious technical improvement is restarts from disconnects. I think the most obvious technical improvement is input latency. But, like, outside that, new food types. I think new food types is #1. In fact, shout out to Kavayu, who with a lot of his new map designs, some of which you'll see in upcoming weeks for Midweek Muster, really has done a good job of emphasizing why sheep is a ginormous flaw in the baseline mechanics of Age of Empires 4. Because if one player hits the jackpot, the other's game feels basically over. And people who've been crying for Pro Scouts to get nerfed further, I'd say this to it. No, it doesn't solve the core problem. It actually amplifies the core problem. Pro Scouts meta may have been lame, but at least everyone had food in that thing. I mean, it was just sheep game, sheep roulette. Someone starved. Looks like in this game, there is not going to be that imbalance, though. Another win for Caillou. They split the map in 2, and they came away with half of the sheep each. Yeah, I think Dimi maybe missed out on a few extra compared to Myriad, right? Because Delhi will start on berries. Whereas for the Malians, you definitely go sheep first. You want petards? We actually had a mod that added them, but they were given a different name that rhymes with laves. I'm not going to say because we're in the first 5 minutes of a YouTube video, and I'm pretty sure it would demonetize me. But I don't know why the word that rhymes with laves would explode, but they did. And it was quite funny. I don't know. I like the idea of having a type of unit like that. But I don't know. I think the problem with introducing petards to the game is so many people have had bad experiences with demolition ships that they would just make a direct comparison, I think. Stem Faith versus the Mansa. Reminder that this is a really good map for Delhi because of the dictation around the double sacred site and how difficult it is to approach those. These things are surrounded by stealth forest. It makes your life hell to try and reach them. And especially when you consider that the #1 opening for Delhi is to go Ghazi. And I've spoken to Murad on this. He wholeheartedly believes in Ghazi in practically any situation. Even if you were to open spears against him, his mentality is you go Ghazi because you can still just kill the spears and then heal the Ghazi. So don't be surprised when you do see the G-Men coming out. Thinking more gameplay revolving around sacred sites. I think that could be interesting if done right. The problem is quite often it's going to be done in a oppressive fashion. Like if it's anything like the way that sacred sites for Delhi function, for your average gamer, they're going to hate it. Right? You need to make sacred sites an engaging element without being oppressive. And I think that's why Points of Interest achieves that. It's a capture site that doesn't say this is now going to end the game. Hit mine. By the way, what the... I mean, I know he's a StarCraft guy, but do you have enough minerals? What? Double gold, double stone on one screen? Mate, that is the most outpost rushable spot I've seen in a long time. I mean, Marlins don't really need stone, but the concept of it, good lord. And there's the stables coming in. I mean, this is good, though, for Dimu. It means that he can easily anchor and defend both of his pit mines. Normally, where Delhi get an advantage against Malians, they pull you left and right, and they just keep sniping your economy because your gold veins are the economy, and they can't run away. Let's see if they can use dogs somehow. You know what I think would be really cool to see? I like the idea of them adding in neutral buildings that can somehow be captured, and maybe captured back and forth. Like, that's an interesting point of interest to me. Is a point of interest where you capture it, and it just takes control of a building on the spot. So, like, imagine there's a racks in the center of the map, or stables. And when you capture it, you get access to the units. Imagine if you could get unique Civ units with that, right? So you here you go. So you have a map just called Paris, and in the center there's a stables, and whoever controls it can build French knights out of that stables. I like those kind of ideas. Like Ronan's, yes, but different, right? Like Ronan's is a little bit it's a complete new unit. I almost imagine, like, for map designers it'd be really cool that they could just create locations and give you access to the unique units. So Burn Down coming in. One house already taken, but Donzo reaction is going to be there, and double archery. Yeah, no pro scouts this game from Benny Boy. He knows. Pro scouts just feels a little bit too risky, but that's a problem in itself, right? If you're not going pro scouts, someone on this map will be going pro scouts, and they'll be paying the low, low price of nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Doesn't seem fair, does it? Change wonders so that they not only start the 15-minute time, but also act as a tier 5 landmark? Yeah. Like, pretty much, that's one... I think that is the #1 big lesson that the AOV4 devs should take from Age of Myth, that done right. Their wonders actually mean something, and I like them. And yes, like the markets of Byzantines. So looks like we've got good control here. He's setting up around the posts, and the timing is there. Sanctity's already complete. Double Sacred Site, easily achievable. Yeah, because Dimu, he might be able to contest one of these, but stretching to block both might be a bit of an issue, considering he's going to be running headfirst into Ghazi. And headfirst is the problem here, right? Like, he has one scout. Other than that, he's riding blind out into this map. This is tricky. Dimu, he's already being mirrored. Yeah, like, this is perfect. Mirrored, all he really needs to do is just follow the scout around. Because if you get an opportunity to strip back that vision, Dumu's going to be stuck blind in the middle of the ocean. Right? Shark-infested waters. That's the way you have to think about this. Scholar? Ooh, I think he is going to get the intercept here, though. That's good. If he can get the kill in time. Oh, he's going to pull away. Yeah, the charge began there. If it wasn't for a charge being there, I think he would have captured it. And the reaction now coming through Myriad. This is a pretty scary looking army, no? 8 archers, 7 Ghazi, and Dumu's gone pretty lofty, heavy-handedly into Donzo's. Scholar? Wait, what? Mate, you're crazy. He's like, I either die by wolves or by shish kebabs. Eat me. Oh, dear. -1 Scholar, not great there from Myriad. Now he's entering his raiding arc. Then the last time I saw a Wonder accept free-for-all 4v4s, it's because it's just, like, a very weird situation. Like, if you have the resources for a Wonder, you've probably already won the game anyway. I think the devs have done a good job of, like, dialing back limited resource issues, right? Infinite resources aren't as strong as they were. They still are there, but they're not as oppressive. So this idea that someone can get to a stage where they have so much food, so much gold, so much stone, etc., they can just drop a Wonder and then not die straight away is a lot more tricky. It happens occasionally, but it's very rare. And that's good. This might not be good for Dimu, though. Myriad is posturing. He doesn't know what he's looking for, though. Okay, so decap will be coming through. That's worrisome, actually, because Dimu's making good pacing towards the cow. Myriad is going to start approaching towards the tree line. Then, quick pull away. Archers. Oh, no. Myriad. He's the one without vision. Oh, that is a huge grab. Chases them away. Sacred Sight is going to get decapped, so no goal for Myriad. And time is not on his side in this. No. Tick-tock now goes the clock for Myriad as Dimu is scaling an economy lead while blocking your key one out. Damn, I'm impressed. Considering that, like, Myriad is meant to have the advantage with ambushing. He's not able to do so. He's bringing the army back now. But is this a sandwich? Or is this a toasty where you're the cheese about to melt? Toasty would have two pieces. I guess he'd be the cheese on toast. He's going to hop in the tree line. Just a little bit of other time being ticked off there. And the scholars, man, they just keep trying. I think this is tricky, though. If Miro doesn't do something about these abandoned outposts, I don't see how he's ever able to sneak onto a sacred site. As long as Dimu has these, Miro can't touch, right? And he's been so good on his reaction to the tree line. He's just not giving an opening. However, Myriad is getting ready to age up. Okay. Decent amount of scholars as well, so he will be able to afford fast speeds into techs. The tricky part about this is that Dimu is sitting halfway across the map. Basically on the edge of your base. So this could get dangerous fast. House of Learning down the way. I do like this men-at-arms idea, though. A pretty cool switch. MAA can contest everything. Myriad. He's just trying to poke away that vision. Got to be careful, though. These are expensive to lose. The Ghazi running into the Donzo. Mistakes made there. Myriad. I mean, he's got 4 scouts, but they're all dedicated towards pro scouting, bar one that's gone to the other side of the map. I guess he was trying to scout the remaining locations of relics by the looks of it. Ghazi creeping in again. Dimu does see him. Tech up now complete, but he's coming home. Ooh, okay, this is interesting, actually. Myriad drags the army back to base, so he will be allowed to get away with the age up. Dimu's not far off his own timing here. And reminder that this is a full Lani. A lot of food about to be in the bellies of the Malians. Dimu, just so many spearmen. The other problem I have with Myriad's idea here is when this is similarly mirrored tech timings, meta-arms aren't going to fare that well against Mali. Because Mali can start blobbing up onto Musafadi. Myriad. If he just... Nah, I mean, the Donzos are there, aren't they? Goes after the cow. Easier said than done, though. It's just so many Donzos, man. I'm surprised the Ghazi could do this much. 35 spearmen. Now the army approaching the base. The men-at-arms. There's barely any of them currently. Yeah, he needs to be very careful. Men-at-arms in bulk, sure, they can be threatening, but right now they're fragile, and he just revealed that so early on that a Musafadi switch is easily doable here for Dimu. Might be a bit risky because there's archers. I think actually instead, Dimu just goes Sofa, right? Like, Sofa contests and beats everything that Myriad's building. Nice little snipe there. I thought it was going to count. Men-at-arms are just being inted into at this stage. Oh my god, the blindness of this fight. It's like everyone's got cataracts. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. It sounds a lot like cataphracts, and that might bring PTSD after game 1. Whew. War Elephant also queued up by Myriad, which is wild considering there's 31 Donzos. Grand Fulani now on the way, and it is going to be the Sofa play we described. Just makes sense. I mean, Sofa, just a trustworthy unit. Robust, well-rounded. If it's not just for the fighting, it's going to be for the raiding. What is it that they don't do would be the better question. Lose? It doesn't look like Sofa loses very often these days. Out to 15 men-at-arms. Tick up complete. Steel Dagger 2. Veteran sees. It's all coming through. Needs a little bit of time. Home Blades, however, is only 30 seconds out. So Myriad is about to get juiced up on the DPS. And here's the thing, guys. He can actually force Dumu to fight him. There is something that Dumu cannot retreat away from, and it's the cow. These guys can't leave like you can. Myriad look for it, though. He's chasing the army. The veterancies are going to kick in now. Myriad seemingly everywhere. Pro Scouts retrieving more goodies. Trickle's real, but the War Elephant's key. It will be his resolution to the sofa. God knows he's going to need one. Imported armor's on the way. It's quadruple stables. War Elephant needs to be careful of those Donzos because of the starting attack in particular. They get a lot of burst at the beginning of the fights. Now War Elephant's going to move in. Love the way he's doing this, though. He's frontlining with the men-at-arms and using the War Elephant as like a giant Sipahi so that he doesn't lose it too quickly. It looks like Dumu might be losing this series quickly. Oh my god, the men-at-arms just able to brute force their way through. No Musafadi switch and no time for it. The Sofa Blade did not reach critical mass. Myriad is a monster. A 2-0 victory over Dumu is no small feat. Ben has been one of the most consistent presences in quarterfinals in KPMM. But this week, this time, his face, his baldness will not be seen. No, he will be shaved short of it by Myriad. Incredibly well done. This was just elegant, clean execution out of Myriad. Both games, in fact. War Elephants already starting to force the cattle ranches to vacate. At this point, it looks clear. Man, I had my reservations, and I don't know if Myriad felt it for a moment. Like, Men-at-Arms, when it got revealed so early, I was like, oh, this is going to get counterplayed, surely. But Dumu, downloadmorespears.com was a scam. And the War Elephants, like, that's the most impressive part to me. The way he played those War Elephants, showing them up into mass spears, but essentially using them as a support cast unit, just like you'd use Sipahi against spears, as that second line works so well. Nice murder on the ranch. Cattle going down. And Dumu gonna be going out. Yeah, without ranches, you just have no way of competing. Your opponent's got Pro Scout pump. He's just got plenty of food coming after this. And it feels like the War Elephant count isn't ever going down. It just feels like it's going up. Of a ranch to be knocked down. And we've answered it again. I feel like we do this for everything. Like horse or elephant. Camel or elephant. Cow or elephant. It's all elephants! Villages. I don't know where they're going. Heaven. Hopefully the elephant can't reach there. Because clearly these are Satan's creations. When elephants die, they go to hell. That's the only way I can explain why they're this strong. Oh my God. It's a bargain with the devil. Which is accurate for anyone who picks Delhi so much. I'm looking at you, Voldemar. There's nothing left of him. I think we're just waiting for that moment where his economy gets discovered. Myriad. That should be very soon. I mean, Marlins without gold. How does that work? The elephant. Oh, no. No. Get out. Get out. Without textiles, they would have disappeared very quickly. Yeah, there would have been milk cartons with their faces on the side. Oh, but it gets worse. He's been found in the corner now. There's no shame in it. This is most definitely the GG point. Look at the vision of Myriad. He's everywhere. Unbelievable. Yes, no more cow. The mill, out of all the things we could kill here. And finally Scholars show up, man. Deli elephants. These things are monsters. But men-at-arms elephants, like, who would have seen that coming? Who would have expected this type of impact at that composition? Especially against Malians. Like, I think men-at-arms, I'm like, oh, wow, I don't want to build that against Mali. They've got Musafadi. I just never saw him. What if Myriad fell on his keyboard? That's true. Dumu can't give up. What if Myriad's in net? Like, just craps out. Wait, Dumu can't give up yet. What if Myriad just, like, in the moment of saying yeah in victory, sucks the cigarette that he's smoking deep in his throat and chokes? Like, Dumu can't give up yet. Myriad, what if he, like, used the same photo he does on broadcasts for his, like, Tinder profile, and now someone wants to hit him up right now, so he has to leave? There's so many possible ways that Dumu could now win this game. What if the elephants become sentient and decide they don't want to be led by humans, and instead then revolt against Myriad? These are all possible outcomes that could occur. What if I become a billionaire? See, that's another, that's on the same statistical probability, yeah. It's, this is... Well, how about that? A 2-0 no. You go back several weeks, people would have expected this, seen it enough the way around that Dimu's the winner, but Myriad on top like this. This is turning into one hell of a year for Age of Empires 4 with the amount of upcoming competitors. We talked about Myriad's gradual grind and how it would pay off. It's starting to show. Voldemar was another one in there that we've been seeing recently. Age of Empires 4 is getting more competent competitors, and that is something to always be excited about. Wow. Like, I'm trying to think what that one's about. Maybe the Men-at-Arms? Wait, I accidentally labeled the wrong video, didn't I? What's this one? Let's get rid of that one. What's up, Myriad? Well played, mate. Bloody good job. 2-0 domination. That did not even look close. Good lord. Oh, wait. Did we forget to do predictions? Oh, my bad. Sorry, I thought my mod set it up. What the hell, Myriad? Why didn't you set up predictions for your own series? And thank you, Faplop, as well as Hack, and appreciate both of you for the subs. Much love. Been away from AoE4 for a while. Any new competitions? KPMM. It's all KPMM. That's all you need. We got you covered. Wow. So, Myriad, you need to try and book in some time against Louis MT ASAP, mate. Because, do you reckon you guys... I reckon, in some ways, that probably works out best for our schedule, because I know Dimu goes off around now, whereas Louis is still around. So, I'd bump him ASAP. Yeah, dude, like, congrats. Great, great job, Myriad. Woo! Now you get to face Louis. Doesn't really sound like a prize. You got this. Go all the way, mate. Go supersonic. All right. While you guys are scheduling that, I believe we have got another live series. So let me just quickly update that. A 2-0 victory for Myriad. I am most impressed. Myriad's Deli is so good. Dude, I got to give it to him. He's come so far. I still remember casting Myriad's Deli like a year and a half ago, and I think you won't mind me saying there was a lot of flaws in like the first 10 minutes. Like, I don't know if you felt it these days now, Myriad. I feel like in the early days of your Deli ventures, you sometimes over-fixated on like the optimizations of early game, and then it just led to like things unraveling between 10 and 15 minutes. But now, boys clean. All right. So, I believe we have now got a draft coming up for... Let me grab it, let me grab it, let me grab it. Vortex versus Gileadi. So this is quarterfinals time, guys. Vortex versus Gileadi. And then... So that's map draft. Some Danube Divide? I knew Vortex. He's like, oh yeah, I did. I mean, Vortex... No House of L's. They both banned it. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So opening game is going to be on Altai, remember. We're best of fives now. Let me get ready to go, because we're a few minutes out from live, so we'll speed up a little bit to catch up. You guys ready for this? Let's get predictions up. Let's get it ready. It's going to be Roos versus Ayu. If you have a short attention span and like attack, have I got a series for you. It's the Attackers meeting in the KPMM. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Full aggro ahead as we've got Vortex versus Kilyadi in a best of 5 here in week number 5 of the Midweek Muster Season 2. I love watching these two. It's phenomenal witness. We're just a few minutes out from live, so I'm going to hit the 2x speed for the other game. And I love the fact that we're getting different picks. We've already seen a bunch of Roos here. Iabids is a little bit more rare. Love that Kilyadi's playing towards it, though. And I'm not surprised that Kilyadi rates the Iabids. You know, Kilyadi, one of his most historically played civs is Abbasids. But I remember when we used to cast on the ladder, there's a very fair point made that stuck with me. Which is, isn't it a bit weird that he picks so much Abbasids, considering that Abbasids are not an aggressive civ? This was before Iabid's release, of course. And it stuck with me because it's true. You don't think of Abba as a civ that sends it. But Iabid's is a version of Abba that wholly sends it. And if anyone knows anything about Kilyadi, it's that this guy has no patience for the late game. But neither does his opponent. Yeah, curious to see how this is going to play out between the two. We do have the double hunting cabin start and perfectly optimized. Actually leaves even slightly bigger crack there to get the maximum gold. So it's going to be 18 gold, 18 apiece, 36 passive gold a minute, and then of course all the sheep gathering on top, leading to a very healthy about 80 to 85 gold gen per minute without even touching a gold vein. And we are getting Logistics Wing. Okay, so Culture Wing rising in popularity, then it of course fell off a bit because people started to shift away in favor of Growth Wing when the deer nerf came in. You can't really deer shove anymore, but guys, on Altai, the deer is so close to your base that you do get a bit of value there. And you see that Kilyadi's already began it, actually. Yeah, love to see this. Going to shoot them down a little bit close to the base. So we'll stop the 2x speed at about 5 minutes. I do wonder if Vortex will even try to play the Feudal. Like, you could technically just wall this, drop a hunting cabin, and gather deer and tech. Which might be a better way of going, just because Iabid's with healing. Like, your only real path there if you're Roos is Horseman, no? Unless, of course, there's cheesy Desert Raiders. If Kilyadi goes cheesy Desert Raiders, you can just play Archer Masses Roos, which is preferable. Stables dropped. Now, this is the tricky thing. Like, there's a reason why you'll always see stables beginning from pro level players. By going for a stables, it allows you to switch in a very annoying way. See, because Vortex, he's going to react with archers expecting Desert Raiders. That's the correct call. But then if you over-calibrate into archers, the same building that brought the Desert Raiders will bring the Horsemen. This is the elegance of Iabid's. It's actually, I think I remember saying at the time that it's just like, it's a subtle but almost broken sounding detail. In fact, I wondered, did everyone's first experience with Desert Raiders feel broken? I still remember my first experience with Desert Raiders was, and in fairness, it's kind of a rigged one because he had so much more experience. It was against Winston. And I remember just saying Desert Raiders are completely broken because I didn't realize what they do or how they do it. And I remember in that particular game, he managed to scale 20 plus Desert Raiders. And I was just, I don't get it. What am I meant to do against this? Yeah, it's the versatility, really. At the high level, I think they're strong, but not overtuned. Definitely for lower level players, I can imagine Desert Raiders being the most confusingly annoying thing in the game. So Wooden Fortress being added in. He's going to be additional archers. And he did go for Pro Scouts. So yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see that. In fairness, he does have options on the flanks to spread wide, even if the attack is coming. Kill Yardi. More horsemen being added, but I do wonder if maybe this will be a baited feudal into castle. Ibids really love that type of build where the whole idea is that you just force a reaction. You know, you add in a few units and say, I have these things, you must build more things. All right, what were predictions like? 89% for Vortex. Good lord. Poor Kilyardi. What could he do to convince you guys? Does he need to trade wing? Is that what it takes? Huh? Is that what it takes for you to back an old man in a fight? Did you guys ever consider the fact that that old man might have fought in Nam? He has skills. He could wire you some money? No, that's what you do to me. That's why you sub to me. You got to wire me money. Roos have good damage. Worst one is Magadai. Oh, you're talking about like ranged cav? Yeah, the most annoying ranged cav for casuals is definitely Magadai, but like at pro level, I think the most annoying ranged cav is either Horse Archer or Desert Raider, by far. Pro Scout's retrieval has been decent so far, but that's to be expected considering one deer stack is basically in your base anyway, which we're seeing Kilyardi exploit on his side. It's going to be in denial. And Kilyardi, there it is. Tech up on the way. It's going to be the normie choice. Look, a boy can pray for Tradewing, okay? We're never going to get it. Tradewing, I really, really hope before the end of the year we get a rework to Tradewing. Tradewing Bazaar is simply too random to ever be good. Like, in theory, it's broken. If you get the right tickets, it's broken. But you can't guarantee that. You have no real control over it. Which is why Tradewing Bazaar usually only comes out when someone is throwing a Hail Mary. Which is either they know they're going to lose the series, so screw it, or they're so far ahead in the series, they do it to potentially just win quicker. Yeah, it was just funny because I'm pretty sure when Ibis first came out, it was considered the most broken wing. I don't know how times have changed. Because correct me if I'm wrong. God, it feels like ages ago. When Tradewing Bazaar first came out, you could get villages in it, couldn't you? Which was completely broken. How do you count a Magadai Feudal Rush by Mongols as Japanese? You could just build like Yumi. Horseman's pretty good too. Horseman's really nice. Alright, so Growth Wing, just 30 seconds out, and wait, what? Who are you, and what did you do with the real man? Guys, this is an impersonator. I think Voldemort broke into Kilyardi's house. Kilyardi walling? Well, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but apparently when on Altai, everyone comes around. High Trade House now coming up. Not a great one. Garrison TC with units? I mean, sure, but like you're clutching at poles with that Doom and Myriad one. There's a whole world of difference between these two games. Wall's now coming up from Vortex. Should be a target towards Relics quite swiftly. He needs to be fast about it if he wants to get in. So remember, this was a Dervish play. And he's already playing wide. Love this. He takes the low-risk Relics and will look to contest with army into the center. Horse Archer pump is real, though. Kilyardi. Tricky thing here is, you know, the timings. Camel Lancers do not produce fast. It's only, what, double stables? Yeah, double. And he's not... Okay, come on. Kilyardi, he didn't actually optimize. He's producing all of them out of one stables. I think that just got fixed, though. Army approaching. Vortex is able to scare him away. Yeah, so it's going to be a contest for the central relics. This is kind of outrageous, though. I don't like this. Like, what? Why did he get a relic here? Because the other relic was over here. And then the other one was what? Here, I'd say? Or was it up here? It was up here. Okay, so that was Kilyadi's safe relic. But Vortex has definitely felt a lot closer. And oh, the yoink in the center. Kilyadi hangs around with a heal. Sacking a lot of units to do so, though. Camel Lancer being ignored. Yeah, the Camel on ease is hurting so much here. These Horse Archers not really trading that well. We'll get chased away. Great fight by Kilyadi. And now relic advantage. Right? Because he's now got 2 coming home. He's already got 1 in the base, so it's going to be a 3-2 split at this pacing. Vortex High Trade House is at least going to make up for 88. Oh my. All right. Pack it up. We're leaving. I'm installing Age of Empires 3. I'm out of here. 88 gold? I need to phone a plumber and get a toilet installed next to me just so I can tell you what I think of this high trade house. That's pretty bad. High trade house at 88 gold and he has tier 2 bounty. That's rough. I mean, it's okay, right? It's tolerable. It's a relic and you still get the deer. Like, this is the crazy thing about high trade house. We're looking at this and saying this is a bad high trade house, but like, there isn't such a thing as a bad high trade house. It's like free ice cream. There's no such thing as free ice cream. Wait, such thing as bad free ice cream. Like, it's good. You got ice cream for free. Does it taste good? Is it crappy ice cream? Sure, but it's still free. Don't you guys ruin this for me. I'm being childly innocent. I already know about 5 things you guys will say in the chat that would make free ice cream really bad. And there it is. It begins. I'm ignoring you now. Ball play out the flank from Vortex. Now, this is an advantage he has that Kilyadi most definitely doesn't. Can't play Pumbaa when you play as the Saracens. And the deer from the high trade house, if you harvest it every minute, gives you 35 gold a minute. Kilyadi. I really rate his comp here, though. Vortex now trying to steer into night, so he's trying to leverage Boy's Fortitude as his big advantage, but this looks worrisome. I mean, 13 Camel Lancers already. Kilyadi in a great position. Is this going to be a week of upsets? So I think going in this, most people looking at Vortex, he's currently 2 weeks in a row our champion for KPMM. Kilyadi does not have a good record against him in the Midweek Masters either. This game right now looks very good for him. Dive on through. TC defense being activated. Knights come out just in time to hold the choke points. The pathing getting a little bit weird as Kilyadi gets pushed around the back. Target fire from the archers onto the horse archers. Desert Raiders, or rather Camel Lancers pushing deeper. And the villagers, they're stuck in the middle of it. It's a lot of idle time for what is turning into an equal trade. Vortex. He just doesn't have anything tanky enough to stand up against this. The Cam Lancer dive will eventually come to an end, but definitely has achieved decent damage, a few worker kills, a lot of idle time, and now a ridiculous lead of 12 with that growth wing on top of the kills. And it's still more idle time. But you know what? No raid is as big as that one. What is up, Warman? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all to a week of comeuppances and surprises. Myriad with just 2-0 Dumu, and we may be about to see Kilyadi taking the lead against the Spaniard. He's been picked to the bone, man. This is ridiculous. Even if he survives, think about the ramifications on his economy. The reason why Kilyadi was able to dive that long is because with Vortex's whole eco not working, Kilyadi may be losing a lot of troops to the static emplacements, but he's replacing them. Vortex can't afford to replace squat. All right, at this point, he's on the phone to his broker. He's trying to remortgage the house. But at this point, he's realized this is Monopoly. He brought the brown cards. No one wants those crappy, low-value streets. No. Everyone always wants the reds. And we know Kilyadi always see red kill with red. We've got Manjaniques now on the way. He's not going to slow down. Let's say this was a Marine Lord playing. Probably would have went home now. Built second TC. eco-inflated. Not Kilyadi. Kilyadi's like, oh, you're almost dead? It'd be very merciful of me if I just backed off and gave you a brief. Kill him! And he snatches his berries as well. Hey, you're not eating these, right? I mean, like, you're on a meat-only diet. Bruce people. Houses on the front side is also annoying for Vortex. Remember, Manjaniques are great house snipers. That's a high-value scuddening. Only the one Manjanique. Love that. We just do not see this tech enough, guys. Salt's Mamelukes is so slapped on, it's crazy. Kilyadi is sleeping as well, though. I mean, he gets some houses, but that was not worth. Oops. You know what probably happened? Is Kilyadi's great-great-great-great-grandchildren probably came by. And like, Grandpa, great-great-great-great-grandpapa, or as they also call him, Sultan Mahamut the fifth of his name from the 14th century. Can I have some pocket money to get some sweets? So, like, then Kilyadi had to open his purse. He's like, let me see what I've... 1 coin? 2 coin? 3 coin? What happened to my Manjanique? Doesn't matter, though. All that does is angers him. Dive into the base now. Camel Lancers. Easily able to contest this. The debuff is just killing Vortex. I mean, this is the thing he trusted in, what? The Vengeful Boy's Fortitude? He still doesn't have it. Archers will just trade out the horse archers. Camel Lancers will eventually be overwhelmed. But still, there's just so much more that's coming behind this, right? Yeah, Kilyadi will stop pulling resources. I think he was focused on the micro. So queues up a few more of the Camel Lancers. It's just going to back up a little bit here. No Sprint replacement, so it has to have to be a bit respectful of Knights. I think that dive was maybe a bit overly aggressive. I don't know if Kilyadi was actually having an affair with that Manjanique. He definitely seemed overly attached to it, right? Like, you could almost imagine the screams as he watched the Manjanique die. Maybe he adopted it. And then saw a need to protect it like a unguarded child. But either way, his thirst for vengeance on that thing definitely feels like it threw away some of his lead. At least temporarily. He's still got plenty of food. Deer in the corner, berries. He's already walled down here as well. Yeah, I would like for him to capture this sacred site, though. He just allowed Vortex to have this extra gold trickle for no reason. And I think... Are we going to end the game Voldemar style? Kilyadi's got a keep drop on the way, guys. Yeah, not far off, actually. 630 stone, just a little bit more. Castle drop would definitely lock this in. Vortex army's kind of deceptive, right? It's mostly just horse archers. A few knights are going to charge in, but the Camel Lancers are there again. That debuff just keeps ruining. But now the Mameluke's bravery activates, making it much easier to start turning this about in favor of the unmounted archers. A few knights are still leaking through, though. We do have a Mangonel now from Vortex. Okay. Stone Gathering continues from Kilyadi. He's actually going to invest it into emplacements instead. Yeah, I think he's realized that a castle drop's a bit insane right now. He's ahead, but like this game isn't over yet. And pulling, say, 15 villages to drop a castle without sufficient army will just kill him. Dive. Vortex, a bit questionable. Yeah, kind of rushing to break this quicker than he probably should. Spring placements are now in, and this is a bad idea. Breaks away. Loses another knight on the exit, though. I mean, the crazy thing is the food income looks good now for Vortex, but remember, he's running out of food sources quick. He's got 36 food gatherers, but there's nothing left. Like, where's he getting food? Wait, seriously, where is he getting food? Oh my god, it's the deer on the high trade house. Yeah, this is disappearing now. This is so inefficient, actually. A lot of them are just not working. They just look like they're working. They cook the books. Didn't realize we were watching China. And no, the mango goes down. Camel Lancers now with the dive in. Vortex is at the point of starvation. The deer, it's gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many? How many are just not working here? He's got the berries in the corner. He's going to make a move for it now, but that's a long gap. Arming count is getting even, but Kilyadi is getting big in a different way. Triple Manganique to solve all. I like the efficiency. Vortex, and the downtime between fighting, is using the Warrior Monks to rejuvenate. Going to be key if he hopes to come out with a win here. He has got that Boy's Fortitude, remember. But Spring's Mangonels, sorry, with the Incendiary shots is the goal here. Because Mangonels with rock shots, you can dodge with Cav. But you can't dodge the burn. And thank you for the super chat, Sam. I appreciate you. Crazy work effort. We do what we gotta do, baby. Building that empire. But it takes time. Just like it takes time to break an emperor. Emperor Vortex, first of his name. Leader of the Roost kind. Now gonna be led deeper into death here. The infrastructure is starting to fail. The Manganique siege is brutal at this stage. Would love to see a villager pull, and there it is. Injury on the catapults is going to be fixed. Vortex, he'd love to go raiding, right? But at this stage, this is the thing that makes Ibid all in so good. If you find your way into Manganique, you actually have a win condition on landmarks. So your opponent can't dive your base. If he dives your base, you just end the game by killing his landmarks. It's a hostage holder. Nice. Apparently say to hell with it. Goes to the dive in, and look at that spread damage. Health bars are depleting too fast. Knights are not going to be able to break through. The Camel Lancers hold their own. They have a double the military lead. There's too much death. GG gets called. Old man has got some tricks to teach you all, so you better be paying attention. Damn. Is this like a week of upsets? Laggy indeed. What are you on about laggy? Anyone else lagging? I'm not getting lag. We're fine here. Huh? Rogan? I got 0 dropped frames on OBS. I think it might just be in your local end. Make sure your browser's up to date. Damn. 1-0 victory in this best of 5. Kilyadi takes the lead. Iabids versus Roos. What would we call that one? I don't know if that's uploadable. And yo, KJ, how's it going? I love Kilyadi, but I'm Hispanic, so I got to go for Vortex. See, this is the problem. Your national pride is getting in the way. I'm British. We just accept stuff as is. And oh my God, Sam, I didn't see what... Wait. What is that symbol? 100 what? What is that? Oh, it's rupees. Dude, I was like, I thought it was 100 pounds for a second. I was like, holy crap. No, still, thank you for the rupees. I was like, huh? Because I forget super chats is variable. There's super chats and there's something else. It's super members or whatever is the thing where it's like the equivalent of a Twitch sub. But anyway, game 2. The boys are getting ready. And it looks like we're going to be having Shushi versus Ottomans on Danube Divide. Something very different. We haven't seen much of the way of Shushi picks here, actually. That's very different. How old is Kilyadi? So Kilyadi's age is like, it's hard to dictate. And, okay. My bad. Do we do the recording of game 2 or just hop into game 3? I'll say game 2 is really quick. Should we just speed for game 2? Game 2 is a Delhi Malian one. All right, I'll speed game 2 just so you guys have context. Sorry, I didn't realize it like because now I baited you with like Sushi Ottomans, which is really hype. So we'll just do an 8x. Alrighty, so we've already seen this matchup once today, and this can be pretty rough for Malians at the moment. It used to be that Malians actually done pretty well into the Pro Scouts play with their own Pro Scouts meta, but now with it shifting away from Pro Scouts just being hyper desirable, I think Delhi have leveled up there, especially with a spawn like this. Check the backside. Vortex just to double up behind his base is going to make it very easy for him to organically play onto the map in a way that Kilyadi can't necessarily mirror. He's split east and west side. His golds are all forward spawn. This is nightmare fuel waiting to happen. We'll see how he's going to be able to contest it. Manticore come through up against Dome of Faith. Vortex should be going for a Ghazi opening. Is going exactly there. And that's going to force a Donzo reaction out of Kilyadi if he wants to remain safe. He goes for the corner pit mine, though, which is pretty wild to see here. Yeah, understandable, though. He has to split, but I don't know if this is better for him. The problem with what Kilyadi's done here is it makes it very easy for Ghazi to in and out of the base. Once they get contested here, they can move to the south side and just harass there instead. And by the way, oh my god, the sacred sites. Are you kidding me right now? That is ridiculous. Nah, dude, this is chalked. No wonder this is a quick game. Vortex, he's already into Mass Scholar 6, another free queued up. Kilyadi tries to react with Sofa, but Archer Ghazi actually contests that quite well, especially if Vortex now commits the Scholars early on. And the Sofa also getting caught out trying to actually block the flanks. Archer's now just going to back away. I mean, he got the full burn down pit mine plus all the housing. This is a huge win for Vortex. Vortex, who now is pivoting into spears. He'll have the answer to everything. And reminder, Kilyadi now needs to get a move on. Raid comes in, does chip the one worker kill. Does end up getting pushed away, though. Decap coming on the east side is not going to last long. He's hesitant to hang around. In fact, I think that was a select all army. But Kilyadi now coming with the main engagement. We'll slow down for it just so you guys get full eyeballs on. It's ring of roses here. Donzos are going to show up, but it's into archers and spears. And look at the military mass! 22 to 55. Oh my god. Cat's caught out on the deer. Raid chasing is going to chip one worker kill. Sacred Site timer down to 7 minutes. And I cannot believe these Sacred Sites, man. It's just so hard for him to sneak it in. Tries to backstab reinforcements. Spears are there to match him. And now, he may have got a good fight there, but here comes the surround. Archers, Ghazi chasing from behind. And this is a checkmate maneuver. The Donzo, they actually turn back into it. Archers getting range. Spears showing up afterwards. The Ghazi pull away. And Vortex will pull this series deeper. 1-1. Nah, no doubt about it. Sacred Site timer down to 6.5 minutes. I said it was going to be a quick game. You can see exactly why. That, for Dry Arabia, is disgusting. Was this EGC Dry? No, their mistake. They didn't use EGC Dry Arabia. Checkmate, suckers. Next time you know. And now we can get ready for the game we were looking for. So that was Dry Arabia. We had... What was it? It was Delhi. Am I blind? There we go. Delhi versus Mali. Left side win. And now we are going to be going to Danube. Danube Divide is not in, though, unfortunately. So I can't label it. So I'm going to get people asking, what map, what map, what map? But this is the Shishi Ottoman one you wanted. Basically, what happened is I clicked to observe game, and I was like, wait a second. And I went and checked, and there was a very quick game before that. So we just sped through that so we can be caught up and live for this one. I think it's probably like 2 minutes in. So we can start bets. We can get the bets up. That'd be great. And yes, this is a best of 5. So far, this new map has been dominated by free picks, but we are getting evolution. The meta develops, and that's exactly what the Midweek Muster is all about. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have got game number 3 of this best of 5, and Vortex is revealing something new. For the first time, we're getting Sushi coming out on Danube Divide. And it is going to be up against a familiar site. Kilyadi gets the dominant Ottomans as an opening pick here. And I'm curious as to what Vortex's plan is, guys, because here on Danube Divide, you do have these Forgotten Ruins that allow you to generate stone early on. Why would you pick Shushi on a map like this? What is the value prop for Shushi here? Because do you want to go 2TC? Like, is that the plan? Song and then you get the TC cheaply? That seems a little bit greedy. I wonder if instead Vortex is thinking about the deer and the Pro Scout's potential, because we did see Vortex's brother Lucifer pick HRE, which is a reasonable pick here, but he played it a bit different where he focused on Pro Scouts. Ottomans, however, very obvious why they want to have the stone. They get the stone, they're able to generate towards military schools quite confidently. And Ottoman is just overall a good pick. Really, when you're thinking about this map, you're thinking about aggressive civs. I think looking at the draft, maybe Vortex thought that Kilyadi was going to pick Mongols. Because if he picked Mongols, then you can go for a Chuganul in timing here. But I don't like Chug against Ottomans. Yeah, Ottomans, because they've got the meta, the extra ranged armor just ruins Shushi's timing with Chug. So I think if it was going to be Chug before, we're probably going to have to see a different idea here for Vortex. Kilyadi just scanning around the back. Yeah, he's checking if there's any gold. Good reaction by Vortex. On a normal map like Dry Arabia, this is a big win for Shushi. It's just actually ignoring gold and taxing your way to attack up. But when you're talking about a map like Danube, because now your opponent can get the extra stone gen, it feels pretty rough. That Medi Garden, ooh, it's not great. 25 stone, 25 golds. Actually, no, it's okay, right? Because he gets a 36 food. Yeah, that's an interesting detail. I wonder if that's why Vortex done that. So guys, Danube's quite unique for the berry spawns because your starting berries are an 8 stack, not 6. Yeah, so you get a lot more. And there's a good reason behind that, by the way, as the rest of the berries on the map are just 2 stacks. So yeah, berry civs here, by the way, not very good. Like Delhi, Abbasid, I wouldn't really expect to see them. Ibids as well. And Minaret Madrasa now coming on the other side. Pretty much the expected from Kilyadi. I think he's happy with this, though. Yeah, a little bit of harassment on the Medi Garden, but the more important thing is that by standing here, he's disturbing the piece. So this Meditation Garden gives less resource. And Chug opening, right? You could build spears, but if you just build spears, Ottomans will just build spears too. And then they can get a meta and then an imam. So yeah, you're kind of forced into Chug here. I think this is part of the problem that I have with Shushi in this matchup. Especially on a map like this, your opening feels very predictable. Kilyadi. Already plenty of stone to work with. Is he going to go for the double military school drop? This has become more popular recently. You might just delay it and go for, say, just a Sipahi timing. Because if you go military school, your Sipahi come out really slowly. He could have actually went for an outpost drop, which would have been pretty sick here. Just blocking the gold, because your opponent, if he's going Chug, he needs gold access anyway. And if you force someone to the back one, that one's far out of TC range. You can see the distance there. TC doesn't come close to protecting. The forward one it does. Stay was beginning. How did you guys predict? Let's have a look where you trust your faiths. Vortex was 65%. All right. I do wonder how much of that is, I don't want to say blind faith, but like in the player versus thinking about the civs in the matchup. Because I don't know if I'd peg that many people to gamble on Shushi here. It's Count Scout. Just trying to delay this. He wants to get as much stone as possible. If you want to pull away with the villager, it has to be now, though. Yeah, because like if any more Chug arrive, you can just get chased down. Does Kilyadi think he can just save this? Yeah, I mean, look at the timing. He's going to have a Sipahi out in 5 seconds. More units that show up, the more that they decap, though. So it looks like Kilyadi may have underestimated the decap potential. He did. Villager. He's going to get target fired down. With a horseman, that's a kill. Nicely done. Vortex drawing first blood. Sipahi will return some pain the other way, but nowhere near as impactful. That was impressive. Yeah, I think Kilyadi just didn't expect a second Chuk to get there that quick. Reminder, the way that these point of interest work is the more units on it, the quicker it captures or decaptures. Kilyadi now just going to be able to start blowing up Sipahi. Love the capture on the back here. This is so underrated to do. We've seen many players end up losing games because of the abandoned outposts. When your opponent snatches vision like this, he can see when you have to stretch wide. And most civs will eventually find the temptation to stretch wide, if for nothing else than for gold. Now the good news is there's an 8k in the north side, so like if you anchor there, you don't need to rush panic to the south side anytime soon. Vortex, survival techniques coming through. He already has the pro scouts. Yeah, so he did do exactly what we were expecting. Kilyadi doesn't really have much of a military lead to show for the pro scouts difference, but that's because he chose the military schools. So gradually he's going to build a lead here. Sometimes I do feel like military schools are pretty flimsy in the face of pro scouts though. Like over time, sure, you win out there, but in the meantime, 10, 15 minutes worth, it feels like the pro scouts value is just so much higher. Sipahi. Just having a little bit of a poke at it. But Vortex already has spears set up, so I assume we're getting an archery switch soon. He's got the blacksmith down. Double archery range makes a lot of sense at this timing for Ottomans. Because it's very unlikely that Vortex is going to start spamming out horsemen without reason, because then you're just building worse horsemen into better horsemen, right? Doesn't really sound very encouraging when you say it that way, but yeah. And we have got the meta. Remember, the meta is your worst nightmare if you're a Zug boy. But if you're a Zug boy, you Zuck. Sorry, I had to make that joke. Because Zugs, remember, they are multi-attack. So ranged armor is super effective against them. Every level of ranged armor is 3 times more effective against these guys than it is against an archer. Because you're removing 3 damage instead of 1. So what that means is for Sipahi, they will always take the least damage possible, as they have 2 ranged armor, and if they have the meta, they go up to 3. So you'll reduce down to 1 per shot. And that'll remain the same as long as he mirrors blacksmith decks. Kilyadi? Actually hunkering down here. I'm a little bit surprised Vortex is the one attacking, but he might have timed this right. Kilyadi hasn't completed the archer transition yet, and he only went for a single archer range. Yeah, chose the outpost instead. Looks like it's going to be enough to scare him away, though. No more stone gathering's a little bit surprising, considering you can get a second military school with a second vizier point. I wonder if instead Kilyadi might be going for the imam, though. The imam is incredibly valuable, just because the Sipahi don't die easily. What players started to realize with Sipahi play is they only feel fragile and a liability after long feudals, because the longer the feudal goes, the more worn down these guys become. But if you go for the imam point that gives you healers, that's no longer a problem. Right? Because I think, you know, if you're playing at a high level, you're not going to lose all your Sipahi in the first fight. It's the third or fourth fight that they all die in. Smart read, a smart transition. Also a smart time from Vortex. Dive's going to come into his base, however. What's the reaction speed looking like? He pulls away last second. Fortitude has not been activated, but there is a meta there. Meanwhile, the guard on the gold is going to buy time for the pull away. Villagers able to leave just in the nick of time there. The Sipahi, I mean, they didn't get much here. No, they got 1 kill. It's the garrisons, the village. It just makes it so hard to kill Shushi in China. Yeah, at this point in the game, Kilyadi has 15 garrison slots. Meanwhile, over here, Vortex has 31 garrison slots, while only having 34 villagers. So you see the ramifications, the risk for each player. The risk reward is just so off when you play against Shushi in China. The problem is, if you don't try and do something in the other game, they just pull through to the mid and late game where they're even stronger. Hello, one and all. By the way, I'm getting confirmation in. We have other series coming up. We'll have Louis MT and Myriad we can do after this one. Yeah, a lot of series being booked in. We're stacked for quarterfinals today, folks. Oh, man. This week has been incredible. I hope we get this level, this caliber of signups next week as well. Vortex. Signing up for the Mass Zug Zug badge. Actually, we're going to have to choose whether we do Lucifer on B Live or Louis MT Myriad Live. Choices. We'll do them all, of course. Kilyadi. Stepping up at the archers. Remember, he can just kite away from Zugs anyway. Vortex is kind of feels awkward, right? Like, whenever you play Mass Chugnu, do you tech? I always feel like the answer is no in your brain, right? Because if you tech, he could probably tech too. And if he techs, heavily armored units come out. And these suck against heavily armored units. Like, even archers feel a little bit better against heavily armored units. If you can get up to 40, 50 Juganu, then it's very different. Vortex, look at this. Actually crept around the back. And that's important because Kilyadi is gathering the gold there. If he times this right for an assault, there'll be some easy kills extracted. And, well, actually, Kilyadi might be the one obliging him. Base to the Sipahi. Horsemen now rotate in. No reaction yet out of the old man. Kilyadi, the gold gatherer, is in danger. Tries to pull them away, but the three get trapped. The fourth will be killed too. No wheelbarrow for the old man. In fact, a wheelbarrowless game all around. Which is crazy when you consider how well Vortex dodged that raid earlier. Now the main engage. It's key that the Sipahi don't tie too fast. But I'm worried here, folks. Kilyadi, without the Imam, there's no healing over time. This is just a loss that becomes a bigger and bigger loss. Commits in with the Sipahi, but there's still Spearman alive. And Vortex just wedges himself onto the archers so beautifully. Horsemen come round the back. And that should seal the Finn's fate. Yeah, no doubt about it. When a Chug player is able to walk past the front line like that, you know it's over. Vortex now just one game away from making it through to semi-finals. An expected sight considering he is our reigning champion. Kilyadi, despite that incredible game one, it all seems to be unraveling fast. Outlaw Academy is on the way. That should be the convincer. I mean, what does he really have? What could Kilyadi have done different here? I think maybe an outpost play on the forward would have been worth it. Just to secure the double stone, gets your military skills quicker, and placements also help against the early units. And it would have blocked the gold, right? I think the other thing is probably that Sipahi raid. He kind of baited himself in the timing. You know, on a standard map, you can make those type of rotations work, but when you're talking about a map like this, the enemy base isn't very far away. And you just see why Juga are quite advantageous. Because, like, in this matchup, normally they kind of fall flat against Sipahi. But I never really felt like Kilyadi had the mass lead that you'd normally have from Ottomans. Yeah. And, I mean, Imam not being there is kind of rough. In some ways, I could maybe forgive that because there could be an argument made that there wasn't that many fights, small fights. There was like 3 very big fights and maybe 1 or 2 small fights. Which leaves very limited opportunities for Imams to heal because if you show up to the fight with the Imams, the Chug just kill them in 1 hit. Vortex now an approach with veterancy. This should be guns. Is Vortex old man? No, Kilyadi's old man. Vortex is aging man. I'm going to let you in on a crazy secret and it's going to blow your mind. They're all old men. Every single one. Even Louis. Louis is just catfishing us. He's actually 43 years old. He just uses a lot of moisturizer. Voldemar's actually 60 years old. He's just so red in the face you can't tell. MSN, he done that, you know, that like that You know that blood transfusion thing that guy done? Where he took his son's blood to make him younger? Done that. They're all old. Every single one. Horseman now with the dive in. When you're getting idled out on your economy this much by 4 horsemen, you know it's bad. He knows he can't bully them either with the Tube just standing behind them. This is like, you know, you guys seen that clip of a baby hippo biting an alligator's tail? And it turns around like, what the hell? And then there's just like the big mama hippo standing behind. Like, you will tolerate this or I will kick the crap out of you. And then the alligator just turns back around like nothing's happening. That's the Kilyadi army thinking about attacking these horsemen with all the Tube behind them. You're like, okay, no, it's fine. Lancer dive in now. This is the Janissary get me out of jail free card, but instead it is just going to slam dunk him in a gulag. GG. Vortex, quick on the victories, as always. I'm 78 years old. It's just the glasses, man. It takes years off. All right, so another win for Vortex. Cool to see something other than the standard picks on that map, though. And now we hop into... What we got left is Boldland? No, we're going front range. English versus HRE. Okay. Je de l'anglais? Front range is still not in, by the way. I don't know if Cal's here. Oh, yeah, we already done that call. We start the day with that. I was like, Jesus, that took no time at all. I uttered every man's worst nightmare. The words. That was quick. You need to teach kids this game? I don't think we do. Because then they'll just beat you. Do you really want to be beaten by a kid? Alright. What have I got here? So... I think the draft has already begun for some of the other series. Dude, I'm so hungry all of a sudden. What the hell? I've only been live 3 hours. Why am I so hungry? Oh, in fairness, I ate very early this morning because I had to go out. Because I had to go for a physio appointment. When you wrote Dimu looked older, he banned you? Dude, like... I mean, just a random person who's walking in like, you look like shit. What do you think the response is going to be? What next? You guys show up in someone's stream like, you got fat cankles. Oh, I don't know why I got banned. Huh, what a weird surprise. It's all downhill from here. When you have to trust in this Civ to try and deliver you a win, you are desperate. Sorry, English mains. You just ain't it these days. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for Front Range, a popular map that has attached itself to the community. The most recent creation of the map creator Avali. And Kilyadi, here in game number 4, takes to the English, praying. And he will be clutching at pearls as Vortex tries to take them away from him. HRE. Yeah, talk about whipping out a powerful pick. However, Kilyadi gets the dominant opening. It is going to be a ball pull at minute 1. And not just that, he came for Vortex's ball. His is over here. So this is what is meant to make English good, by the way. English Lancaster are popular on this map because they dominate the ball play in a way that no other Civ can. And that's exactly why. Your villagers are the best fighters in Age of Empires 4. Because although they have lower damage than the Shiv villagers, the problem with Shiv villagers is they have to Shiv. And Shiving's difficult. Right? You just get kited away. And that's why Vortex is just going to accept it. But don't cheer Kill Yardy for long here, guys. HRE can easily push you off this. And I'm expecting him to choose the landmark to do it very quickly. Yeah, this is pretty rough. Like in this matchup, the big problem you have is that mine work on this map, my opinion, default. I think most matchups, you're going... What? Why not mine work? Is Vortex going to be going farms early? Guys, there's only like one reason I think you do Archon on this map, and that's if you were thinking Pro Scouts and farms. Because the thing about Archon, like, think about how bad this is. Did he get a lot of sheep? Oh, okay, he got good sheep. Kilgardi only got 6 out of a total of 18. But I think he's eaten 1 or 2 of them. But, like, the problem here, guys, is that this tree line, it's small. Smaller than Voldemar. He keeps saying he's tall, but I've met him in person. He's as small as he looks in the pictures. I mean, admittedly, I was 5 steps up from him when we talked, but like he's still small. But yeah, so the tree line's small. The gold is also not in range, even if it was, it's only 1600 gold vein. This is, in competitive play right now, probably the best map to justify mine work on. So it's very surprising that Vortex would go for Archon. I am wondering if it's going to be Pro Scouts, but he's already pulled off of the gold. Interesting. Need dagger throwing villagers for land cut? Why? Why would you ever recommend that? Guys, you know what we need? We need Pokemon trainer villagers. When you approach the new Delhi variant, Civ's base, the Pokemon music should just play, and then they just throw out a little elephant. Just comes over and headbutts you for 10 damage. Like, what the hell? Why mine work? So, glad you asked. There's a lot of reasons why mine work is good. Part of it is because Archon is bad, like we just highlighted. But the other thing with mine work here, this map is all about aggression. Aggression gets rewarded immensely on front range. And mine work gives you aggressive timings. You save 150 wood on the blacksmith. You save half price on the blacksmith techs. You get them twice as quickly. It allows you to hit these key timings of like 9, 10 archers much better. And by the way, like mine work for all pikes is good against English, yes, but actually just for archers, it's just as powerful. Because HRE archers can easily beat English archers. The difference in movement speed means that the extra range doesn't really matter. Yeah, you like on entry probably kill 1 to 2 archers before you get caught. This is wild, by the way. We have a Ford Abbey of Kings. Outpost coming up, but the horseman's already there. We'll start to micro away the villagers. More horsemen are being queued up by Vortex. Yeah, because remember, the thing that you hate most as English here are ponies. The ranged attacks are great against unarmored units, but against the horsemen, you barely register. Mine work Men-at-Arms Rush? Nah, you don't do Men-at-Arms Rush here against English. There's easier ways to win. Archer Horseman is just the way. But like, again, imagine he does this, but just does it with mine work, right? Because this is an ideal comp for mine work. I think sometimes when people don't open spears, they just forget mine work because it's like you haven't got layer 1 of value. But probably the other thing for Vortex is because he can't access boar, he felt like he needed the Archon buff to remain competitive. The reason it surprised me so much is just you have so little food in your base, it's hard to justify Archon for that reason. Right, he's putting the resources initially to good use here. And Kilyardi, there's no way he's trying to fast castle, right? Because that would be insane. No, he's adding the spears now. Yeah, he's just adding them all the way at home. I guess that hides what you're doing. It's an interesting concept, the Fort Abbey of Kings, because it's going to give him a way of healing between fights, but Vortex already has archers as a solution. He's just been hiding them the whole time. Yeah, remember, he intentionally built the archery ranges against the edge of the map so that Kilyardi wouldn't see them. So now he's just waiting to see that his unit has been countered so that he can reveal, ha, surprise, I already have the next step. Stables, though. I guess Kilyardi already suspicious. Yeah, Horseman is the most desirable thing to do here with Abbey of Kings, because then it gives you a unit that can run away and heal. All right, what were predictions like? 64% for Vortex. I'm not surprised. I think English has been a slightly mixed bag on this map. Yeah, especially when it's Abbey of Kings. The Council Hall ones also look dicey, though. The big issue is, like, what you're doing with English on this map is you're building your landmark in the center to feel optimal. But that has a double-edged dagger to it, right? Like, when you're in control of the game, great. But the moment you screw up once, the moment you lose a semblance of control, this landmark is dead to you because you can't use it anymore. To make matters worse, because of the ball split, he's eventually going to bail on the landmark anyway. Stealing that ball. Already onto the second one. Vortex gathering this deer in the corner. Has got survival techniques on the way. And this is what I meant about the Archon being weird, right? Like, we're now 8 minutes in, and the Archon's about to be moved. Because the deer's exhausted. He's got, what, 2 sheep left, and the tree line's... I mean, dude, the tree line is, like, basically looking as bald as some of our pro players' heads at this stage. Like, you can just hear the razor in the background. It's just all gone. Now, someone's going to be sitting here right now like, haha, Vortex builds like a gold level player. Yeah, well, this is... Joke's on you. Gold level players know what they're doing more than you do, clearly. You build like this because it makes sure that all of your buildings are aligned. No, that's not the reason. Because they're not here. The reason you build like this is to hide. He's trying to hide info as much as possible because Kilyadi can't really dive in. So at this point, Kilyadi's just kind of only getting to counterplay when he sees what he needs to react to. That's dangerous because of the way that Vortex is playing it. Vortex isn't building an archer and then running an archer out. What he's doing instead is building several archers and several spearmen, and then he's going to reveal them. It's so annoying when people play like this. Because you know you should be scouting. In fact, Kilyadi, it's kind of his own fault. He lost his scout, he built a stables, but he never bothered to replace it. But the other thing is, I think he's worried that if he heads in and there is a counterplay, he's just going to get swarmed. Which is understandable, because HRE economy is... That wasn't a joke about the horseman. That was just... Now the dive in. Uh-oh. The ball wasn't finished. He's going to look to sandwich. If that is what passes as pieces of bread, I want a refund at the deli. Yeah, that's a weak sandwich, man. That's like when someone takes 2 thin crusts and then slams a whole ham in the middle. I think this sandwich might be a bit too meaty. King goes down. Spearman contests the horseman. The attack speed buffer is not going to matter here. The numbers matter more. Kilyadi, I mean, there's just nothing left of him. Boy's been picked to the bone, so Vortex now in prime position to take a huge lead. Remember, it's 5 workers stuck in that tower. 10 centimeter subways? Try a 10 millimeter. Crumbs on this bread. At this point, the only sandwich involved in this equation is the sandwich golf club that's been smacked at Kilyadi's face, as Vortex will erase any existence of that Game 1 defeat with a 3-1 victory. Oof. That was quick. Okay, so moving swiftly on. We've got options. Some of these are going to have to be played from replays because I think they're all happening basically at the same time. So we have got... I think Myriad versus Louis already started. Lucifer versus B just started. And then there is... What's the other one I'm forgetting? I think the other one hasn't been scheduled yet. I'll have to double check that though. Which one do you guys want? Game 2 and 3 instant loss because Sheep, and Game 4 I can't find board because it's behind Tiny Forest. Yeah, I was like, this is pretty ballsy. He's ran all the way across the map. I was like, uh-oh. You guys want Lucy B? Really? Don't want Mira and Louis? I think they're in Game 1. Whereas I'm pretty sure... Actually, maybe Lucifer from B is Game 1 too. What was Game 2 again? Yeah, Game 2 was like... Yeah, Game 2 was rough with the spawn. But Kilyadi, like, you guys know you can use EGC Dry Arabia. In fact, I think we started recommending it. In fact, I think it all actually says on the tournament page to use EGC Dry Arabia. Remake. No, I'm kidding. So, yeah, just a heads up for future there. All right, let's do Lucifer versus B. I'm so hungry. Does it have sheep and base? No, but Kavar, you can explain it. Like, basically, the sheep spawns are more consistent across the board. I don't know if he done anything around the Sacred Site issue. Because that Sacred Site spawn was wild. I saw that Sacred Site spawn, I was like, Jesus. What do you do with this? Lose? I mean, that's pretty much the only option on the table. Where is the draft? Oh, there it is. Nice Templar, Pog. Okay, so I'll tie game 1. Last time these two met, in the previous week in the quarterfinals, it was a 3-1 victory for B. Had to be avenged by his bro. I think Lucifer looks a lot scarier this week. Yeah, Kilyadi, you just need to use EGC Dry Arabia. Alright, boyos are in. Let's get predictions up. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's rematch time in the $20,000 esports circuit. And last time, the Spaniard fell hard. A 3-1 defeat for Lucifer. Can he improve and can he get his vengeance? With how he's been looking so far this week, I think B should be a little bit worried. Let's get into it. Game number 1 is going to be Altai and B. What am I looking at here? Knights Templar on Altai? Okay, I did not expect this. And Lucifer, it's like we've got a DLC showcase here. He goes for House of Lancaster. Now, House of Lancaster, we've seen quite a lot of. Lancaster's pretty popular on this map because it's just a better English, really. Yeah, it just feels a lot easier to anchor yourself in, mass manners, and then go into late game. But I am really curious to see what B's planning with Knights Templar. Because there's an opinion that if you take away water, this Civ's a little bit sucky. So he must be cooking up something special for us. And let's actually set up predictions here. It's game 1. B versus Lucifer. Reminder, this is a best of 5. Winner of which will have the honor and privilege of facing off against Vortex, who just 3-1'd Kilyadi. Yeah, and last week, I mean, this is a bracket repeat, potentially, if it ends up being B going through. Last week, B was able to 3-1 Lucifer, only to then get stomped out by Vortex and Vengeance. How's he doing on the sheep opening? Lucifer at 10? 12. B, that's great. Remember, Lancaster get 4 more sheep, so they should be ahead. How can I make my rank show on screen while streaming it on Overwolf? I can't remember. I don't use that thing. Like, it was created ages ago, and I never keep track of it. Check AoE4 World. It should have the details on there. But Abbey of Kings coming in, and it's going to be mirrored by the Hospitaller move. I'm looking forward to this. Hospitaller is just so cool, guys. It's wheelbarrow for free. Also makes your villagers very hard to kill. Even makes your pilgrims hard to kill. I've lost the most games because of sheeps in tournaments. I don't know, Kilyadi. I might have to refute that fact. Based on my memory and experiences of watching games where people just get GG'd out, I feel like WAM might have the most losses by default due to sheep. And a lot of them in high-stake games as well. From what I can recall, anyway. I don't know what it is. When WAM picks French or JD, I get PTSD for him. This is interesting. Clubs the neutral sheep. I love that. Yeah, that was sick. Did you see what B done there? He realized that he was going to get beaten to the corner, so he just killed the sheep. And we're getting Knights Templar trade. Yo! Okay, that's kind of sick. Guys, which Civ is Knights Templar based off of? Wait, what? Wait, what? Actually, why are we getting... No, he can't build traders. Wait, what? I was like, oh, French and wood and... But... What? Wait, what? I am so confused right now. Did B forget? There's no way he forgot, right? He's walling. So, like, so guys, for those that don't know, Knights Templar don't have trade until age 4. And even then, it requires Venetians. You don't trade with this civ. Your trade is building pilgrims. So what is he up to? Because, like, I mean... is he trying to use L'Autre d'Echange? This is where you can basically get loans of food in return for gold, right? Like, I don't know about that. I mean, it makes no sense why you go to this corner. I'm so confused right now. And by the way, the comments about having sheep in base, that's already something Kayu's working on. In fact, we've got a new map getting added to the roster next week that I highly recommend some players experiment with, even though it's not in none of the tournaments right now, because it doesn't have sheep dispersed across the map. They're near your base. Dude, I'm so confused right now. Like, what are we doing? He gets the wall up. It bought time, so the Lord's going to arrive late. He's gone for archers. Stables as well. Okay. Now more walls. Okay. What? I mean, I have full vision of the game, and I don't know what B's doing, so I don't even know where Lucifer begins with this. Well, one thing's for sure, guys. If B can make it to Imperial Age, he's optimally set up. What? I mean, even the walls here feel weird, right? Because this also doesn't secure Pilgrim. Yeah, if you wall here, then you've got a pilgrimage route, at least. Help. B's doing that thing to my brain. I don't know if, like, I'm getting more wrinkles or smoother. It's hard to tell. I feel like B just instinctively played this like it was French and forgot it's not French. Which would make sense considering B, up against Core, did play French Chamber of Commerce. Was he did he think that Lucifer would think that there's trade and then panic react? See. Now the Archer Horseman. Lucifer is pretty frustrating with this. I mean, these guys are so obnoxiously tanky. 255 HP to get through. B might be worth prepping blacksmiths. And there you go, he knows. Steel Dagger is crucial here to try and melt through these guys quick enough. The Horsemen are going to be fantastic for dealing with the Yeoman. But you can see that Lucifer is intentionally building them at home and holding them back. Double archery range, in fact. Can he actually at least get this kill? Because this is pretty heartbreaking if you do all that effort and get nothing. You're just gradually taking damage to do none in return. That's a recipe for L's. Horseman now giving chase. Nice body block attempt there by Lucifer, but B will not be deterred. He wants his kill. It's forced the Yeoman to pull forward. But the King is going to be going down. Final strike comes through. Nicely played, B. Able to get that minus 160. Steel Dagger now being prepped, but mirrored by Lucifer. He's going to be double stables now. Yeah, Mass Horseman is B's best friend. However, Lucifer, did he clock it? No. I thought he might add in racks, but he's just content with the archery ranges on triple mana. In fairness, the double tree line forward is probably quite tempting here. Yeah, if you shut this down, B can't build archers, so then you can think about spears. There's just the organic unraveling. But my brain has been unraveled by this game. Like, what the hell? I guess this is a nice thing about Knights Templar. You can just sneak into the corner. You don't even need room for a lumber camp. Yeah, actually, this is kind of sick. He can just dig his way in and hollow this out without needing a single lumber camp. Whereas most civs can't do that because they need room to drop the camp. Just front now rotating around the back. Undermesh has been queued up by B as well. 30 seconds out. This is a weird game, man. I just... Anyway. B could always add some healer boys. You don't add healer boys against Yeoman. That's a quick way to die. Remember that the Hospitalier, they don't have much ranged armor. So yeah, they're good against melee, bad against ranged. Very expensive to invest in early. And no, I know you meant the Men-at-Arms. The Men-at-Arms don't have much ranged armor for Knights Templar. That's the downside. But this dive is good. The Horseman on the chase. Lucifer just trying to retreat away, but it's difficult with archers now reaching in. It's a good fight here. B gets the pushback. And the Lords are just being ignored. This is the thing. Every time. You kind of treat it like longbow Men-at-Arms when you play H3 against that. You just run past them. Make it so the Men-at-Arms don't exist. Horsemen have always been cleared up. So B will probably have to think about retreating soon. A good job on the undermesh timing, just taking full advantage of it while he could. Now you are mismatched here, right? Lucifer can actually kite and kill you. He's got an extra 1 tower range and extra movement speed. So line formation just gets you a win here. B, yeah, just get out before they just get right up behind you. Great snipe there, though. Gets rid of one of the Lords. It will be a retreat, but guys, I mean, with the manners, the state of the army, and now a Hobbler switch, I'm not liking B's odds here. Yeah, it just... I don't know. This game has felt wrong since about minute 4. I don't know what else to say about it. If B wins this, it's raw micro skill, and that's it. Right? Because he doesn't have any upside now. Not with Hobbler coming through for Lucifer. Yeah, Hobbler, the reminder, are going to have as much health as the Horsemen on the other side. But there's going to be a lot more of them for the same price. B, no state to be able to tech up either. He's just kind of stuck to the age. And what is Lucifer thinking? Does he just fake mass Hobbler and then go castle? I think if you try to go castle, you do give an advantage to B to do something. But if you just keep constricting him and pushing him, like, how does B catch up now, right? Like, his big advantage is building archers. That's the thing you do best as Knights Templar. The Hobbler is going to contest that perfectly. And what's up, Benji? I see you, the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Smart lad. Remember, guys, be like Benji. Get those subs in. Supports the channel. We appreciate it. See if we can crack 500 subs this month. B. Pilgrims do go the right way. Yeah, because he didn't add in a gate. Smartly played there. He cancelled it earlier. So he's actually forced the Pilgrims around the other way. Otherwise, it would have been a coin flip. They probably would have went to the north. So that's gold gen, but I mean, the problem is with B's build, he doesn't really do anything with that gold. I mean, I guess that's where the trade post could come in. Right? Sell it through. B. Pitiful Horseman. Gonna ride up. Difficult to get away from this now. It's going to be a staggered retreat, but the Yeoman plus the Hobbler already reaching, and that forces the commitment. But this does not look good. No, I mean, sure, you can see the Hobblers are to a certain degree squishy against the Horsemen, slightly squishier, but against the Archers, they feel like gods tanking against mere mortals. Remember, Hobbler, they have less health, but they get more ranged armor. But when you give them an extra 22 HP, that puts them 3 HP behind a Horseman while having 1 extra ranged armor. That is insane. That means this 6 damage unit is relegated to just 2 damage. Just a of nature in these situations. And there's a 4 villager difference because of the tech up. Remember, when Knights Templar tech, they use the TC. So you miss out on 3 villagers for age 2. And then because you went for Pilgrim tech, you missed out on a villager as well. Jazz hands. I don't know, man. This is looking like a fizzle of a game 1. I'm still holding out hope we could see an insane comeback. Because it would be pretty impressive. Because, like, I think we can all agree there was just nothing advantageous about this opening for B. At all, really. Age up plus... Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying to age up with Knights Templar. I was like, where's he getting the gold for that and the food for that? Oof. Has moved out to the ball. Is this just going to be every tournament now with the Spanish bros? Like, the House of Lancaster's taking over, man. This Civ's leveling up on the tier lists, I think. B. It's just like he's sitting here waiting for Lucifer to make a mistake, really. But Lucifer knows better. He's going to steer away from the base. See if he can force a reaction. Oh, that was cheeky. He breaks the walls. The new pilgrims are going to come the wrong way. Oh, I love that. He just won't give him the little advantage. Yeah, watch it. In 5 seconds, this guy is going to decide that north sounds like a good idea. And he's going to get seen straight away because of the campfire. There you go. Whoops. Oh, no. Whoops. Oh, well, at least get sniped, so actually I'll have to send something else up there. Now dive into the base. Okay, Lucifer says it is time. And why not? Almost a 20 military lead. Let's not forget all that extra effective HP. Leaves the Lords to guard the choke point. And there's just no getting around. Yeoman unhindered. Go for the snipe out. Yeah, this is bad. B, right now he's A-clicking into Hobbler. This is your worst target possible. The Yeomen are just going to win on their own now. All that Hobblars needed to do was absorb, and they're doing that exactly. Game number 1 is going to be a Lucifer win. If we're being totally real, this didn't even look like a game. Nah. I think B forgot that you can't trade with... Like, why else this? It's the only thing that makes sense. Ay. What's the best way to support KP and MWM? Subs on Twitch, YouTube? I mean, either one works there. I think Twitch probably, just because it like allows us to get more emote slots as well. But there's also things like there's donation methods, there's Patreon, there's coffee, there's loads of ways set up. And then obviously tuning in, sharing around, letting other people know is a big thing as well. All right. So, game 1 is going to be a win for Lucifer. Pretty bloody convincing one. That was not close. One sec. I need to message my boy. I'm hooking him up with some sure stuff. All right, there we go. So, game number 2. Let's pay out on that one. That's going to be a win for Lucifer. Game 2 is going to be China versus Jeanne d'Arc. How did China get through? And we're going to Borderland. China getting through the draft is pretty wild. I will never understand how this Civ ever gets through the banning phase. China. It is the king, the emperor of the world of Age of Empires 4. And exactly what B could need to get back on course after wielding one of the most underwhelming Knights Templar games we've ever seen. Lucifer in the lead in this best of 5. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Here in KPMM Season 2, week number 5. Game 2, Lucifer is going to take Jeanne d'Arc to Borderland to try and prove that China can be slain. Going to be a difficult one, though. Very good map for Pro Scouts, and China always happy to indulge in that department. Around a Borderland, it has got 34 deer in total on it, more than your standard maps have. Lucifer, I wonder if there's a world in which he doesn't do Pro Scouts. Unlikely, though, considering we already have the mill, and the mill placement hasn't even been placed on the berries. That's a pretty clear giveaway of what he wants to do. He's actually optimized getting XP for Jean over having the option to go in berries later, which is a little bit peculiar. And I still can't get over that game 1. The fact that we just saw Knights Templar seemingly trying to trade and then going, oh, wait, we can't do this. I can't. That was crazy. Now B. 13 sheep. Good start for him. Lucifer, he's got, what? Wait, sorry. He's got 11. Seriously, how has this still not been fixed? He has 4 Jeans. 4 whole Jeanne d'Arcs. GG, it's over. Such a weird UI bug. So what's the win cons in this matchup? I think Jean's quite happy for a very long feudal age scaling, whereas China, usually in a French or JD matchup, the number 1 goal is to try and get out of age 2 into age 3. Because that's when it really comes online with the superior amount of food you're getting and digesting off of supervision, and also the Lancer spam is pretty potent. Also, if you just get an age ahead, Jeanne d'Arc can't really exist, right? She sucks against age 3 units. I can't say that. Okay. I mean, that's easy to not say. So Imperial Academy, pretty much the norm. I don't know, man. This landmark has somehow continued to exist without any nerfs to it for a very long time. And it kind of shocks me. And the reason is this. So, you could buff Barbican, but I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think you have to nerf Imperial Academy by giving it something that Barbican has. And that then makes players indulge in it. So a big thing that I recommended is that, like, Imperial Examinations, for a start, should just be in the Barbican. Right? At least take a little something away from them. It probably won't be enough to deter them always going Imperial Academy, but at least it dents the timing slightly and puts something in the other building. B, how are we looking? 15 sheep on the other side. Lucifer definitely worse off. Look at the macro, though. It's looking like Knight beginning and then probably Pro Scouts afterwards. Would love to see him just Knight send it, but it feels very rare at the moment on a map like this. There's just way too much deer for you to not grab it. Oh, we can go 2x speed as well. I just realized we're slightly behind live. B. It's going to be a Rax beginning. As expected, you can't just rush into Pro Scouts. You have to be worried about the opening Knights. Yeah, because one Knight can just bully you around. You always have to give the appropriate reaction, even if you have the villagers to keep your workers safe. Archery range now to follow up. Yeah, already predicting it. Really good timing. And Lucifer able to achieve these timings because he's not going for Pro Scouts. That's the important part. Would you say you have a favorite Civ to cast? Ooh. There's something about Byzantines. I really like the pace of Byzantines getting into important stakes in the game. Because of their buffed up economy and 1 TC, they get to a point where they do things quicker. And they also have a variety of openings currently. So yeah, probably Biz in the current format. But Irobids has been catching up. Irobids has had some very intriguing openings recently. Well, it's not just the Mercs giving them variety, it's the pacing of their economy. I almost wish most civs had that type of pacing by default. It's weird because the way that they get their good economy means that, like, if they were any other civ, they would just rush castle all the time. And although they semi-rush castle, there's some deviations and also the timings are different. It's not like HRE rushing castle. Lady Jean. And now we are going to get pro scouts. Yeah, but the whole goal here was to prioritize getting units out first to slow down B. B, who now still has not got pro scouts. Yeah, instead, the wood that was meant to go there had to go into additional spearmen and horsemen. Love the racks. Okay, this is getting really cool. I think Jean has been seeing an uptick in win rates whenever we see Raxes played. Spearman is just underrated because of the variance play. You know, if you play the Civ the expected way all the time, you're giving your opponent the heads up to counterplay you ahead of time. But if you do something unorthodox, what do they do about that? You know, we had this the other day. We had a Holy Island game where Shu Shi spear rushed their opponent, and they didn't see it coming because you just don't do it. With Jean, you expect knights and maybe archers. Sometimes you only get knights. Which makes for a great deviation play. Looks like the deer are now going to start coming home. Jean just being chased away. She has no cleaves, so no reason to really turn around right now. Especially with the two spears there, the knight couldn't assist you. The archers are now on the way. He wants to be careful not to overextend. Oh, I love... That was sick. So, he moved the knight back to switch aggro over so that he could run Jean further away and pull the knight towards the archers. B was quick to react, though, so didn't get as much out of it as he otherwise should have. But still got the double kill. B, what are we working with here? 7 scouts. Meanwhile, other side. Only 3? Yeah, which is the norm. We've seen a lot of JD and French play. They tend to focus on just getting more cav out. The problem you have here is the building that gets your scouts out is also the building that gets your best unit out. So you're compromising on knight spam to build scouts in the first place. And that's pretty painful, especially when you consider quite often if you are able to keep good pacing with knight spam, they stop being just a raider and become your core frontline all-in everything. Right, the thing with Night Spam is the way it efficiently scales, it can scale to do everything in the game. B, this is quite the melee blob, actually. Which is so weird to see against Jean. Remember, guys, Jean loves melee blobs because it means cleave gets more value. Have to be careful not to get surrounded, sure. Can be quite advantageous. Lucy, whoa! Bit of a loosey-goosey there. John now taking all aggro. Needs to be careful not to get surrounded. Pulls away at the last second. Threads the needle to min-max the tanking. B now diving onto those archers. Lucifer has got more cleave charges to work with. Just one, though. More knights now arriving to slow down the horsemen. John... looking to get another little bit of scrap going. Wait, but gets trapped! B! Gets the surround and will pound it down. She's gone. Not that much XP gained either. And I say that. If you buy back 286 at 1025 is bad. And he will end up buying back. But this melee ball from B is going pretty hard. 15 spears now. Archers is meant to be the counter, but not when you're this outnumbered. See that hero units have no place in AoE. You know, once upon a time, the community also said that Qs had no place in AoE. Now look at us. Jean, another cleave. Good stab at it. Nice body block. Helped by the stone outcropping. So she will be able to get away. Remember, buyback's already been used and it was pricey. This is just mass melee blob into Jean. B is wild and he's going to get the surround again. Cleave gets a bunch of kills, however. But this is ridiculous. I can't believe this is working. Mass melee into Jean is crazy. You're giving her everything she wants, but like a chubby kid asking for cake. If you feed it too much, they might explode. Okay, physically not possible. They'll definitely start vomiting it up. Horseman now hitting onto the gold workers. Shiv's out moment from Lucifer. Optimizes it not to lose a single soul. B now finally says, you know what's missing here? A third unit. Really? Are you sure, B? He's like, So you have a spear on horseback and you have a spear on footback. But what if we would take these big spears and turn them into tiny spears and then shoot them from another piece of wood? That does sound pretty strong. And thus B's archers were born. It's like Lucifer was trying to get castle, by the way. So much food and just lacking in the gold. And there we go. It's going to be a shift over. So 19 villagers onto the gold. More scouts being built, but no doubt about it. B's winning the pro scout game. Doesn't even feel close. Is JD one that can surprise if done right, but needs everything to work perfectly? Sort of. JD has some variants that isn't still like understood because she's underexplored at the moment and the meta has changed. I wouldn't put JD as a top tier pick, but she's a polarizing pick. You know, imagine you're playing poker and someone has got 2-4 as a hand and they decide to quad bet you on the opening. It's like, what? Why? You have nothing. Why are you quad betting? But like in your brain, you're like, oh my god, aces. So there's that kind of element of, oh god, John, she's going to do this. This is the only thing she does. And then we've seen some variants at times, such as the Spearman edition. In this game, it was no match for B's mass spear. Clock Tower now on the way. Lucifer trying to get in a position to do some damage here. But with the Barbican already up, that's the crazy thing. Barbican and Clock Tower being built, and B still has more entities in the field. Army value, they're neck and neck. Horseman, though, into the base! He forces him all the way home with this move. Not just that, idle time. Lucifer. I don't know if he was planning to do a garrison switch there, but if that was the idea, brain switched off, man. I don't know. I think he was just trying to get through and then return to work, hoping that the spearman arriving would scare the horseman away. But great read by B. 3 worker kills. An extensive eco lead. Now a tech lead as well. This looks borders over. Yeah, the fact that B is 3k down in destroyed value starts to make me think that, like, is there a bug or is this just China? Like, that's what I can't figure out in my brain. Thinking back on the fights. Was there really that much idle time? No. Supervision that good? Kind of. To this degree, absurd. Veterancy for archers. Everything is about to start melting, Jean included. That's going to step up. The spears are there. He didn't prioritize the veterancy for them. No, it is all about the archers. Few horsemen just waiting behind. Baits the knights to commit. They're just dying too fast. Like, this is ridiculous. He already got the +2 damage. He does 9 damage into 3 armor. Lucifer never got undermesh. Oh my god. I mean, why would he? There is no reason. The archers weren't there the whole feudal. And that's what makes this play by B so vilely sick. What a read and what a timing. Level 3 Jean comes through. But this looks cooked, baked, burnt to a crisp. Jean d'Arc looking at Jean Dunk, but the Lancers are already there. The knight count is about to disappear. Almost getting one hit kill by these archers. Champions charge in. They won't fare much better. The ranged armor only just complete. Be a matter of moments away from taking heavy cavalry lead here. Jean, she can't participate in the fight. She's too low. Divine Restoration is still on cooldown for 30 seconds. The target fire is going to guarantee she doesn't come back into this quick enough. Nice. They can't even retreat. They're in too deep. B ran past him. It's like a Chuge Nu factor. There's going to be a quick way of zugging him out of the game. A sick build by B. The bait into the delayed archers to beat mass knights. You don't see that every day. Oh, is the game over now? Coming through, coming through, coming through, coming through, coming through. There you go. What is this, Civ? China, baby. When did China become broken? It's been broken for over a year. Even before that, it was just eclipsed by Ottomans in the old meta. They're goddamn brutes. Don't you forget it. Hey! Sup, Alitozen. I keep wanting to say Ali for some reason. Thank you very much for the free gifted subs. You honored your word, and I respect that. So, up next. Where are we going? Dry Arabia. Need a longer game with more upgrades? I'm sorry, what? It was a Chinese game, which means there was lots of upgrades. Don't give me this BS. You know I'm right on that. China get all them upgrades. All right, Dry Arabia. Next up, we have got Rus versus Mali. This series is heating up. 1-1 apiece. China looks broken. Is Rus still busted? Let's find out. We hop into game 3 onto Dry Arabia, where Lucifer has picked the Rus. But B, this guy is a boogeyman on this Civ. There's just something about, actually him and Anatan, I think, or Malians. They have these very weird off-meta builds that you just don't see coming a mile off. So curious to see what he's got in store for us hopping into a matchup against Rus. Because Rus, they have been getting a bit of evolution, actually. I think players have been learning, especially because the last tournament, the Rus win rate wasn't great. Since that, people have started to adapt and change a little how they approach these matchups. So, for example, we're seeing a lot more Rus playing into the Feudal Age. We're seeing a lot more deviation away from Horse Archers at the moment. Especially in this matchup, like Horse Archers feels pretty rough if you force your opponent into Javelin scaling. I think we're 30 seconds out from live, so let me hit the fast forward. How are we doing on sheep as well? Ooh. Okay, that's good. Lucifer cuts him off early. B tries to circle around him, but there's already going to be a cutoff to the north side. 9 sheep to 9. I'm actually impressed that B's mirroring sheep count currently, 2+ minutes in. Even going to find some more up here. Okay, this is huge. What? Wait a second. Did they use... They didn't use EGC Dry Arabia. I wondered if the spawn was a bit scuffed, because right now I'm seeing B with more sheep. 12 sheep to 9? Hot damn. And what is up, Jay Reed? I see you, the Prime sub. Thank you very much, and welcome to Swarm. That's crazy. Talk about a jackpot. Against Triple Scout, I think this is more than enough to ask for. So 12 sheep to 13. Lucifer with a slight edge, but like, I mean, come on, you went 3 scouts. You should get something for that. There's only, what, 2 sheep left on the map down here, which B might check, but Lucifer, yeah, he has to come here too. No, B will probably go pro scouts into Farimba. Farimba Jabs is a pretty dead build though. Not many people do that anymore. It got crippled pretty hard. When they took away the movement speed, it actually hurt a lot more than I think people realized. So yeah, not that spooky of a build necessarily. How did you guys predict? Oh, wait, we forgot to pay out. We forgot to set up predictions, didn't we? Oops. Usually you guys like predictions. Been very quiet today. I'm shocked. All right, predictions going up. Looking at B spawn. The gold is a little bit exposed, but on the back. And he's got backup options to the south. This isn't a bad spawn for B. Also, deer around the backside. You could, in theory, wall this in to just grief roost and take it yourself. What else did we get? Deer over here. Also, a bit of grief for Lucifer. If this goes late game, he misses out on some wood here because of the Trapo spawn. Ah, nicely done. B, he clubbed the sheep. So he took away some of the food from Lucy. Yes, that actually means the B has the lead. And no one coming down here yet. Lucifer's going to fix that, though. And that. I love watching B at the moment. B is on a giant mission to middle finger pro scouts. I've seen this. If you guys remember, we cast, I think it was B versus Numadon, and it was a Shu Shi versus French game, if I'm not mistaken. And as Shu Shi, he walked out onto the deer and built outposts like this. That's a pretty cool idea. You know, in theory, good value as well. If you can defend a deer site with just one outpost, just think of the maths of that. You spend 50 on the mill, you spend 100 on the outpost, that's 150. Pro scouts cost 450. Then you have to add in the stables, then you have to add in scouts. Is it worth risking this if you can buy cows? Yes. Because deer has a comparative rate if you get survival techniques, and you also compromise the roost strat. You take away what they need. That's the value. It's not just that you're doing this because it's actually a decent food gathering rate. You're screwing over your opponent. And remember, although cow gathering rates is incredible, to get that incredible rate, you have to spend gold every single time. This is just a net positive grab. Yeah, now if Lucifer wants to get the deer, you have to start thinking about some sort of attack. There it is. It's going to be adding in the stables. He did a good job of laming these deer here, kind of on the edge, so he might be able to sneak these, but I love that read. B, without hesitation, goes arrow slits. So arrow slits is going to make this very difficult now to try and dive and pick up deer. A nice blocker on the back as well. B, already prepping Sofa. It's going to be a heavy cav off. Now that, I am a little bit surprised by. I wasn't expecting heavy cavalry from both players in Feudal Age here. One, yes, but both? The nice thing about playing Sofa into Roost Knights, you have more units across the map. Because Sofa only costs 75% of a knight. Downside, of course, is like a direct engagement, which is why you're seeing B adding in Donzos. Alright, predictions. What did you guys go for? 56% to B, so pretty tight here. Slight edge for him. And it looks like he's going to take the safe deer. Yeah, I think Lucifer now knows that with what he's up against, his opponent's already got deer. What he needs to do now is just get his boosted gathering rate as quickly as is humanly possible. Another nice thing is Sofa, not just to contest knights, but it can also contest the pro scout play. He knows where he is as well. Scout moving across. He did go warrior scout. Yeah, so these guys tend to be quite the bullies. I wonder if it would have been worth just getting a few more warrior scouts over the Sofa to begin with, though. First knight starts to approach. Good luck getting in there, though, son. He's testing him. He's like, wait a second. Wait a second. B. B isn't looking. Yep, he was busy intercepting the scouts, but oh, nice timing there. The final strike. Mid-swing. On the other side of the map. One of the deers gets denied. Sofa gets the second kill, but it does cost him his life. Not exactly worth. The scouts, remember, they're only 65 food. Sofa 180 resources. Archer's now in position alongside the Donzo. There is one knight, but he knows there's going to be more spears, so it's not worth contesting. But this is not a problem, right? He already took the first deer stack. The other options aren't great. And by aren't great, I mean you have one because the other ones are being eaten right now. B with the double deer. Wow, Lucifer, he says, screw it. I mean, there's nothing left for me. I need to get out of this age. So 4 sheep. And then we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 deer, I think, in total. The good news is you're doing it earlier, so you should get more out of the high trade house in terms of gold. And what, pray tell, will B do in response? Oh, it's time to ranch it up, apparently. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected Farimba here. Because your opponent's open knights, there's no real reason for you to go Farimba, right? I mean, you can technically do Mansa Musafadi. But my issue with that is on Dry Arabia, you don't have that much food if you play that way, right? Like, you know, the big advantage is like the reliance on the ball for one side, which you can't touch. And yeah, the Mansa's, it was still in stone. You just toggled it over. So 150 stone. I mean, you could use this to just anchor down the berries, which isn't the worst use in the world. Might have been that he thought he was going to need an outpost on the second deer. And then was like, oh, crap, I'm safe. Lucy is already in way better form from last week. I think he means business for the next EGC tournament. Oh, yes. I think Lucy's back in full swing. Especially after his 3-1 victory over his bro Vortex, who, by the way, is waiting in the semifinals. We haven't updated the bracket yet, but Vortex just beat Kilyadi 3-1. A reminder, these two did clash last week. When they did, it was a 3-1 victory for B. Just a little bit of poke coming in from those Donzos from behind. Remember, these are castle knights, so difficult for B to contest. I mean, this can't be Fulani now. Is he going to Fulani with just 3 cow? We actually might get Farimba after all. High trade house is 121 gold. So pretty good. The 32 trees going a long way. And it is good. Oh my god, that is such a... Well, this is not an all-you-can-eat buffet. We definitely ordered the children's meal here. 3 cow Fulani? Why do we hate winning so much? That is rough to look at. This run now just trying to snatch the relics, but oh god, just look at oh. This is like this Grand Fulani is like if you had a life partner you absolutely love and adore, but you've been a chronic alcoholic for 20 years and you also didn't realize you were short-sighted. You fix the alcoholism and you fix your sight. You're like, I love her on the inside, but this looks ugly. Oof. 6 cows. You should at least be able to bloat it up quickly. Sofa raids on the other side are going to be annoying. Lucifer does not have wheelbarrow. A lot of horse archers already, though. Yeah, the way this is played, there's been no javelin spam at all, so horse archers do feel pretty damn good. B needs to sneak out. Not going to be quick enough to do so without injury, though. That should be -1. Actually, maybe -2. That's very weird. They no-clipped inside of each other, so they split the damage. It was meant to get a kill. Still, the oh! The sofas! Oh my god! Lucifer, he sent them back to work. Dive into the base now. Vengeance to be had. This is a game of raiding, folks. Decide who the bigger legend's going to be. We have now got new Sofa springing out to try and address the Roost Raiders. The next wave is prepping. It's pretty big for Lucifer. Push gets garrisoned early, just to give that fire. Assist. Sofa, remember, are quicker than Horse Archer and Knight, so they can tickle away at you on the chase. Looks like he's maybe anchoring himself a bit here. We've got some walls coming up. He doesn't want a repeat of what just happened on that gold. He's like, I knew it felt weird to go out on gold as Roos. You'd only been 250 gold in when that happened. And Lucifer does have advantage for raiding, right? But the problem is B's very compact with his economy. Has very little exposed eco, and that he does is safe. But Lucifer, man, that's crazy. 4 relics already. This is brutal. Free warrior monk build. He was able to get those type of trades back and forth while spamming out monks that quick. Ported armor's down the way. I mean, B does have his own passive gold, so competes, sure, but right over that gold. Be able to get that chase away, but standing still might not make you feel favored here. I mean, the Fulani is just abysmal. Right? It hasn't moved. It hasn't budged beyond the 6. Because he's constantly being pressured to just reinvest the gold into Tex, into Sofa. And Lucifer now just prepping himself for that late phase. We're seeing him wall long and then go for the ball. Could this be the break? No, Lucifer hesitates. I think for a second he glanced, he's like, oh, I can burn that. And then remembered that that's a fortified outpost. They just look kind of weird with Marlians. Yeah, Marlian fortified outposts are kind of less obvious than other civs. Just add more bricks on the side. Dive in now. Triple Sacred Site locked behind this. I don't think B's ready for this fight. If he doesn't take it, it's going to be minus villages, and he knows it. He already lost some from it. Wasn't able to get back in. Those further off deer. It's funny how this came around to actually grief in the end, but now the clash comes through. The Warrior Monk buff straight away. Archers do not have Poison Arrow. They do not have Undermesh. They do not have damage. No, this should be a Brute Forcer. An A-click commitment. The B cannot win. Boy's going to get broken chasing down now. I mean, the Archers, they can't run away from this. A dominant win for Lucifer on there. And it's only going to get worse for B. He only has 8 cow. It's not enough to bloat Cav. And props to Lucifer, man. These warrior monks, every little chip there, making a mile of difference to now put him 1 game away from booking a semi-final matchup against his bro. Speedy boys. So another one on the board for Lucifer. Means we're 1 game away, potentially, from end of series and me being able to eat. We also, by the way, reminder, after this, we have also got Louis MT versus Myriad that we'll cast. And I think we should be having the New Medan series. In fact, need to remember to update the bracket. Let's see if we've got a second while we get into the next game. Would be nice, because I really need to update that bracket. Cliffside next. And it is going to be French versus Sushi. Seeing a decent number of Sushi picks here. All right, I got 3 minutes. That's enough time. I can update bracket. Woohoo! The games aren't up. I mean, they kind of aren't uploadable. They're really, really quick. They're not back and forth for anything, you know? We have to, like, start trimming to the creme de la creme. Because, like, if you upload subpar trash, then it drives viewership down the channel. Because if it's seen as a video that people like, oh, this wasn't entertaining, I don't watch this, then that actually impacts the next video. YouTube is snowbally. If you hit right and you keep hitting right, like it treats you really nicely. So yeah, it is a thing that matters. You know what the problem is? Not enough epic things are happening. We need $1 million donated on stream. Then it's like an uploadable YouTube game. So then, even if the game sucks, we still upload. Where's my millionaires at? Come on. Where they at? Where they at? GME goes to the moon on donate $1 million. You better. Hold him to it, chat. If you guys ever see the GME stock, just rock it. We've got evidence. He owes us. If he doesn't deliver, we break the legs. All right. Let's get predictions paid out. Oh, wait. Nice. They're already done. Thank you. I'll still break your legs, though. No, por favor, el español. Le anglais. Sí. Jeez. The GME shade. Yeah, just invest in my stream instead. I mean, you don't get anything in return except good vibes, baby. Oh, blimey. So I reckon what will happen is after this one, I'll eat. Then I'll come back. We'll do Myriad versus Louis MT, which is going to be exciting, considering that Myriad just managed to 2-0 Dumu. Yeah, you heard that correctly. And then after that, we might have the other quarterfinals. I'm keeping an eye out for it. I think I saw someone communicated. Oh, yeah. So we might have that. Actually, yeah, dude, we might have... I might just let you guys know then, because... I mean, we're not going to have time for the other ones. The Wham versus Lash Mahoda thing, that's Wham won that. So the Wham Numadon is in about an hour's time. So actually, we'll do that live, and then we'll probably look to square around to Louis MT versus Myriad at the end, if there's time. Depends how long the other one is, though. Yep, Myriad 2-0 Dumu. Full on him out of the game. I know it took a break this week. Yeah. A little bit shocked, actually. Like, my brain didn't even process it first because I'm so used to just seeing him in there, but he's like the one missing, right? The main one, obvious, that's missing. Like, we know why Puppy Ball doesn't participate. I'm hoping... Oh, Recon was the other one as well. Recon forgot to sign up. What a pleb. All right. I can think of no better way than Lucifer saying, I am back, than if he can win with this Civ. French. It's not in his blood. He's Spanish. I guess, actually, given the history of the country, it kind of is. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's Lucifer versus B. Cliffside for game number 4 here in the Midweek Muster quarterfinals. B's Sushi pick has been seen quite a bit. French has been a bit AWOL recently, though. I am curious to see what he can do in this matchup. I mean, Pro Scouts... seems feasible. And also, I would say Sushi make a lot of sense for Cliffside due to the short nature of the map. Whereas French, you could argue, because your opponent can reach your base so quickly, cavalry-based Civ should be a little bit weaker. Whereas CSO, they just don't, like, they didn't sign up. For CSO, I really wouldn't expect him to sign up. Like, for CSO, he actually, like, profits a lot from just playing pub games, team pub games. So it doesn't make as much sense for him. But great to have Louis MT back this week. I mean, dude, this stack. Like I said, we're missing Anatan, we're missing Recon. Obviously, we never, like, get Marine Lord signing up, right? But, like, the caliber of players that we are getting in Midweek Musters now, I'm proud to say, is S-tier tournament level, for sure. No doubt about it. And hopefully, we keep seeing that, because I think it's healthy for the scene. It's definitely healthy for our channel. It's healthy all around. I mean... the evolution that we've seen over the last 34, soon 35 weeks of KPMM is incredible. This regular type of competition just goes a long way. We've seen upcomers start to, emerge more victorious. We're seeing, like, people actually starting to see some results. We're seeing new names start to have some hope and some way of actually carving their way into the pro scene. All the while allowing those that are already talented to hone their skills. I'm just going to say it. Lou MT back in KPMM. He won a top-tier event and a LAN when he was grinding them. So maybe they're worth doing. Meditation Garden now coming in. Oh, that's a good one, actually. Yeah, the 8 berries? Gold in the stone. Damn, that's pretty slick. that's going to be the 48 food rather, 25 gold, 25 stone. So 98 resource Medigarden. Very nice. Yeah, you don't. Sometimes you'll get better on Cliffside, but it's very rare. How about a KPMM season plus playoffs after a few weeks? So there was an idea originally to do a KPMM invitational thing at the end, but we didn't have funding for it. The goal was to incentivize people to sign up by being like, yeah, at the end there's going to be a tournament worth 5 or 10k or something like that. Maybe it's something we can explore in the future, but for now, I mean, I think it's okay to have it in this current functionality. We're dispersing $500 in prize pool every single week. And my goal is, if you guys keep tuning in, numbers keep going up, my goal is to try and pursue sponsors to get another 5 or 10k in funding. My goal would be halfway through the 40-week cycle we've created here to up the prize pool to $1,000. So tech up's complete. Skull Cavalry's still lagging behind a little bit, but Lucifer, he's already got the wheelbarrow, and looking at the gathering, this is Pro Scouts. Yeah, the mill placement tells it all. It's interesting because this made sense to build like this when it was Jean, but why not just walk out and set up the mill here when you're French, I wonder. Wait, it's not Pro Scouts. Oh, it's survival techniques. That's cool. He resists the temptation to mirror. I love this. We just had a game where Lucifer didn't do the Pro Scouts, right? Where Lucifer didn't have to worry about the Pro Scouts from B. B was playing Malians. He just played out onto the resources. And almost being inspired by it, Lucifer's like, okay, well, my civ's even better for doing that. French, you only pay 25 wood for a mill. And you have more villagers to work with earlier on anyway. Not to mention the fact that you are the civ with knights. You're the threatening party on the map. So he does this. It's going to be taking resources away that B wants. And securing ones that he absolutely needs. And this is cool. So what do you do now if you're B? Because you've already gone spears to contest knights, but that's not going to be good for chasing the backside of the map. Horsemen would be really nice as an opener here, but anytime you add in horses, you delay your Pro Scouts timing. And now your opponent's eating the Pro Scouts value. All right, every single minute that you dally on getting Pro Scouts is another minute where your opponent's getting deer. So if you are going to do this horseman opening, you need to make damn well sure you can push him off. My concern is this, though. Could Lucifer now not just open spears? Because if he opens spears, he can hold back B easily. And it's cheap, lean, and efficient. Instead, though, he is going to go archery. Interesting. If Microsoft creates a 500k tournament, how this game would attract viewers and other streamers streaming this? Yes, no. I don't think other streamers would stream it because of a 500k tournament, because the problem is most of them would understand that they're not going to make money there because all the polished players will. It's much better to take that 500k budget and then spend 80% of it on marketing and creator activations and then put 100k into a tournament. That's a much better way of structuring it. And then for that 100k, you can spend half of that at least on production, etc. That's a much, much better way to go. Yeah, people really just get confused by, oh yeah, bigger, money, better. We're reaching 1k currently. Don't forget you achieve this with a long time event. I mean, I saw your previous comments. It's good. We're getting there. We just got to, basically, we've got to start holding these numbers regularly. Like I said, my goal we set at the start of 2025 was to hit 1k average. Something at 750, 800 average was the goal. We've still got some way to go for that. But we're getting there. Horseman, getting on the back, though. Yeah, now this archery play feels a little bit weird. Unless he can dive into the base, but difficult to do with Pro Scouts dragging everything home, so he gets idled off of the deer. Lucifer has got 12 sheep to work with in his base, though. That definitely felt rough. -1, and your opponent doesn't take any hit for it. I mean, he's been delaying his timing, right? So, knowing this, I think the goal now for Lucifer is just to stranglehold B on the first deer retrieval, which is difficult considering they both benefited from back deer spawns. So the question now is, does Lucifer have the capability to get around the back? Because if not, that is going to be one stack of deer home without any issue for B. Lucy now just starting to poke at the base. Some idle time to be achieved here. We have got hand cannon slits coming through though. Yeah, courtesy of that meditation garden. I mean, this is the thing I love about stone on meditation gardens. You never know when you're going to need a good old hand cannon slit to keep your opponent at bay. The other thing is, let's say you have an unharassed game. At 15 minutes in, you're like, oh, I need to go 2TC now. Well, congrats, you can. You're already sorted for that. Did we do predictions? We did, didn't we? How did those come out? 68% for B. Wow, not many people believing in French. Horseman. Great find here. And nice. I love that. Lucifer, he pins the Horseman in. That was sick. Great time as well. If he waited any longer, obviously Horseman just get away. If he'd done it any sooner, the Horseman would have just attacked him. Cute little micro there. Wolves also now coming up. We've got the wings on the gold, so it can't be contested. And a ram play now. So he's looking to break the gold control. Yeah, and it's a good timing. Look at what B's doing. He's teching. At least prepping to. Is this going to be fast enough, though? He's only got 8 archers. That's not a quick build speed on a ram. But he doesn't need to kill the outpost. He just needs to idle the gold, right? If the ram goes in, it achieves that. The other problem here is like B, no backup gold, which feels safe, right? Far out in the open, the south side. He's also already on berries, so he's just not getting deer back that quickly. Lucifer. Give it a poke. Ram's now been built. So this is the go time. There's only 4 horsemen, a lot of spearmen to contest. The archers can mirror for that. A raid on the backside again, but he did go for the outpost this time, so not going to end up being that harassed, that fearful. Archers are going to get intercepted, though. B, it's only trickle damage, but when the main fight comes, this could matter. It's annoying. I think you just want to peel off one knight to chase this. Ram, oh, he baits the reaction. B pulls everything for this. Yeah, but wait, B, the problem now is your gold. So you just idled your gold anyway. You take the box for him. Several spearmen going down. They're not garrisoning. The knights jump in as well. B, no way. Not like this. Luciferon. Gonna be able to crack that egg open. Villagers, when you make a break for it, you're gonna have to try and pull away soon. I think it's got 1 villager inside. No, it's just a horseman. Okay. But wait. What? No, B, what was that? The villagers. Did he select both to ungarrison? -4 and the 4th case. Come on. They run to their death and then he fortifies? Oh my god. Horseman should at least be able to clear up the ram. So get a stay of execution. But I mean, if I'm Lucifer, I'm just building another ram now. Goodness gracious. And all of a sudden, a 9-worker lead. Mount New Academy is on the way. B found the taxation to get up. But he doesn't really have much to show for it, does he? No, gold access in shambles, it feels like. And what a turnaround. Reminder, just 1 week ago, it was B that took the victory 3-1. He was the dominant force over Luciferon. Well, Lucy's fully awoken now. Vengeance tastes sweet. Let's see if he's able to end it. Tech up completes. That means a dive. B just trying to re-bolster Spearman count. Knights can actually steer into the tree line if he chooses. Instead, he's going to bait the Spearman back towards his Archer mass. Horsemen jump out of the TC, though. Sick play by B. Ram just trying to get through this fortified outpost is going to take quite some time. But it does not have hand cannon slits. Lucifer, good micro away. Baits the army out. It's a ridiculous worker lead. 16 up. B about to be a whole army down. Out of time continuous in this base. It just feels like B is barely able to gather any food to actually build good units now. Wow, we'll renew the assault. Pro Scouts is gradually making its way home, but like even if it gets back here, nobody gets to do anything. No. It's going to be a break on the ram, but unless he repairs now, this tower is going down. Dive into the base. Gotta be careful not to overcommit. Your goal here is to just stop the deer gathering. Yeah, if I was B, I'd be looking to set up another mill up here. Just as a crazy backup plan. Because this does not look safe. First Lancers do hit the field, though. Could this be his Miracle Worker? Villagers go for the repair. Archers dive in. More kills found. And this, guys, this is ironic. Lucifer is playing a dragged feudal against a castle rush. Who keeps doing that with French and Jean at the moment? Which player in KPMM has been doing that non-stop? It's the one who's now experiencing the other side of it. This is a heavy dose of irony. Just shows you how powerful it is as well. It's like you could just age up at this point. Nice find. It's going to hang around the knight a little bit long, but great find to be getting a castle knight kill with a feudal knight. No spearman switch is a little bit surprising out of Lucifer. There we go. I was about to say, like, your opponent is spamming lances. It's not going to stop. Another ram moving in. It was a full repair, though. I do begin to wonder if he's wasting too much time on this outpost. Knights are at least going to be scared away, and we have got more deer coming home. Yeah, I'm starting to really not like this. It does feel like a lot of effort for one outpost that's just not worth it anymore. Lucifer, I mean, he's miles ahead on economy. Right? The play seems simple, right? Just take the age. You're doing it the hard way now. So Spearman being prepped, that should be his defender. And that means that B is going to have to start thinking about probably relics here to try and contest. Because he's now 23 eco down. I don't see any monastery, though. I do, however, see Palace Guard. What? I mean, he does have quite a lot of different pro scouts, right? So you can get a lot of Palace Guard. But the danger is that Palace Guard can be contested by feudal knights. What's going up? So Lucifer is going to start buying time. Just protecting against the wide raid potential of Lancers. Is there a world? Could B do this? Could he get us all the way to a 5-game series? Or is Lucifer just going to find the easy play now into the next stage? I mean, he's taken such a massive lead here. It's hard to believe that this goes bad for him. You're so far ahead, you could even start adding in farms. And, well, there you go. Yep. So he's going to have the permanence of food. This is going to allow him to just bolster more knights and then eventually play for the castle. Whereas for B, there is a window that opens up when your opponent farm transitions like this. Like, it gives you this opportunity. And on a map like Cliffside, it's not a long run to the enemy base. Another little raid. Does connect for a kill. Lucifer. What? How are we not just going castle? Like, this is just getting ridiculous. Lucifer with 24 worker lead is like, okay, guys, I really need to ram this guy. Lucifer's that guy, you know? Like, how much RAM do you need? 16 gig. We're gonna put a good solid 128 gig in this PC. Wait, what? Moves in with 2. Palace Guard, great to contest this. Feudal Knights now with a dive. But B, unyielding, unbreaking. He's got the 4 ranged armor. The archers are merely tickling. The Palace Guard will not be beat. Lucifer jumps into the jaws of the lion and wonders why he got gobbled up. Lucifer, more wood gathering, so more farms are coming now. You can see it on the mini-map. He just added in another full cluster. Additional stables to follow. Archers are now struggling. No second ranged armor from B is an oversight, however. He's taking double the damage he should here. Yeah, and I don't think he realized it. He just prioritized melee defense. Which makes really no sense here. I mean, yes, the ranged armor 2 is more expensive, but more valuable considering it's mass archers. Surely not. Is B gonna pull off a comeback here? Is Palace Guard into the base? Lucifer has no front line. 9 spears is not gonna last against that, no. I mean, if he can survive this wave, his food will outlast, right? That's the idea. Because B, look at this. He's almost dry. Plunging deep into those berries. B. Now I'm going to start reaching those farms. TC5 is going to help a lot. If only there was a ranged armor 2 upgrade that you could have right now. Lucifer on just a few knights trying to snipe down the injured. Archers standing their ground against the limited Palace Guard breaking through here. But second wave is coming in. Spearmen are also now going to be there to drag it out underneath the TC. Lucifer. Armor 2's in. The archers aren't the answer. The knights need to solve the puzzle. But there's 18 Palace Guard lancers as well. This looks like too much. Lucifer. So much army burn on that all-in. He never took the play into castle. He thought he had enough time for mass farms, but he was wrong. He learned the hard way that men-at-arms castle rush can solve any civ, even French. Oh my god. Another 10 Palace Guard. And now north side, the bulwark has got found. Lucifer just feeling the pain off of all that idle. That's the thing about Palace Guard. Even when they're not getting the kills, it's the fact that your whole economy shuts down. Good micro. Lucifer just trying to flex that. Needs every little advantage he can find. Farms at home starting to just not work anymore. Little archer raids not working. They're just trickling into their own death. With only 5 knights. Where? How do you answer this? Lucy. Has he survived long enough? B. He's down to 500 food income. This might be the point. Hold on. B in again. 21 Palace Guard, but now he can only add in about 3, 4 a minute. Because he has to add in villagers as well. The berries he just moved over to, so it's going to be a new food burst coming through. The villagers migrate out of the area. Lucifer is playing a survival game now. You know what? He might just survive to see dawn. Even starts to move across because here's the other thing. B's in desperation mode now. Gold berries being gathered on the south side of his base away from safety. And Lucifer is going to find him. Entry made. Palace Guard now responding. They're going to find the workers out here. Lucifer will scramble behind the tree line. Behind the walls. But we're back where we started, where this all started to go wrong. But this time, he doesn't need to address the outpost. He just needs to look to the west. Villagers with shivs out. Lucy can target them down. It's a race to no pop. You know what they say. You don't stop until it pops. So many villagers dying here. No Texters? No, he does have it. It just doesn't matter. A 20+ lead maintained by Lucifer. But the Palace Guard somehow has clawed its way up to 30. And there's no knights left. No, there's no gold either. It was a valiant effort, but legitimately, we are getting a game 5. There's nothing left, right? Like, Lucifer, where does he get gold now? Okay, he creeps south side, but that's been scout. No, come on. B was waiting for this moment. He's already guarding north side. The scout snitches. And Lucifer, he's gonna get an eye on that. He runs away, but that means no more knights. No age up. He's got only food. And B has already used plenty of that. What a wild game. One does not just castle age for free. Ball gathering. I mean, that's the other incredible thing. B's still not out of food. Little archer raid coming in. But bloody hell. Was this a comeback and a half? B looked dead upon castle arrival. How did we ever get to this point? Mass villager pull to try and address Palace Guard. Castle Palace Guard. Castle Palace Guard that are everywhere. Lucifer just desperate to find some sort of task they can do where they don't die. That humongous worker lead has been shrunk down to just 14. And the Knights, they're just getting clubbed out. It's happened. I cannot believe it. This has to be the comeback of the week. How do you go down by 20 with a greedy castle and still find a way through like this? I can't even. I don't even know what to call that one, man. B not dead yet. I mean, someone said about B getting a taste of his own medicine. I don't even know if it's about that. Something about the outpost. I'm trying to think what, though. Oh, my God. These outposts left me questioning everything. I don't know. The most mind-blowing outpost fights of the month. Something like that. Maybe that works. I don't know. I'll have to think on that one. That was just wild, though. So, we've got English versus Otto deciding game. Dude, am I not going to eat? Crap. We've got like another series starting in 20 minutes. I need to eat. We're like 5 hours in. I haven't eaten since like super early in the morning. Oh, dude. All right, so we need to pay out predictions, right? Can we get predictions paid out? Let's get ready to go. Thank you, thank you. Eating is overrated. Easy to say, drunk boomer. Your food is liquid. this shouldn't happen. That we shouldn't even still be here. I should be eating dinner with my children. Yet somehow, with the craziest comeback we've seen in Season 2 of KPMM, we get a game number 5. B versus Lucifer goes all the way, and we will decide it here on Front Range. I really, truly believe and mean that. Game 4, I don't even know how we got past that. It's going to be one that people go back and review and then remember why towers are so hated. But you know what? It's a good map to end on with a good matchup. We don't often see English versus Ottomans, actually. A lot of both of these civs appearing just in different matchups, usually against things like Mongols, House of Lancaster, HRE. Curious to see how this one plays out, because you've got the best ball-playing civ in the game because no one can contest them, versus what's a ball and how do I lame it? Yeah, Ottoman's not able to take advantage of the central food on this map as much as other civs, but passive reduction means that this civ is a lot more lean and efficient in the mid-game when everyone else is running out of resources. Reminder, here on Front Range, there is not much safe resource. There's not much close to your base. Small gold veins, tiny tree lines, tiny deer stacks, and tiny sheep counts, actually. That's the interesting play. We mentioned the boar being powerful, but the cool thing, actually, is with Anatolian hills, Ottomans get their own boar at home. It's just not as good on the gathering. And did we get predictions up? I think my mod is not here, right? Let me set that up. So let's see what we're going to be cooking with here. So let's pay out. B with an incredible win. Can't believe this is coming down to a decider. I wonder what kind of approach we're going to get out of English. We've been seeing a few council halls, but I think the last few times English came out on this map, it's just been solely playing into Abbey of Kings. In this matchup, Abbey of Kings probably makes a lot of sense, actually. Because Ottomans will have healing otherwise, and you won't. And a Lombo timing, does it work with this? I mean, it's 4 golds. But there's back tree line, back deer. So I think trying to Lombo rush this probably doesn't end well for you. And Lucy agrees. It's going to be Abbey of Kings. Lombo will absolutely snipe imams. No, it's not the way it gets played. So what you do there is you just keep the imams home and you raid with Sipahi. And then you bring Sipahi back and you heal them. Rinse, repeat, right? And the interesting thing within that is, like, because you're going Abbey of Kings anyway, your timing to get into Lombos might be slower, or Horsemen might be slower, but at least you have a back and forth trade-off. Whereas if you are playing Lombos, what you're saying is, I'm on the clock. If you choose Lombos here and you're not going 2TC, you're forced to commit. And Ottomans is very good defensively because of those auras. The healing aura, the armor aura. It allows them to hold in a lot of miraculous situations. Scout is going to sniff out the early military school. This is the other thing I like about this map, by the way. Like, the fact that you just gather all your sheep within the first minute or whatever, it just means you then focus on actually scouting. Right? Getting the info on your opponent. I actually love the idea of just scouts having even less vision, or slightly less vision in Dark Age anyway, if we ever change the sheep game. Because right now, they definitely have to have this much vision to spot sheep. Otherwise, it's just ridiculous. Scaling scout vision? Yeah. Because I think, like, the big thing is, you know, it's really hype when you see these proxy plays and these secretive plays, but you don't get them often. In fact, if you guys remember, there used to be more scouting vision. The devs intentionally reduced scouting vision because of that problem that, like, you couldn't do anything that wasn't known. Information was way too free in Age of Empires 4. The only reason it hasn't, like, the only reason you occasionally get these snuck plays or whatever now is because pro scouts and also finding sheep, etc. I know, you never hear me curse on a cast. I don't curse when I'm casting. I curse a lot when I'm not casting, though. Oh my god. It's terrible. But I have the benefit of, compared to probably almost every single one of my esports compadres, being main TV broadcast ready. Because I just don't swear when I'm on camera. Give some examples, some curses. So that was a curse to turn you into a sheep. Did it work? It needs to. There's barely any sheep on this map. We've got 8 sheep over here. We've got 5 over here. Luckily, there is a magical trick for that. It should be coming through soon. So what you got to do is you got to channel it as a there's a delay on it triggering though. They'll be coming through soon. Yeah, I think you go Anatolian Hills here. Because otherwise you're going to run out of food. And it is going to be Archer Spears, so Lucifer is hunkering down for a long winter. I mean, the ball's close enough to base you can get away with this. Look, see? I told you guys, I'm magical. It's just a very delayed spell. Clearly, I connected to the Indian server, hence the lag. Eyo. So, with the extra sheep, that means he doesn't have to come out. Means that the king can't find any attack points. It also allows B to now scale more cleanly towards his bulk comp, which should be Archer Sipahi. Spin that spy. What are you doing? Are you... Lucifer! He gets the short bows out to beat the Sipahi. Damn, talk about a baited overextension there. B really thought he could just reap that one kill. Lucifer just led him all the way down the path. Never see people killing their sheep in military once in feudal? That's true. I think it's because if you've got your military standing here, why did you build them? Right, like, think about it this way. In Dark and Feudal Age, if your military units are standing here, why do they exist? Because this is a military unit in that role. This is the best military unit in that role. Like, if I'm going to have a knight clubbing sheep, I played the game badly. Because my knight should be clubbing enemy villages. If I've got Lombos clubbing my sheep, like, I want to have them in a position to do something. Like, here, Lucifer's excuse is, if he walks Spearmen and Longbows over here to kill the sheep, then the ball's unguarded. So it does make sense. Lucifer and waiting. Man, this is a sweaty game. Remember, we've come a long distance here. We've got to a game 5. There's no mistakes allowed. Single elimination. Winner of this needs to prove that they can be a perfect player as well, because Vortex has been looking ridiculous in the KPMM. Last week, he delivered the stomp of Season 2. Every other Grand Finals had been a 7-game series, but he came in and tore B to shreds. Lucifer now moving out for the deer. Yeah, outpost would be worth it here. There we go. First priority. Smart lad. The attack speed, remember? You have to always be reminded of this because you're used to seeing Lancaster when they look like this. This is English, so those outposts are vital. Because by having them, you mirror the aura, the attack speed aura that Ottomans have access to. Oh, sorry, you're right. Not B, Anatan, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Anatan who got... sorry. B was in semi-finals against Vortex. That was 3-0. Good. Well remembered, Javid. And then finals was Anatan versus Vortex, where he 4-0'd. Last week, Vortex did not drop a single game. Which means he's already more vulnerable this week, actually. Because I mistyped. That's not a 3-0. That was a 3-1 in the Kilyadi set. I feel like we're heading for one big fight here. Yeah, this is the type of map where it's very hard to recover from one big L in a fight. Because there's just not enough safe resources. Like, the whole idea is things on this map are truly earned. Attack speed aura, though. Weird place for B to fight into. Does get the villager kill. Still an ambitious dive. Pricey one, actually. Several units going down. Gets really not much in return. Gets the villager plus a spearman. Loses scout. 5 archers. That was all just to even up the kill that happened earlier. Lucifer now going to edge closer to the base. I wonder if he pulls a villager for an outpost. If he can just anchor an outpost on the edge of the base. Bees up Craps Creek. I love this. It's a wide rotation, though. But it's not a heavy investment. He puts the meta plus free Sipahi. Tricky part, though, is if you put the meta, you don't have anything at home. And there's the Imam point, guys. So it is going to be coming through. Healing available. Healing should be available on both sides here. Problem is the king is a little bit bloodthirsty. Yeah, I mean, Lucifer has the right idea. He's thinking B has to move out for food soon. Which, yeah, most definitely at this pacing. But credit to him, because B primarily played Archer and didn't blob Sipahi, with the Madrissa and the Anatolian Hills, he's done a really good job of delaying the time where he has to come out. Which, quite frankly, has been a game changer for him. Second outpost on the crawl. It's GG the moment the Imams get sniped. Yeah, but if you force him to dive, you can actually clown car your TC. Meantime, Sipahi are starting to creep around. Problem is, he's been seen straight away. Yeah, so look at that. The re-rally on the longbows. So just wait, prep a few spearmen, and guard this easy piece. B, it's just so annoying, these outposts. Wait, did Lucifer not see him? I think he's just being greedy, maybe just trying to bait him in. Spear reaction's now going to be there. Good target fire onto the meta. Might be able to get the kill there. That would actually be big. Yeah, nicely played. That's cost him a few longbows. All of a sudden, actually, B sees an opening. He snatches away the forward outpost. He slows down the timing. Guys, this is really smart by B. He's playing military school. It's only one, but it's passive production all the same. So it slowly extends his lead a little. This, okay, maybe he doesn't get it quick enough. What are the upsides here? Well, Lucifer hasn't gone farm, so he will eventually run out of food. Downsides is that B hasn't benefited much from military school count. It's only the one. But he has got this sick timing coming with Sipahi. A lot of them are actually out and about, so he's hunting. Meanwhile, Lucifer is trying to hit into the base. Still Lucy. Just on point. Takes half the spears. Just chases them all the way across map. Now Lombos. Are they overextending slightly? There is a surge towards the Ottoman base. Sipahi wrapping around the back. The Lombos out of position here. Spearman giving chase, but just not quick enough. The body blocks. He needs to actually wedge them intentionally so the spears can catch up. But B now arriving with the archers. He's got the numerical lead. It's pretty much just archers left for Ottomans. Meanwhile, Lucifer, almost half of his army count are spears. Now dive in. Worker kills being found. B is doing this. He's fighting into the attack speed aura without the meta. But with firepower superiority. King kill not going to happen. Gets away. B, he is going to go for the outpost kill. There's 5 workers inside there. Lombos are sniping him from behind though. He's going to go to trade with that. Sipahi. This is not a quick burn. B, no, not like this. Oh, no. Oh, over 1 outpost. Meta arrives. Ranged armor activated. King will get sniped. But he cannot chase the Lombos, guys. This is the thing. He's committed for the outpost kill. If he leaves without this, it's pure doom. Villagers look for the runaway. Archers will look for the snipes. Gets 2 of them. Tries to commit the 3rd. Sipahi now going to jump in. There's no spearmen left. Lucifer doesn't have an answer to this. Fortune activated. This is so scrappy. Archibald turned onto the Sipahi. Now being ignored. Only 1 spearman left. He's gone. Lucifer says to hell with it. If I'm going to lose the longbows anyway, I might as well take your archers with them. Somehow, someway, Lucifer does not fall flat to it. However, he is now behind. Almost a 5-worker lead for B. There has definitely been idle TC afoot here. Military score helps him a bit. He's moved out into the deer finally. Berries as well. The destroyed value difference is insane, by the way. Like, how does B have more surplus food sources left over? Because remember, Lucifer went for the boars. It's pretty freaking wild that they're mirrored like this and the destroyed value difference is that big. Probably a few denied or rather cancelled buildings in there, but still. And now the Akinji. Ottoman's just scraping the bottom of the barrel. Is there ever a world in which he gets to Great Bombard? Because that would be crazy. Why Akinji? He just wants everything. He needs anything and everything, basically. It's that simple. He just needs units. Remember, both of them are kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel as this continues on. Damage-wise, they're not terrible. Unfortunately, Lucifer is actually prepping a horseman wave, which would counter the Akinji as well. Sipahi. I think this might have been ambitious. Yeah, B realizes quickly. Still, it's going to cost him 2 cav. He almost out of food. He's going to have to make a pull for the deer soon. Actually, no, he's got... No, that's not true. He's got the 8 berries, right? Lucifer. Man, his berry spawn just feels a lot better, actually. This one is so far forward for B. Oh, my goodness. I mean, if B can just posture confidently in the center, he will have deer and berry advantage. Which means Lucifer will run out of resource first. I know someone's going to bring it up. English farms, really good. But limited wood, and it's still a resource investment. Even if it's a cheap resource investment, it's still wood going into something other than military here, which you can't afford. B, he's actually creeping out of the age now. Yeah, last bit of gold being gathered up. He just shifted to the north side. Even though he's still got plenty of hope. Oh my god. I don't think Lucifer is aware of this at all. No, the other problem is Lucifer, if he doesn't start moving now, Lombos are way too slow to move afterwards. He'd have to mirror attack. He's not even gathering gold to do so. Just 2 Sipahi going in. I love that. B, he sacks 2 horsemen to waste all your time. Look how far away now you are from the tech play. It's on the opposite side of the map. This front seems suspicious though. It's like, wait a second. Like, surely you tried that last time with more and lost 2. Why would you send 2 like this? So he starts moving forward. But B, he backs off entirely. He's not going to give him the fight. No. And the armory is complete. Lucifer now on approach. He has limited time. Sipahi upgrade queued. Veterancy for archers as well. Even the ranged armor too. Invaluable against the longbow bow. And then 1 mangonel also on the way. 2 minutes out. Lucifer has 2 minutes to make this work. Horsemen move in. Textiles was such a smart play by B. They don't die easily. Into the choke points. The ranged armor is going to be helpful here. Sipahi, don't die fast. He's forced to stand his ground. The TC fire. Needs to be looking under those lombos. The horsemen are protecting them well currently. B has got some AoE healing coming through. That's being ignored. Archer's backing up further. Veterancy just 10 seconds away. But he has barely any archers left alive. The Sipahi, however, are going to be the kings. There's nothing left to protect the longbows. Veterancy's in. Sipahi now with 6 ranged armor. That's going to be good enough. That's going to boot him out. Just a few cav units left. But a few too many. Lucifer, he may have 34 lombos, but only 20 of them are here. And they're going to take way too long to kill. Knight's now coming out. That takes 230 shots. That's too many shots. There's none left in the game for him. B, from the deathbed, makes the comeback to win the series 3-2. Wow. That was cool. No, I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, I don't know if it's uploadable. Like, the aura is ridiculous. So, that does mean we know it's B versus Vortex. Is Emma here? Is my food even ready? Or am I just riding on hunger into the next one? Well, damn, that was hype. So, let me mark that up. B is through, so reminder he'll face off against... Whoopsie, what the hell? When did I type that in? Lamau? Why did I have Lucifer on and... Oh, so I did preempt, just in case the free one happened, a save. Because he was, like, closest to. But I never saved it through to PNG. So, guys, that's not correct. B has won. I done it to save time, but I never pushed it. Because, like, there's a very big difference between saving your PSD and saving a PNG. And I saved the PSD, but I didn't save the PNG. Alright, there we go. Boom. B versus Vortex. A rematch will occur there. Can confirm, by the way. I'm going to just update the other part of the bracket because we already knew there's outcomes. It was Mahodo that went up against Wham. That was a 2-0 victory for Wham. So he faces off against Nimu, which is the set that's about to begin. No, Lucy and Vortex, they haven't faced off in KPMM. They did face off in the Apofa World Cup, though. All right, guys. So, let's get ready for... Is Wham and Numidon online? I can't see them. Because they're meant to be playing now, unless I misread the time. Yeah, they're meant to be playing now. Have they started drafting? They have. I'm not going to get to eat. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Brother, I need food. Alright, so let me load this in. It means we might have to skip one quarterfinal today at this rate because I'm getting so hungry. And we will have, like, with this one, we'll probably be at like 6.5 hours today, at least. Alright, so Wham and Numidon to face off. Last weekend, Lucy won 3-1 against Vortex. Yes, but that was EWC. That's what I'm saying. In KPMM, they haven't faced. One sec, let me just reset that. So we should be good to go. Is Emma not here? Wow. That's just rude. You don't support your partner? Do I go get a snack? So draft underway currently. Reminder, opening map going to be Altai. Went off to research pro. I'm going to go check my food is. Alright, that's real sus. Emma's nowhere. There's a bag of food on the side that just seems to have been dropped there. Lena, our cat, has eaten into the bread. Car's not out front. At 6 p.m. Where's she gone? That's sus. Let me message her. That's weird. Went for a pack of ciggies? That's weird. Did you ask her dad when she's coming? Ask your dad when she's coming home? That was like... I'm sorry, that was mean. Let me check everything's okay. Because that is a little bit suspicious. But, guys, we have got Wham versus Numadon. Which, I mean, Numu, dude. He's just been leveling up at the moment. So I'm pretty excited for this one. Oh, nice. I think I might have a key for an upcoming game. Hoggers. Let me just double check. I might take this opportunity, because I'll be loading in soon. I might take this opportunity to grab some more grapes. I'm just going to diet on grapes. Big grape fan. I don't think, like, grapes actually might be my favorite fruit. I think when I was a kiddo, it was bananas. Apples has always been pretty decent, but, like, I don't know. I think apples are an L because, like, well, they're decent, but, like, they don't take gold because the skin on them is just really annoying. You know what I mean? So that's like minus points to them. Mango is pretty cool, but, like, I don't know. I don't think I've ever had mango direct. I've had, like, dried mango. I've had flavored mango, and I like it. But, like, I don't know. Raspberry I love, but, like, raspberry I did. It's, like, raspberries are just annoying to chew. But if you're talking, like, raspberry drinks... Oh. Skin's the best part, so crunchy. I feel like often with apples, though, like, the crunch is great, but then when you're chewing it, you know what I mean? Like, now it's not the crunch anymore, because the way that the skin works is, like... It just slides about with you, if you know what I mean. That makes sense. It's like... Initial crunch, I agree. Like, that's Pog. But we are going to be Dude, I didn't want to jinx it. This is hilarious. Ottomans versus Order of the Dragon Game 1 is pretty wild. Alright, guys. I'm quickly going to grab a few more grapes and munch them down. We've got 4 minutes to go. What I'm going to do is I'll run ads now so you guys don't have to worry about it. And then we'll hop into this series, okay? So I'll run 3 minutes of ads. Reminder, that's more than enough time to link your Amazon Prime and sub. Do it now. Why are you not subbed? I'll be right back. Dude, that's really, really weird. I'm super sus now. Yo, what's up, Room Rob? Thank you for the Prime sub, mate. I don't know, man. No response from her. Her car's not there. My kids are nowhere to be seen, and they go to sleep in like 40 minutes. Like, I don't know. Your brain just starts panicking, running through all the things. Something wrong with the kids. Something wrong with Emma. Something wrong with both. Maybe there's something wrong with one of her relatives. Oh, wait, I think I hear a car. Maybe she showed up. Hopefully everything's good. It's just weird. She shouldn't be out this time. But yo, what's up, Jimmy? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. The 386th edition of Jimmy Jump has the best taste ever. I can confirm that. Let's get ready to go. I think I just heard a car, so I think it's all good. I'll figure out what's going on later. Something must have happened though, because unless I missed something, maybe they went to eat out. She was talking about us having gammon tonight. I'm like, that takes ages to cook, so I don't know. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Let's get Gambler up. This might be the matchup I'm most excited for this week, just because of the Civ picks. Altai, and we get Order of the Dragon versus Ottomans. Numidan was a vicious son of a gun in the Voldemar series of this pick. But wham! If there is someone I trust from Order of the Dragon, it's the Canadian twins. Their approach to this Civ is wacky, and I think it has a better success rate than anyone else in AoE4 right now. So let's see what this series has in store. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's KPMM time. That's right, a $20,000 esports circuit, week number 5. And we are here for quarterfinals to see who's going to be heading through to those semis up against either Louis or Myriad. A crazy week already, delivering some incredible games. I mean, the most stacked bracket I think we've had so far. And hopefully, only more and more stacked from here and on out. But yeah, Order of the Dragon versus Otto. Do you just play aggro as Ottomans? Is the armor good enough with Sipahi? I think so. I actually think that feudal Ottomans might be more scary than Order of the Dragon feudal. Well, let me get predictions up. We really need to find some time to sort new mods. We are going to get Spear beginning, so not even feudal age. Numidan begins aggro in the Dark Age, and oh, it's going to work out because wham, he went for the boar. Damn, he got a close spawn and it's going to get intercepted. Injured villager has to pull away. Should be quick enough, right? Yeah, just about. It would have been 2 hits to kill. But Shiv's coming out. Need to be careful. Remember, gilded villagers hit harder than standard villagers and also are harder to kill due to the extra 15 HP. Yeah, so an extra 1 damage over normal. And the double spear arrival does convince him he needs to leave. Yeah, that was really important. You have to be delicate about that approach because if Numidan loses the first spear, the second one can't contest. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Not done yet. And wham, you cheeky son of a... I love that. He's like, well, I'm already here and you're walking away, so I'm hungry. Really? You hungry? You're as hungry as me? Me who has been streaming for 6 hours almost and also hadn't eaten for an extra 3 before that? You're hungry? Starve. Moves back now. He's going to move across the deer. Now, you could wall this in, but you can be chased, actually. Yeah, did Numu not clock it? Because he saw him moving to the tree line. So Wham isn't going to be going back for the sheep. He plays deer instead, but Numu can just walk over here. That's completely possible. There's one deer that you could gather without needing to worry about the spears that much, but the rest is exposed. Splits the spearman onto the gold. Wham has what he needs for the age up. You know, I thought what we'd see here is like Imp from Ottomans and a 2TC Order of the Dragon, but now I'm starting to think this might just turn into a feudal bloodbath. Wall going up. Mill's going to get burnt down. Nice wall there. That's a smart wall. Yeah, Nima just wasting a lot of time denying that mill. In fairness, though, the idle time, the burn, the wood, it wasn't a bad investment for Numidan. You know, we haven't seen much Imp today. No, I mean, this is the thing that I always said about Imperial Age, is Imperial Age should make up probably about 15-20% of games maximum. And I remember when I said that, I got some really big backlash, like, what's the best part of the game? Like, everyone has 200 army, and like, you have all the units, you make the choices. I'm like, yeah, but you also just get carpal tunnel from mashing units in backlog production, and it just turns into an economy game, actually, more than a military. I, for one, love that instead what we have is a situation where Feudal is viable, Dark Age is viable. Not end game, but Dark Age is getting an advantage. But Feudal Age is possible to end games. Castle Age is usually the finish point. Like, my only change might be that I think more games should be feasible of ending in Feudal Age than we currently have. I think Feudal ends is very situational. Like, if you ask most players, they'll agree that quite often, when you have a big advantage, it's safer to go Castle to end the game. If anything, we see the Feudal commitment for the kill when the other person goes Castle Age, which we already saw earlier today have a crazy outcome. The burn through on the wall is going to take a while. And it's buying time for greed. I think, is Wham going fast castle? Outpost on gold. Archon on tree line. You're not going to really want to pro scouts now that you're gathering the deer here, right? Minaret Madris come from the other side, so Numu can just continue aggro. And he is going for that play. Yeah, this is the cool thing. There's a few civs that actually take great advantage of Altai, House of Lancaster, Ottomans, chief amongst them, because of the corner forgotten runes. This is what makes the spearman play feel great, even if your read is completely wrong in the opening, because you're going to use that stone. Great timing too. Nimnon's been very lean about this. I think because of the lack of wheelbarrow, he's going to arrive pretty much on time for the forgotten runes capture to complete. Break on the wall. House next to the berries in range of the Archon. To connect it. I think for earlier it was to connect it. And let's check the timing. Is he Mr. Efficient Man? He might be. It doesn't look like it, but remember, when you get in range... Oh, that's pretty good, actually. Like, maybe 3-4 seconds early. So Numenor should just be able to get inside. And now that's going to be the stone to generate into military schools. So passive up for him. And wait, is this... This is fast castle on fast castle, guys. No, you connect so you can emergency repairs out here. Because I think... Actually, he should have had it with the mining camp anyway. Maybe he didn't think he did originally. Honestly, what probably happened here is that he was walking out the villager and placed the house and then walked to place the mining camp. That's normally what happens. Like, if you look at most players, it's not necessarily about connecting buildings. You can tell which villager was assigned the house and what resource they went on to. You see all the time. Unless you're Numidan, in which case you're just making a pretty village. Yeah, guys, this is just going to be a boom game. I like how both of these guys just looked at the map like, Altai, very defensive. Pass. I'll let him attack first. Smiley face. Or Dragon just go castle because Ottomans will never be in time when you deer start. But Ottos could have deer started too is the weird thing. Is this Burgrave? Yeah, Burgrave coming through. He already has the archer range. Oh, so what's the archer range going to be for? Because you think it's crossbowmen, but... And that's the weird thing. If this was Sipahi, the crossbowmen would feel bad. But because it's fast castle Otto, they will open presumably knights. Which works really, really well for Wham. Yeah, very kind of weird dynamic. Like, normally I'd say Guild of Crossbowmen are horrible here, just because Ottoman comps usually makes up Sipahi archers for a lot of the game, right? But with fast castle, it's a completely different ball game. We should have the Imam point, though. Like, considering Wham doesn't have any units out in the field, to your knowledge, it would make a lot of sense just to rush relics as quickly as possible. You assume it's probably going to be Burgrave, because most Order of the Dragon players do. But there's a Regnit's Risk, and even if there wasn't the Regnit's Risk, Order of the Dragon is a civ that really is driven forward by gold. They need so much of it. They're hungry for it, right? The Guild of Crossbowmen, the Men-at-Arms plays, Landsknechter. They actually had the best Landsknechter in the game. Mine work for Bodkin Bolts. I don't know if you want to be mass crossbow against Ottomans is the problem. Bodkin Bolts is cool, but do you legitimately want to build 20 Guild of Crossbowmen against 30 Sipahi? Because if so, I would like to be always able to queue into you if you don't mind. I don't mind the idea of free elo. I'm not shy of it, you know? Idea of fighting a 1v1 against me? Hey, dude, like, you know, I'm more friendly than you think. I've won a Mongol TC Rush game last year. Your move, okay? A Mongol TC only game. I done it. We've done Rams only as well. I'm a scary boy. You fought the stuff that Faye done. Was brain cell destruction inducing. Wait until you see what I got in store. Numidan with the double relic pull. And is he going to generate this all the way? It actually might be worth it. The relics might be higher value than just getting the additional stone. Because like if you just leave this guy all the way through, it's 360 stone anyway. And that's going to be triple military school off of the passive alone, right? Actually, sorry, no, more than that. It's, yeah, 360, yeah, it's triple. Almost 4. You're only 165 centimeters. Wait, what? Oh my god. Now I know why Fatlop can afford to give me all these subs. He's a dwarf, man. He's got like a giant coffer of coins and gold in this mountain. Damn. Oh dear. Wow. What are we looking for here? He's fishing with the spears, which keeps his opponent off Sapahi. So that's a smart way of enabling crossbowmen. This is where Fatlop just gets unhinged and starts banning everyone. This spiteful payback. He's like, we'll never see another sub again. No, foreign, stop. Archer switched now from Nimu. So the guild crossbowman can deal with archers reasonably well. This is also doing a good job of just keeping Nimu in his base. Yeah, relic game split between the two of them, but it does feel like Numidan should have the edge here. He's the only one who's turfing up this. No, he actually pulls the villager from the ruins because he really, really, really hates wolves. Yeah, take that, you little bitch. Anyway, wham. Still posturing. So what's Nimu's go time? Do we just maybe go Springholds here? Because Springholds feels pretty good if I'm looking at this many Spearmen. It's a mixed bag, though, against Order of the Dragon, isn't it? Because, like, 8 Spearmen is equivocal to 16 Spearmen. But they don't absorb the same amount of space as 16 Spearmen. Meaning, in theory, like, it can be harder to get good penetration shots. I look at the other way, though. Is like, this is 2 Spearmen in one body. It's like, let's say the line formation had the Spearmen 1 deep and there was 16 of them. Let's just say it did that. You penetrate, you shoot 1, you only hit 1. But if you hit the Dragon one, you hit 2. In reality, it doesn't feel that good because the reason it hits 2 is because there's twice the health. Historically, people are shorter? Of course they were, man. Do you know how inefficient it would be to make houses as everyone was LeBron size? Like, come on. Nice harassment on the back gold. I don't know, Numu, he just kind of looks stuck. I haven't seen him make one move that is resembled threat. And there's the Springles, so he is going for them. But are they going to be too slow? Men at arms switch from Wham. This is not a mind work build, that's the upside for him, but this is Inspired Warriors, and that scares the crap out of me. Yeah, so he's got Gilded Crossbowmen to contest the Springholds. Inspired Warriors buff against mass archers is huge, by the way. Remember, archers are lower base damage, decent attack speed, but now you're going to have to worry about this juiced up buff. Right, this nice, healthy, +1 armor of each type, not to mention the 15% damage increase, which is incredibly impactful on Order of the Dragon units, considering their base damage is on average higher than every other standard unit. Like that, wham. Doesn't rush, he just backs up. He's like, yep, let's get the boys here. Let's get the prelates forward. Let's to make sure that everyone is glowing like they just discovered they're 3 months pregnant, and then let's go. That would also explain why you're all so big. You can't say that to a pregnant woman. Actually, you can say it like that. Just don't use the F word. Let's hear that story about that girl recently that was on holiday with her husband. And she just went to the toilet. And she wasn't feeling well. And she had this urge to push. And she just basically ejected her baby into the toilet. But she didn't know she was pregnant. What next? You're going to tell me it's divine birth. How do you not know? The crazy part is she didn't know, even though she already had 2 kids. I will say one thing, though. That was a pretty smart I didn't know. She clearly just wanted to save money on the baptizing. You know? Don't need to pay a priest to do it if you're just going to dunk him in the toilet. So, what's our go time here? I feel like Numidan is just waiting for Wham to step up, maybe make a mistake. But the thing that Wham's doing really well is he's exploiting the map. Deer, boar, just taking advantage of these better gathering resources. Why don't they pick the last relic? Because, would you like to take a guess? Welcome to Age of Empires 4, where even the top 10 and top 20 players in the world do not scout the entire bloody map. Yes, it happens more often than you'd think. What on earth am I reading in my chat? But like, all I'll say on the didn't know you were pregnant thing is that it shows how well-tuned many of us men are and how much crap we know we be in. Because like, just imagine the guy off is like, yeah, I felt you were getting a bit chubby. You're dead. We just kind of accept it. You know what we subconsciously accept is probably in every relationship we get into. Once you reach the settled phase, you're getting chubby and so is she or he, your partner, right? I think the best one that ever showed this was How I Met Your Mother, where the 2 very attractive members of the group, one of them just becomes really fat and the other one starts like losing her hair and going grey. Nimu, he got the scroll timing. I don't know if this is a quick enough clear though. Wow, he's just going to A-click in. The good crossbowmen aren't really countering anything directly. It just doesn't matter. It's raw firepower, and it is strong. Springords can now just be target fired down. Sapai, you're going to dive to the backside, but the siege is gone. The army is gone. I don't know, man. It felt like he was always doomed to this. Order of the Dragon, able to hold the Turks back in the mountains. The Canadian will take a swift and early lead. Yeah, that was a slow build up though. That just kind of felt like a stare down that one moment. I don't know, like I wonder if did Numidan in his mind, did he feel like there was a point where he was going to be stronger? Or was he just kind of waiting for maybe a mistake from Wham, I wonder? Because it didn't really look like he was ever reaching a stronger point with what we were seeing anyway. Like, even if you have a lot of Springolds, I don't think you feel stronger there at all. Yeah. So, next up. It's going to be Dry Arabia. We've got China versus French. All right. I am of 2 minds here because China is broken, but this is arguably Numidan's joint best civ. I think Numidan's best civs are Byzantine and French. I don't know if he feels the same, but like I like when I watch him, I'm like, yeah, those are his 2 best for sure. Don't know how to gauge strength, army strength for Order Dragon visually. You have to just look at the rough number and be like, do I have double? And if not, you're like, okay, do I have counter types of the equal size? And if not, winner game 1 was Wham. You don't even watch my stream, bro? What is this? You like walking off and having a life now? When did that happen? Outrageous. Nah, I appreciate you, Fab Lab. Yeah, Order of the Dragon is polarizing, but I don't mind having the civs be different like that. It's cool as like a gateway entry thing for us to get used to, so that we can have actually more asymmetrical balancing in the game. I think over time people will adjust to it. It's just like Order of the Dragon and Jean is... Well, Jean with a remake, I think, is going to be the real test of whether people get used to that type of thing. But in we go. All right. I'm torn because on the one side, we've got someone on the best civ that they've been able to beat some of the best players. But on the other side, it's China. When is this civ getting nerfed? All right, in we go. Game number 2. Wham, already in the lead. And this looks like a quick way to go 2-0 up by just proving that China is number 1. Yeah, I just don't know what you're meant to do with this civ, man. Like, it's... I think most players feel this way as well. I'm trying to think if I've heard any players say they didn't think that China was at least strong, if not broken / OP. The consensus at pro level seems to be bare minimum. China is very powerful. I have yet to meet a single player that rates them trash. French on the other side is kind of polarizing. I'd say most players probably put them mid-pack, but they're not high-prying. But they're definitely slipping back into play. And guys, Numidon is incredible in French. If you guys remember, we had a game in KPMM Season 1. It was an insane one. HRE of Dumu versus Numidon's French. And the way he won that was eye-popping and eye-opening. It made me see Numidon in a whole new light, man. And I hope he is able to deliver something. Because I think there's a lot of people out there that are probably watching that have had struggles against Chinese picks. There are also probably a lot of people that have had absolutely no problems. I feel like China, in theory, should be a bully at the low level as well, just because if you're playing a booming game, they just get like 2 free TC and go crazy. But I guess the issue is there's more finite, there's more macro and micro-intensive mechanics to manage. The casual player probably just looks at it and goes, I'll pick English. Yeah. English seems a lot better for me. I'll go for that. The sheeple is not too bad. Yeah, it's a nice split, actually. I think that's really good. Numidon might be able to get the edge here, actually. Because I think we've still got some sheep down here. Yeah, that's huge, if so. It's not often you can say that you got more sheep than China. Currently, China has 12, whereas Numidon on the French has 10. There's 3 or 4 left in his range. So nicely played. And wait, the prediction was 96% China, guys. It's China. Like... I don't understand how China doesn't get banned. I mean, look at the priority bans instead. Right? Instead of banning China, he banned Delhi. Which, in fairness... Okay, so I'm going to defend Numidon on this. He's cooking. Because we've seen Delhi multiple times with absurdity. The Myriad Dimmu game, and also on the weekend, the Marine Lord Voldemar series, where Delhi Voldemar somehow pulled off a crazy miracle comeback. So I can't fully blame him for the Delhi ban, but I can blame him for, like, banning Mali over China. That one surprises me. Byzantine's wholly understandable. Just look at that tech timing. 3.5 minutes. Now watch Numidon. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there? I swear, you ask one more time, I will end this stream. It's going to take him over an extra 30 seconds to achieve. And wasn't that 3 villagers from Imperial Academy, I believe? And I'm already gathering extra gold, so we're probably looking at Pro Scouts on a slight delay. Normally, you want to open Spears first, just to defend against the first Knights that come from the French. Also, really annoying spawn for Numu. Yeah, he got double 4 deer, so... A play that's being more popular for French at the moment is instead of playing Pro Scout Mirror, you just play out onto the foods. But if you do that here, you're going to be much closer to the enemy base. The good news is, at least the deer spawned where your gold is. So you get a lot of coverage in a small area that you can protect. Yeah, that took him a whole extra minute, guys. And he is going to go Pro Scouts. So color me a little bit surprised. In fairness, though, I guess what Numu is weighing up as value here is that China is normally going to be a little bit slow to their Pro Scouts because they're going to react to your knight. The weird part is, though, Wham isn't doing that. No, Wham just steers straight into the stables. Has got extra wood in reserve, though. Yeah, so I think what he's doing here is he's prioritizing the first 2 scouts, and then he'll come in with the spearman afterwards. I quite like that. Numenon's first knight only just hit the field. He's got to get across the field before he can even do anything. China's going to be a lot faster Pro Scouts. You might want to swallow those words. They are 5 seconds difference. Actually, less than 5 seconds difference. It's, I think, 3 seconds difference. And Numenon is going to be, yeah, just 3 seconds behind. That's not bad. A reminder, French did go for wheelbarrow as well. The beauty of the discounts. Archer follow-up now coming. Numenon is just the one knight. He's now going to follow up with the scouts. We'll just look to guard. Nimu. So ready to retrieve on this side. What's he waiting for? I think he's just maybe forgotten. He killed the deer already. And wham. He's trying to avoid it. He's like, wait a second. No. Over here instead. Yeah, because this is wide of the spears. So going to the east side puts you more out of position. Great intercept. Looks like Wham will be stopped from yoinking. And he does at least get info, though. He knows it's archers. What do you do now if you're Numu? Do you just start scaling mass knights and then try to drag feudal? Normally, the longer you can drag feudal, the better you feel as French, and also the worse China feels. There's some matchups where China likes a long feudal, but I don't consider French to be one of them. It used to be that you get the mass archer knights versus mass chug spears. And if ever you do that, French are always favored. Like, anytime we used to get that, at the high skill level, China just couldn't win that one. Because what would happen is, you'd always be hitting knights that would heal over time. And there's so many of them you couldn't target down the injured. But meanwhile, everything you have just dies. So normally when we watch China in this matchup, unless they can find a big mistake in French's early play, what they typically just try to do is get into castle, where you can start focusing relics, you can get Lancer pump out really fast, start to threaten the French economy. And then also crossbow massing. China's pretty good at crossbow massing. And it feels good because on the other side, French don't tend to rush arbitrary. There's something about rushing arbitrary that feels really bad with French. This is just disgusting. Castle already. Pro Scouts, Castle, after building 7 spears, 6 scouts. Mimu doesn't really have an army that can contest. He must know this is happening, though. So I think he's just going to focus on splitting the deer. And in fairness, he took some deer from the enemy side, so it would give him an edge. So presumably, he's going to keep just spamming out knights to try and contest mid-map, and then eventually go Guildhall. The problem with doing that, right, is like the longer that you play the feudal age, the longer you are away from getting your Guildhall, and thus the longer away you are from getting Imperial. You are getting Imperial of a different type here, though. Imperial Palace. Yeah, even though it's archers. Just valuing the fact that he's going to be up against a lot of knights, wants to see them coming early, and also French is that type of civ that likes to move around the map where feasible. Yeah, between these two civs, the one you'd expect to play boar eventually would be French. So having Imperial Palace lets you freely know when they're doing it. Sometimes I do wonder if we still overrate Clock Tower because it was so broken when the game released. Do you guys remember when you used to be able to use Imperial... you used to be able to use the Clock Tower to supervise. You could get Nestor Bees out every 10 seconds or whatever. God, that was the dark time. Yeah, like, sometimes I think we overrate that value and sleep on the value of just seeing everything. Considering that RTSs are often about intel, especially counter-based RTSs like AoE 4. A little bit of poke pressure in the base. Numadon has shot out the gold very early. That was kind of a sick timing. I mean, Wham, he gets a few knights out. Look at the army value difference. Yeah, but don't be deceived. There's a quality difference too. These are Chinese knights coming out. If he evens the count, I don't want to be a French knight on that day. However, archers are getting phenomenal trades in the spearmen. The count isn't quite there. Numadon, yeah, he's trying to screw up. He's missing 4 of his knights. They're not here. Lancers just going to commit in. Spears, giving a lick of it as well. It's going to be a chase away. So Numadon, maybe an overextension here. He's starting to stockpile resources. But you don't really get anything out of a straight guild hall if you don't have enough knights for it. So he's going to keep committing. I'm now starting to push him away. And also on top of that, he's not getting the charges off. You don't get the charge off, you don't get the bonus damage. Wham. Lovely. Love that. He drags away most of the knights for the scout. Backs up. Wham does have a problem, though. If he doesn't keep pressure up, Boo-Boos get kissed better here for chivalry. But you are just now stuck on low HP. Looks like he's changing gear, actually. Goes to intercept. Done. Now going to be diving into the main. Wham. Unguarded here. Villagers try to move away, but there's no wheelbarrow. Does force the enemy knights home. Still no chivalry, though. So Numadon, any damage taken currently is permanent. He hasn't prepped that tech. And the gap is closing, folks. Bam, he's close to taking the heavy cav lead. A lot of them are injured, so with good target and with good micro here, Numadon could make this a worthwhile trade, but unfortunately for him, Wham is fronting with healthier knights. Gap close charge. Think twice about it. Do not have a play for relics yet. Wham has snuck to the north side gold, though, so it could be coming soon. I think the goal for Wham, he just wants to push Numadon all the way back in the base before you think relics. Because otherwise you're gambling, right? You're just basically spending 150 gold to maybe walk into a knight and just die. Every single time. Guild Hall now coming through. We are getting additional archer ranges. I think we're probably just seeing a Lava Latria switch, which is really smart by Numu. We did talk about how sometimes it just doesn't feel good, which makes sense. At the start of Castle Age, you want to be mobile, you don't want to be stuck. But here, I mean, it's Mass Knight on Mass Knight, right? Latria should be your backbreaker. Wham. Tries to contest. Maybe a questionable fight, though. The Cantor Saddle's activation there. He did get the charge off, so Numadon has the bonus damage. And commits hard into him. Beautifully done. Wow, just sacked about 5-6 knights for nothing, really. And he got, what, 2 kills, but lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And his are meant to be better. Numadon now just getting the walls in the back to make sure his economy's safe. Stone is being gathered, so he's looking for the discount. A keep which will also protect his base, remember. He is on the berries, though, so Numadon is starting to run out of resources in the safety of his corner. Has still got that back spawn. Numu now hunting, but Wham's already pulled back home. I like the way he went north, though. You know, this is your safe gold. Fall back to it when you're at risk. No, not French OP. Numu OP is what we'll be looking at if this gets pulled off. Told you, this man is one of his signature civs. I'm not sure he identifies it that way, but I see it. Have raid. That's a worker kill, but actually dies a bit too fast. Looks like he's heavily injured. He has got more coming there, though. Problem is with the outpost up, like you're seeing. Barbican. Okay, so it's going to be a Barbican play, and we've got monks now. Yeah, so he's sneaking the wide flanks. Lancers being mirrored here. Numidan definitely in a decent position. Once the Barbican comes up, that's going to offset the villager advantage he gets French. Looking at future plays, I think we're going to see a lot of lean to the south side from probably both players here. I think what Wham's probably going to try to do is sneak economy north because of the double bore. But the gold vein is what I'm looking at. I think like this type of place is very important for the Red Palace down the line. Alright, ones if you think Numidan's going to win this now. Twos if you think Wham's going to take it. I feel like I'd be surprised to see many twos. But then again, it's China, right? Keep drop should be coming in shortly for Nimu. And that's when you'll start to see him inflate a lead. Yeah, and he needs to because the food is where he's actually starting to struggle now. Ball versus berries is pretty brutal. Like, it's actually playing out exactly how you'd expect. Right? Ball being the 0.9 gathering rate versus the 0.69 of berries. Shows exactly in the food count. Relic's being dropped off now by both players. Looks like Wham was thinking about going back in. He is actually heading directly towards the base. The castle's not up yet. Numidan out of position. Yeah, he got baited south side by the two knights. Two knights that will be able to find the monk. But Wham's focused on this. He charges in. He sneaks in. He's going to find the two worker kills. So wall workers get denied. He also creeps deeper into the base. This is cheeky. Wham, 3 different locations he enters. Guaranteeing he's going to find something. And also the monk disappointed because Wham already snatched away another 2 relics. My goodness, Wham. You know, a little bit silly with his knights in that first big clash when he sent it into Numidan's base. But since then, he's recalibrated. I think he's just started to remember just how powerful these French knights are. Like that earlier castle versus, you know, fledgling castle play. I think he just kind of overvalued his position on quality of knights and learned the hard way. But now, with him slowing things down a little bit, it's starting to look better. And we're even seeing a crossbow switch, something that has not yet been mirrored by Newman. But finally, the castle's coming in. Wham doesn't even see it. Was he Sacred Site placements? Let me check. Yep, Dry Arabia. They didn't pick EGC Dry Arabia. I feel like we've got a lot of not EGC Dry Arabia picks. And we had a complaint about sheep spawns the other day. I'm like, have you tried EGC Dry Arabia? Basically why it was designed. I think we got Red Palace soon, right? Still a few minutes off. Only 800 food. But farm transition now on the way. I don't think Wham has started that yet. He's scared. Understandably, like this is the truest fragile point of a Chinese game. When you have to go farms. I think he's almost ready though. He's shifted a lot of people over to wood. Right now, Numidan isn't attacking him. Quite docile, actually. Villager goes down again. Keeps getting this. And still waiting in the court. I love this. And okay, so there was an attempt to go out there before. Interesting. Well, you feel like the longer it goes, the more Wham wins because he's more experienced? I don't think you've... I'm guessing you haven't seen many Numidan games before. Numidan actually has a habit of enjoying late games. So while I get where you're coming from, like, Numidan also is no stranger to the late game. He, like, some people would say he's obsessed with it. The way I've described Numadon is first 15 minutes, it's like a Rottweiler frothing at the mouth. But then it's like, okay, so how are we going to get an hour-long game? I'd say Wham has become more urgent in more recent times. While he's not a stranger to the late game, the recent edition of Wham we've seen is more interested in ending games, not extending them. Even when he's got Chinese, which is kind of crazy to say. I mean, you can see it in the way they're playing as well. Wham just keeps trying to sneak in. Numadon just keeps standing there saying no. It's like me trying to get a cookie from the jar when dinner's ready in 20 minutes. My hand gets slapped. No. Just one cookie. Wham really has only been able to nibble on crumbs. We are moments away from a Red Palace pull. 1,680 food now. It's almost time. And this is the perfect spot if you can get it. Wham has beaten Numu to the trick. Crossbow mass advantage. Yeah, Arbitrary are scary, but not when they're this outnumbered. And we do now have farms for Wham. Wham, who, by the way, is not far off of Imperial either. I'm an adult. I can eat as many cookies as I want. I can't because they're expensive. I need more subs. I ate a cookie this morning. I thought it was quick enough to get the rest. And nice hit there, Numu. Creeps in with a small group of knights. I think he's hoping that will distract, but I like that Wham's got eyes on the prize. He needs to be in position to stop that Red Palace. That's a full recommitment. He had resources in reserve. It's all going back into army. Tricky, though. His food income is starting to take the lead, but remember there is a discount available for the French here. All their production costs are being reduced by 20%. The Guildhall, folks, is ready to pull. 2,300 food. Numadon, I think you just wait, though. It's not time yet. And finally, that knight jumps into action. He was waiting there for a really long time, actually. Yeah, if any of you gamers are select all armies, you would have been screwed by this. I don't know why Wham has to take the third. I mean, I think he knows that with them both playing knights, it's very hard to play a Sacred Site victory anyway. But the gold trickle would be nice. And it's just an extra variable. A horseman switch being prepped by Wham. But it's time. Red Palace. Where's it going to be? What? Yeah, this feels really bad. So, like, he's saying his farm's up behind it. So there's reasons. But this still feels really bad. You're playing French, and really what you want out of a Red Palace is getting 8k. He just can't get out, right? He's riding blind on the map. If he sneaks out here and gets caught in a big fight, those villagers are just going to get munched. So he takes the underwhelming Red Palace, but it does mean he's going to have a gold problem. He's only got 2k left on the vein here. Meanwhile, where Wham's going to place his Great Wall Gatehouse is where you're meant to anyway. Right? Like, pretty much what Numadon has done is he's mirrored the farm guard of China. And in fairness, you know, his is threatening. I wonder if he's actually going to build farms close enough to it, though. Maybe just stonewall this side and then just build the farms behind, because that also then means you can build production buildings here. And there you go. That's what I expect out of China every time. Oh, mass French Knights. Elite upgrade already in. Arbitrary following up in a matter of moments here. There's a small window, but it's very small. Wham. He's going to step up with his crossbowman. Enough to scare Numadon away, surprisingly. Up complete. So, Wham, look at the gold. There we go. Straight into the crossbowman upgrade. I wonder if he just ignores the knights, doesn't upgrade them, and goes horseman instead. Oh my god, dude, this game. Alright, he actually teched up too. I'm just gonna leave. There's nothing to see here. Moving on. Have you noticed this about the way these two have played so far? This is not like the attacking series we've seen. I mean, it's not that there hasn't been attempts, but their approach, there's a lot of respect and a lot of reluctance in the way they've been engaging. It's like the person that just dips their toe in the ankle. Dips their toe in the pool. Like, ooh, maybe? Maybe soon. Now, this is a poor man's fight over 8k gold. The upgrade is on the way for Wham, but Royal Bloodlines is also queued up for Numu. Much scarier. Hand Cannoneers coming now from Wham, so it's going to be 8 Cs plus the Horseman. Reminder, this Hand Cannoneers are the best Hand Cannoneers in the game. Pyrotechnics. The only thing that's really missing at this rate for Wham is going to be Yuan. He has got plenty of gold still on the base, right? He's got the 4k down here. He's now tapping the 4k up here. He's got another one in between that. There's plenty of gold to work with. So when we bulk out, who's more favored? Because Pyrotechnics is pretty wacky. And the Arbitrary, so I think the problem here is you got to have Royal Bloodlines, but if you're Mass Horseman, Mass Arbitrary versus Mass Horseman, Mass Hand Cannoneers, I'm not backing Arbitrary to walk away with the win there. Right? Especially when you consider Yuan will be on the table. This is the thing, peeking out, I think for French, you just want to be knights normally, no? And Yuan is coming. There you go, Clock Tower queued. How many farms is he up to? He's got 43 in total. Numenon's weaker though, no? Yeah, 25 farms. The food income difference is miles apart here. The movement speed on these beasts. It feels dirty when you see it. You ready? Badu. Speedy Gonzalez is 1.29 movement speed on your slow unit now. Quicker than an archer. Nice block there. Horseman did creep in. Numa has a boar? Yeah, the boar is so far out there, though. Like, how do you protect this? Like, what? You could wall yourself here, but then range units shoot you? Are you going to castle drop a boar? No. What? Okay. You don't often see people stonewall like this. I mean, it's 27 minutes in. We're in Imperial. It's not the craziest of ideas, but it's still... It's the fact that they're both mass cav and he's going for this. Oh my god, dude. I just want to eat food. I'm so hungry. Why don't I get to eat? Everyone else gets to eat. This is going to be a 2-hour game. The only upside I can see in this is the trade posts are poo-poo for French trade. Yeah, like these are the worst trade posts imaginable if you want to do Dry Arabia trade. So thank goodness for that. 8k gold now secured. When I say secured, it's an outpost. He hasn't got a castle drop here. Neither of them have a castle on the 8k gold. This is ridiculous. Nesta bees in the Great Wall Gatehouse have been discovered, but horsemen say, screw that, we want kills. They jump on in. Monsters are now trying to mirror the move at least. Villagers will hide on the other side of the Great Wall Gatehouse, but Wab's economy looking a little bit small after that hit. Yeah, the problem for Wham here is he's mass ranged, right? When I say problem, is it a problem? The issue is finding the fight quick enough. You're slow. Even with Yuan compared to CAD, you are kind of slow. But once you get there, I think the only thing I'd say is missing for Wham, he would benefit from having a bombard or two. I mean, no offense, man. You bugged a guy who's hungry. I'm gonna start eating my mouse in a moment. The peripheral, I don't have a pet mouse. Just realized how dark that sounded. Blood for the blood gods? You're getting the feeling this ends with one big fight. Kind of, because Numidan's economy is just still not there. He switched from the gold. He's got 1.2k food income. Wham's has slowed down, but that was temporary. I think that was the idle time. He should be up at like 2.4-ish or so. He is also missing food tech free. This game's going to be 1 hour long. Yeah, but it's like, it's such an awkward one because it's like, it's a stare down game, you know what I mean? It's not one of those intense back and forths. It's just genuinely look at each other and it's like, well, this is the nature of things. Smiley face. You can get home from work too late. We're still live. KPMM's still going on. Because these guys won't end. Concerned Numu's thinking trade, even if trade is asked. Dude, like, if he trades, I think he just dies right now. His problem isn't gold. His problem is actually food. He's got a 4k vein here. That's almost depleted. But, like, he's playing arbitrary, not knights. His guild hall's on gold. The thing that's going to kill him is trade because he trade for food, which is pointless at this distance. Oh, my God. This is just giving me flashbacks to 2022. Can we just agree that we've moved to a much better meta? Thank goodness this isn't every single game now. I would cry. Horseman? Numu going for a raid. Yeah, but this is so hard to do against China. The movement speed. Remember, these lancers, these horsemen rather, they're faster. Much faster than you. Stone walls. Wham is going to make sure the farms are never contested again. Even gets the tiny gap. Dude. Oh, no. So you have to fight direct. There's no other way now. That is so tilting, man. I mean, it seems so obvious, but we rarely see people wall a corner like this. Ram's going to back off a little bit. Has got a bombard to play with, but cannon's coming on the other side. It's just so many hand cannoneers. Remember, he has got the pagodas set up, so even more income for Wham there. That's when you get shuttered. Now you want the sacred sign. What's Wham's hesitance on the main fight there, actually? Well, his cavalry were chasing, right? So it does make sense. His cavalry were chasing the enemy cavalry, so he didn't have everything at the main fight. And he would have been allowing horsemen to flood into mass range. So his retreat definitely makes sense. More farms coming in now from Numidan, so he's fixing his food income, finally. Yeah, going to be going up to about 45 farms here, so trying to mirror the Chinese. At least getting close. The gold game might be a bigger chief concern for Wham at this rate. Because the guild hall... 4,500 gold just sitting there for Numu. I've seen this rodeo before. This is a dirty one. What you do is you drag into the hyper late game as fronts. Like 45, 50 minutes in. And then when your opponent's running out of gold and you've worn each other down, you pull 8,000 gold from the guild hall and you spam 40 knights. And then you just run it down mid. Now, Wham should be aware of that strat. It's not exactly a rare one. If French are given the mile, they would take the mile. And he has done a good job of building up fat reserves of his own. You guys, you know what I got for dinner today? I don't know if we're still having it because Emma got back real late, but I think we're having like gammon. Gammon. Some good old delicious salty pig. Don't know what we're having it with. I'm fantasizing about that food at this stage. Because, like, unlike these two, I haven't got any food. It's times like this, I wish I just had a button that makes things happen. The issue here is, like, you're probably looking going, well, why isn't X or Y doing something? But it's like, from their POVs, they both benefit more from doing nothing, really. I think, so this is a weird thing, like, French versus Chinese can sometimes deliver absolute fireworks. But it also is probably the biggest culprit of ridiculously silly late-game nothings. Because they're both so good at just bulking resources like this. You know, China's the obvious one economically, but French is more subtle. It's the Guildhall. The Guildhall is crazy. Looks like we've got a siege switch now. So Numidan's probably thinking about pulling the gold soon. Yeah, so it's going to just try and directly answer the hand cannoneers. Can be really annoying to try and do this against China, though, because of the yuan. They move so fast. And love that. Forward infrastructure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure one of these guys... Actually, it's Numidan. Yeah, because it's Swedish. I'm pretty sure Numidan owns just like a giant Viking boat. And if he does die in this one, Wham should feel bad because not only will he get none of these resources, but he would have also guaranteed that Numidan's wife gets buried alive with him. So, hate to make you feel guilty about this, Wham, but yeah, that kind of like makes you an accessory to murder. Yeah, pizza, burritos, and a small lasagna? What? All at once? Did you at least dip the burrito in the lasagna? Here we go, though. Big clash. Castle drop on the way, but cannons are addressing it already. This is what we've been waiting for. The first of 3 big fights. No, this is not going to be it, surely. Front lines are all dead from both sides. You better A-click. I swear to God, if you start running away from each other right now. Yeah, you better run. Now run after him. Yuan can chase this down. This should be the death push. If Wham can just keep pump. He's got the cannons. He's got the answers to the castles. He needs to do something because, of course, the Sacred Site timer has now started. Numidan queues up more crossbows, more horsemen. He wants the 5 digits, guys. Guildhall still has not been pulled yet. No, he's not content that it's time. It's getting close, though. Okay, maybe not that close. Wham has 4K. Yeah, I think if Numidan held on that gold, then you are close. But without it, Wham has like 10,000 gold still on his side of the map. That's before we talk about the pagodas and the gold gen. He's definitely not running out of gold. Maybe once more into the breach. Now, Wham looks like he's out of gold, guys, but remember, it's because he's got 20 hand cannoneers queued up. He's not out of gold. I don't know, though. I think if Numi doesn't pull that Guildhall soon, he might be in trouble. Because the horsemen aren't putting a dent in this. He's losing ground. Bombard's now hitting onto the castles, which is going to impact his ability to resurge. Remember, he gets discounts from these things. Only if they are still alive, though. That castle is gone. Wait, what? Wait, what? You guys saw that, right? The bombards... Did you guys see that? The bombards, I don't think they hit the castle. The health didn't move. That was weird. Right, goes in for the connect now. Clash coming through. Horseman trying to rotate around the back on the hand cannoneers, but the stone outcropping gets in the way. And the starter step is just overpowered. These hand cannoneers are just so fast. Sacks the crossbowman, but that's not bad. He's up to 62 gunners. I thought one was Canadian, not American. But where else would you see this many guns? Oh my god. 67? It's just all hand cannoneers. More Dakar than you get in a war. Good god. And now he's ready for the push. A 72 gun salute. Numenor, he's trying for the mango strat, but the problem is Wham's already prepping horsemen. I think this mango idea was delayed too much. It's difficult to do against hand cannoneers that move this fast anyway. Just breaking him too fast. Yeah, horseman front line's failing Numenor. First mango does come out. Hit, decent, but remember, hand cannons have 130 HP. They're not exactly what I call squishy. Maybe a bit brute forcey. Wham is going to slow down a little bit. He still hasn't pulled that guild hall, has he? Okay, he did. Wait, he already... Okay, that's because he literally just, as I said it, done it. 10,000 gold. Finally, Numenor says it's time. The knights get queued up. Wham, he's still not out of gold as well, folks. And he already sees this coming. Look at the switch. Elite Spearman queued. I love that from Wham. So he does this push to force that. So he gets the decap on the sacred side, but also, like, you had to know, this whole time he's just seeing Horseman Arbor. Against Guildhall French in late game, like, why would that be? There has to be one reason, right? And it's because he's holding on to the Guildhall. So he gets the pull. He's got a lot of work to do, though, because it's a lot of gold. Great for on the wall. Could sneak in with the Horseman. Yeah, we'll look for a little raid. Difficult, though, because of the Arbaliston placements on all the castles. What will knights do against mass gunners? I think the idea is you kill them. Just kill them faster than you get killed. You know, if you swing your sword quick enough, a gun is nothing in the face of Bushido. No? Some crap like that. Oh, just got reload drills coming in. A little bit surprised it took that long. That's the one that gives you an attack speed increase on bombards. Would have been really good to have a little bit earlier to beat the cannons. And God, is there a lot of cannons to beat. Have these at least been clock tower? They are not. No, only 2 of them are clock tower. It's missing out on an extra 100 HP. Nice snipe there. Nice one, the mangoes. More farms coming. Numu. Going up to, what, 65 to 70 farms soon? He's like, I may actually burn out on food before the gold disappears. Reminder to people, by the way, that you can also sign up to these KPMMs each week. I don't know if you'll make best of 5 quarterfinals, but, you know, I could probably cast your best free quicker than I can cast one game between these two. Because I know you're going to just slay against the pros. Well, I'm very low on Vils? Not necessarily. You just think that because you see he's got barely any food, but then you have to remember that he's queued up 33 horsemen and 41 spears, which is about 5,000-ish food. More than that, actually, right? With 40 spears. Cannoneers want to approach again. Surely we've got to be approaching the endpoint soon. This can't just keep going on. Horseman sandwich from both sides. A little bit of break him though. And Cannoneers There's an opening here to brute force the arbitrate. Horseman returning to the fray, though. Start to step away. The big challenge here for Wham. The hand cannons can get away, but the bombards struggle. They're at risk of being sacked. And now, charge forward. Hand cannoneers able to back away from it fluidly. Numidan, numbers going down. Bombards looking for the cannon snipe outs. Horseman also trying to sneak in. Yet the thing that Wham's doing here that's really frustrating is he's just trashing units into the comp. Which means the hand cannoneers are never really getting caught. Numidan now just trying to force himself in there. He's going to be pushed back slightly. It looks like the siege mass might be working. Numu continues to push him back. Mangoes keep forcing a retreat. Wham! He's losing the siege. He's losing control. He may be about to lose this game. Yeah, he just doesn't have an answer to the Mangoes. He went full hand cannoneer but couldn't go full ham. Wasn't able to commit deep enough to end the game. And now we have this awkward predicament where it's starting to reach into the production lines. Numidan, how much gold's left? 1,000. He has got 50 more knights queued up. He should be fine. Just needs to temper himself on the speed at which he loses them. Cannons are now clearing the infrastructure. The game where Wham is running out of wood. Or wood access anyway. Yeah, this isn't going to feel safe. You can see Wham is trying to creep around that back. But good read there. Numidan not going to overexpose himself. He knows he can't spread super wide. He's already walled him in there. So limited angles of approach for the Canadian. And I love this. Numu's like, okay, we'll just go in there. Yep. Brings the stone walls as well. He's just stripping options away. This right here, folks, this is the last gold available. Numu is going to snatch it right from under Wham. And Wham has somehow now burnt through the food. Oh no. This needs to be a win. Mangoes turn around. Bit wasteful against the siege. Horseman trying to creep in. Cannons now targeting down those mangonels. They're wrapping wide, looking for the entry. Hand cannons pull all the way back, though. The horsemen, they do get in onto the cannons. The siege! He gets in! He wiggles his way through! And they're all going down! Mango's dead! Cannon's dead! Wham's hand cannon is alive! And now he just needs to wear him down. Knights sally forth. A start a step retreat. Still 50 gunners. Wham. He's reduced the queue that Numidan had. He's down to just 20 in reserve. And the knight line on the front line is thinning. Only one mango to support currently. The horseman jumped that as well. It's all gone wrong. But can he push through without the siege? It feels like he's on the verge. I mean, Wham, he's down to just 50 military pop. Struggling to remax. Numidan pulls it all the way back. Maybe he senses it. Maybe he sees it in the count. The hand cannon numbers are no longer getting bigger and plumper. A recommitment knights go in. It may have cost him the siege, but it may have proven to be exactly what needed to happen. Unshackled, unburdened by the slow. He looks for the entry. Hand cannoneers hiding in the base. Knight starting to surround, though. It's going to be the slam dunker. Numu does it. It takes almost an hour to do so. But he proves exactly why. His French is the boogeyman waiting to bite. End me. That game, like, you know, those are the type of games where it's like, damn, epic last 8 minutes, but took us 40 minutes to get to. This Canadian has more guns than America. There you go. I want to eat. Okay, I don't get to eat. 1-1. I'm so hungry that if Wham was streaming at this point, I'd just raid him. Who needs food anyway? I bet you're saying that while like dripping gravy all over your keyboard as you type it, you piece of shit. I'm on to you. I know exactly what you're doing. How to win against China, do nothing, pretty much. Eat on the stream? You can't eat and cast, though. I don't even know if the food's ready. Alright, Roos versus Delhi. Yeah, I don't even know if like Emma's done the food or if she's been holding out and doing the food. Cause she's like, oh, okay, like Darren's still like casting. Oh, well, I'll wait a little bit longer. I don't know. Maybe she's already eaten. I've been lied to this whole time. I don't know. I know nothing. I've been left in the dark. With French and China in an hour-long game. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But is it fun? Could have had a 3-course meal in that game, right? Like, let's just cut the first 2/3 of that game off and then upload it. Hell yeah, brother. I don't think we'll be able to do the Louis Myriad series. I just checked the results, by the way. It was a 3-0. Sorry, but like, dude, we're going to be, at this rate with these two, it's going to be at least 7 hours and I haven't eaten. So, eat what it is. Also, where is Emma? Like, is she not in chat? That's rude. Sound when you're eating, chewing, and casting at the same time? I mean, like, you wouldn't be, like, speaking while eating. That's freaking rude. And we're not a savage, you know? Elephants, guns. It's gonna happen. I don't know what else you want me to say. Somehow these two just love going late game. Welcome back, folks. It's time for Wham versus Numadon. I am a very hungry man, made even hungrier. Not for quality content, but just for actual food. As we are only 2 games in, and this one is already starting to feel like it's going to be the longest series of the week. Delhi versus Roos for Game 3. Pigeon's View is where we're heading. Maybe Roos can show some semblance of hope here. I mean, this is a powerful map for them, and Wham might be the single most impressive person we've seen on this map with Roos, despite the fact that he has a deep burning hate for stealth forest. Do you guys know that? I can't imagine why the Canadians that had their internet connection disrupted in the middle of like S-tier tournaments because trees attacked it would hate a map with loads of trees. I guess just one of those things, really. Great spawn, by the way. Wham, double deer back. Is there a world in which he just walls this and doesn't pro scouts? I love that idea. Because the other issue is if he pro scouts, it's so close to Numadon's base as well. Yeah, both of them got super tight deer spawns. It's almost like this game is begging them not to pro scout. I mean, Delhi will. They'll just do it organically, right? It doesn't cost them anything. But do we have predictions up? We do. 50-50 apiece. Because people can't decide if this game's going to be quick in 20 minutes or if it's going to be an hour long. Now, I gotta say I've been liking Delhi's... I don't think like is the word I want to use. I mean, I've been favoring Delhi in a lot of matchups more recently. Just these players, they've gotten so good at finding the War Elephant timing that I'm starting to think they might actually get War Elephants nerfed. Because every time we've seen them recently, they have demolished all the competition. And what's the sheep ball? Ooh, that's strong for Wham. 16 sheep to 11 when Delhi start on berries is really, really good actually for Roos. It's a great start for him. And by the way, that's only 2 scouts. He didn't go for the 3. Yeah, sometimes we see the 3rd one just slotted in there. Not the case here. Alright. I hate everyone. Apparently, we're not having gammon tonight. We're having pizza. Frozen pizza. We powered through a long day of cast. We're getting frozen pizza. I will get to the bottom of this. For some reason, Emma scammed me out of a real meal. And it's broken my heart. What? We're getting 2 TC. And yeah, like pizza is a classic Emma move. You want to know the other classic Emma move is? Chicken nuggets and chips. But you want to know why we're not getting that move? Because it's too late. Freya's already asleep. So she went for a backup. Pizza. We'll have that tomorrow. Chicken nuggets and chips. Woo! She promised me gammon earlier. I was like, woohoo! Salty meat. And then I got scammered. Alright, so this wasn't for 2TC, thank God. I was going to say, like, 2TC with Golden Gate feels really greedy. So he's just doing it for what? Placements? Is he going to just solo outpost the backside deer here, maybe? No, oh God, no, he is 2TCing. It's Golden Gate. My brain, I forgot for a sec. He's going to ticket it. So we're 100% getting 2TC. Just get a chippy at that point. We've been over this. Takeaway's expensive, okay? And I must be a frugal pigeon. It's a cold winter. We even budget the heating. It's going to be a very cold winter. Alright, so Wham just with 2 scouts. No pro scout play. So I guess it's just going to TC drop here. It is kind of crazy to see Roost 2TCing against Delhi. Like, isn't this the taboo civ that you never 2TC against? I guess the spawn is just too good for it, though. Because I think you TC here and you just wall it in. Or you TC drop here and then move over and wall this anyway. Because you want to protect the deer. Because you know that Delhi will eventually have pro scouts, right? They're going to have it in 4.5 minutes. And there's the wood and the stone. Time to get the goodies set up. Yeah, he does go deep. The smart thing about going deep like this as well is it hides the fact you're even 2TCing. Unfortunately for you, Numadon, he could not have timed this more perfectly. The village? No. No. What? Are you kidding me? He doesn't know. Wow. I did not see this coming. I don't think he glimpsed the stone at the front side, right? Because there's no mining camp or anything. And it's such... I feel like it's such a rare play in pro play these days. We don't often see 2TC Roos anymore. But this is the value play, right? You only need to touch the stone for 50 and then you just buy the tickets. Easy peasy. Okay, so Numadon is just going to be moving towards that sacred site timer. But still, he's just unaware. It's such an old build. Roos just never do this anymore. Maybe just doesn't feel necessary. Like, you know, Roos have options. We've seen Roos can beat Delhi by playing Feudal Pressure. Some fast castle builds that still work. But this is just so out there, like, you just wouldn't really think of it in the moment. Numadon. Sanctity almost complete, so he will have the cap ticking time bomb, but we're getting stables crept at the back. Love this. So he's still going to play the night play. And it kind of balances out, right? Like, Pro Scouts is pretty expensive. You're going to add into probably at least 6 Scouts. So considering the extra Scouts of what you have, that's going to be 260 resources. And then you're going to have to get Pro Scouts, which is 450, right? So at that point, you're spending... what, 710 resources to make that play versus a TC, which is 750 resources, but will give you more villages. And if you're going to get 2 deer stacks anyway, it's not that bad of a proposition. Numidon has to be getting a bit suspicious. Wham is about as docile as they get. And there it is. He now knows. 2TC. You got about it's like, what, 2 minutes for free on that? Close to? Ah, that 2 minutes. More like a minute and a half minute. Still, 4 worker lead already for Wham. Nimidon is going to be scrambling with those sacred sites. Wham. The thing that I worry about is Numu. I don't think he saw the knights. But they are about to be revealed, right? Pumba pull? Oh my god, and it's still griefing him. No, Numu. Not like that. Somehow doesn't lose the Ghazi by some miracle. Dude, the Pumba? Can this guy just leave, please? Hello, you weren't invited. Can you show us your invitation? Do you know who I am? No, that's why we need to see your invitation. ID, please. The Ghazi, oh my god, he's trying to kill it now. But the knights are gonna show up! And the Pumba's gonna heal! Oh, this is so toxic. Remember, Numidon doesn't have time. He doesn't have time for this crap. This boar is gonna let 2TC win. The scholar's been seen. And his death will be heard. Oh my god. Talk about a value boar. I may not have got my gammon today, but it's because it hasn't been killed yet. Knight him. He is now Boyar Pumba. Boyar Pumba of the Roos forces. Unbelievable. Spear archers now. No, leave Boyar Pumba alone. You know, he had a good run. No, it's cutting the archer reinforcements. This is just becoming frustrating now. It's a 10 worker lead already for Wham. He's onto the second deer pack. And now archery rangers. Because he knows he's got better economy. He's 10 workers ahead and he gets 20% more wood. What's the hate? I feel like Numidon needs some hell of a Hail Mary here. He doesn't have a ticking time bomb. It's not like he can play all in Sacred Site. He doesn't have enough economy to now just rush Castle. Not against Mass Knights. And Wham has enough food still to add in like another 20 Knights. Especially with the berries. We do finally get a Wham's wall. Took a while. What a blast from the past, man. I'm still taken aback by the fact he's 2TC'd against Delhi and it looks this good. Considering that, like, if you named a Civ that's seen as taboo to 2TC against, I'd say it's probably Delhi. Delhi's the one that people think of all the time. Let's be a wall in on the sacred sites now. I don't think those walls are going to last long, folks. I mean, the army value's a lie, right? Like, remember, a lot of this is inflated by the scholars. Scholars that you didn't even pay that full price for. Wow, I'm just going to posture over here. Sacred Site hasn't been captured. Can he force him to fight? Oh, spear count at 8. Maybe makes Wham a little bit hesitant about overcommitting. It's be a chase into the fog. I mean, if he's pushing you like this, you've got to be worrying about what's following up. Archer's not quite able to get in range. Spearman by a little bit of time with the brace. But it's an assault towards the base here. He's going to have to stand his ground soon because he's running out of space to fall back to. Wham. Drags him back in range of the archers. Tries to buy a little bit of time against the spears to thin them out. 8 spears only. Knights. Recommit. And this is just wave number 1, folks. It's the second wave moving across the map. Numenor is going to get cut down. 2-1 for Wham. And what a way to do it. 2 TC Roos. A true blast from the past. And shout out to Boyard Pumbaa. Wow. All right. So, Wham now 1 game away from completing our semi-finals lineup. Remember, it's Louis MT waiting for one of these two. Let's see what he's cooking. Numu has the map pick. Baldland is going to be the target. It's going to be HRE versus Jean. I think this is a skill execution one. I'm maybe 1 game away. Maybe just 1 game away from eating crappy frozen pizza. It's happening. But that pizza is going to taste like $1 million. It's probably not, but... Oh my god, I'm getting a headache now. Why am I getting a headache? Holy crap, I'm so hungry. I'll tell you right now, if it wasn't for those grapes, I would be eating my keycaps right now. The grapes saved us. God bless the grapes. Chest thump, chest thump. I'm not going to chest thump because I'm trying to save calories. Water? What about water? Water's not going to solve for the fact that I'm hungry. It's not how that works. I got loads of gunner glasses. Maybe I can eat those. What toppings on the pizza? I think we got some of those cheap-ass meat feast ones. So like pepperoni and some like minced beef. Someone else, maybe. And there's also like 4 cheeses ones, but who cares about that? I want the meat. I'm not a vegetarian. I'll eat all the animals. And if it looks like the animal isn't edible, I'll just get some sriracha sauce and I'll eat it. We're fine. Barbecue pizza? Barbecue base is pretty sick, but these ones I don't think had a barbecue base, unfortunately. You just ordered a kebab? Must be nice. You put cheese one? You put cheese one for you. I get the meat feast. Mother ducker. And you got some explaining to do, lady. What the hell time do you call this? Oh my god, I am a dad. Late! Marking it down the register. You know what I can't stand? When people put like barbecue sauce on the pizza, you know what I mean? You already ate? You already... Piece of shit. You can throw it in the bin. I'm ordering takeaway. What do you mean you already ate? Chat, the plot thickens, right? I thought relationships were a partnership, but this is right now, like live on the stream. You guys are seeing the breakup. All right? I feel bad for the kids. Because, you know, when they go out with daddy, they're going to get takeaway. And they stay home with mommy, it's going to be pizza. Frozen ass pizza. And now, just to make sure I win the breakup, I'm even going to buy them like fancy ass hummus. So when they have food at home, they're going to be like, mommy's food sucks. Daddy's the best. It's over. Over. Party food and you didn't even bring me any. See, Emma doesn't have a handbag, and this is the problem. She had handbags. She could just like she could just get it open, pour it in, and then I got like freaking cold chicken nuggets and freaking hummus dip and whatever else. But no, doesn't want to be a humbug person. But a humbug. All right, in we go. Let's get ready. Did you seriously put the cheese pizza in? Oh, you piece of shit. We're done. All right, this is getting interesting. Jean d'Arc gradually returning into the meta. It feels like it. A few players obsessed with it, but it's becoming infectious. Numenor looks to try and survive this week's midweek muster by trusting in Jeanne d'Arc. But Wham is not going to make it easy. It's the HRE. Yes, and it's the HRE with a Dark Age Rush. Dude, I told you, Wham doesn't want late games anymore. This is proof of it. The last game, Balls Against the Walls. Now we get a Dark Age Rush opening. You know, not the most uncommon thing in the world against these civs with HRE, but like Jeanne d'Arc is one of the more resilient ones because she just pulls off of the gold anyway. But Nimu, he hasn't exactly rushed onto the gold. No, and he didn't move Jeanne, which is surprising. Jeanne d'Arc, she's able to stay there for a long time because she has 150 HP and heals. Yo, what's up, Sherman? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted subs. I get some subs for the hummus conversation. Dude, hummus is the way of life, man. Like, if I had my way, Britain would learn to, like, make good quality hummus in our own country over butter. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you can't... Hummus can't be butter for, like, oh, let's add it for a cake. But for, like, on the bread? How do we ever conclude that butter could be better? It's just a lie. But thank you, mate. Appreciate you. By my calculations, that will allow me to buy probably 5 of those cheap frozen pizzas. Hell yeah. And here we go. This is the pull we were waiting for. So Jeanne, like, that's the uncontested queen. She has 150 HP. You do 7 damage per stab. It would take you 22 hits to kill Jeanne. And that's assuming you don't pull away and she heals in between. Looks like he did get enough there. Yeah, so safely able to tech up. But Wham, pretty impactful here. He's not going to follow up with an outpost. I feel like a lot of HRE players stop doing this, but it's fine when you play against Jeanne because HRE is going to need spears against Jeanne anyway because of the knights, right? Like, yes, you've idled out the gold, but you know they'll eventually come back. The main goal as to why Wham has done this is because of pro scouts. It's to stop the follow-up play. Yeah, and also enable it himself. I imagine we're going to be getting Arkan on the tree line. If Arkan gets dropped here, which seems quite likely, then we're looking at pro scouts. Yeah, he'll probably leave the gold workers where they are. Actually, is it pro scouts? Because he hasn't built a mill yet, but he is gathering the wood now. Oh, I think he thought about it for a second there. That would have been a sick Arkan. But no, he will build it in the base. Like, this type of Arkan's tempting, but if you do this against Jeanne or French, you're going to a game 5, right? Like, it's just way too exposed. Can Jeanne kill 2 spears? Mathematically, yes. So she'll do the, 6 damage? But the reason I say mathematically is, like, she can't really die to 2 spears. She'll just keep pulling back and healing and stabbing again. The reason why it's, like, theoretical yes, mathematical yes, is because she has infinite health. Because she heals. But, like, although in theory and mathematically, because of infinite healing, you can win with Jeanne, if you on your own as Jeanne have to kill 2 spears, you feel like you've lost the game. Because she's getting terrible XP instead of building things, and you're being slowed down way too much. Because remember, JD is one of your biggest benefactors for aging up as well, as she speeds up the building process as she herself is much quicker. Up to complete. And there you go, it is 4 still in the gold. So we should be getting the mill drop in a second. Either that or it's fast castle, but that would feel a little bit odd. 17 sheep actually wouldn't be the weirdest thing in the world. But there we go. I was about to say, but the weird thing is, like, you've got this much wood. There's no sense in you fast castling unless you outpost already. So yeah, welcome to the new norm with HRE. Arkan value down. If they're going to Arkan, it's because they are looking to go for pro scouts in a lot of games right now. Has forced the archer opening. But Numenon always needed this to resecure the gold. Otherwise, the spin would just keep being annoying. As soon as you see if Wham wins, you'll go get food. I know that feeling. I've known that feeling for 7 hours. Hey. Man, we've been streaming a lot recently. I should really get a life. Touch a boob. All the above. So Numu, lobbing up Scout's pretty quick, actually, even though he doesn't have the gold for pro scouts. So he's going to try to rush it. The good news is because you're playing the French Civ, you get a big discount. Doesn't actually need that much gold to get it. Timing is the problem. You can't accelerate the research speed. It's not China. Stable's now coming in from Ram. Think about the French game. I mean, Numidan, like, that's the thing. Could he repeat the French experience with Jean? Because here's the thing. I think after that game, Wham realized going late game is a mistake against Numidan. You know, we had someone in here earlier who's like, oh yeah, Wham's experience in late game is just going to ooze through. And quite the contrary, he learned the pain of just how comfortable Numidan is in the late game. You made the mistake of going there French versus Chinese. There's no way you go there Jeanne d'Arc versus HRE, right? Like, if Wham lets this game go beyond 25 minutes, it's because he has a huge lead. If it goes beyond 25 minutes and he doesn't have a huge lead, I'm backing Numidan all the way. And we're going to a game 5. Because Jeanne d'Arc is much more scary than French in the late game. Because Jeanne d'Arc herself enables the army so much more. Emma's still watching the stream? No, she's probably watching darts, snooker, or some boring crap like that. Yeah, so a little bit insight into my life with Emma. Her family is obsessed with snooker, and I'll never get it. I get the skill of it. I don't see the entertainment of watching it. I imagine some people feel the same way about AoE4 and things like that, though. It's matter of taste. I've realized that I just find esports 20 times more compelling than traditional sports. Jean is trying to slow down the pro scout play. Knight will make it a lot easier. Yes, there's kind of a layered cake here trying to protect the Knight charging from this many spears, but it's difficult, man. Wham! It's the type of comp that makes you wonder why not mine work. It's because the Archon makes it so good on the deer. More variables and complexity. Yeah, I think the other thing is that because games change and evolve, like it impresses me more. I honestly wish that Age of Empires 4 had more regular updates for that reason. I'm a big fan of the ever-evolving state of things. It's like darts is another one. I mean, it's cool watching Luke Littler win like the first time, maybe the second time. Because it's like new gen. It's pretty incredible. But then I've kind of reached the point where I'm like, well, I mean, I get the appeal in person. You just go and get drunk. But like, I can't be asked to watch it. Cricket, like, I don't know how any British people enjoy cricket. My mum and dad have gotten into cricket, and I like, no. If we had the choice between cricket or paint drying, I'd watch the paint drying. Okay, maybe that's a bit extreme, but I'd have to really think about it. Really should get back to watching ice hockey. Ice hockey is quite entertaining. Gaelic football too. What's up, Marv? Appreciate the 5 gifted, mate. Thank you very much. Legend. Okay, this is a lot of spears, by the way. Like, I've been seeing a lot of this recently. Spears are kind of looking OP. It's so weird because we just recently had huge archer metas, so the fact that spears are just looking so dominant is unusual in some ways. I think Numu is most definitely on the clock here. I do love that he went spears, by the way. He's not overdoing it either, which is really important against HRE. Because that initial tree line is going to allow him to blow up archers quite quick. However, it's just already ran out. Got to sneak in the back. Love that Wham's just using limited horsemen to cut reinforcements. It's the safe way, right? Like, you can always get away from knights as well. Although the scout is griefing him a little. Yeah, this is a bit worrisome on the archer switch if it's full ham fist from Wham. Dude, I'm obsessed with that ham. Because he just doesn't have buff gathering right now. It's ran out. So if now the goal is to blob 20, 30 archers, you're in a pretty rough position. Whereas if he just went spearman, horseman, it makes the world go round, right? It would last a lot longer. But his problem here, he knows all too well, like mass melee into Jean's a bit dangerous, and you also end up in a situation where you're not able to snipe down the injured knights. You can get them low, but you can't finish them. He's been winning the Pro Scouts game. I feel like Wham's had an edge here, right? Like, he started sooner. Good guard on the south side, though. Wham. Has he actually revealed the archers properly? Not particularly. Looks like he's getting ready for a switch up. Double outpost does suggest we're going castle. Which makes sense. There's a certain point where you just want out of feudal age. Jean benefits too much from it. Especially melee Jean. Like, inherently, gradually, she's going to get XP. She's going to get level 3. And the worst thing that can happen in a melee Jean game is that you're still age 2 when that happens. Yeah, if you get level 3, if you get age 3 rather, though, when she gets level 3, she dies to so many things. Not just the spears, but also crossbows. Probably aware of that threat, of that risk. Let's start moving forward. Might be a good time for it as well, because Wham, he's at a point where he's just invested. There's no pulling away from this now, right? You've gathered way too much gold to just say, let's reinvest in food. If you have to, you feel bad about it. Numu is going to turn up. A double outpost is already constructed. Wham. He hasn't got all the troops at home, but he's got most of them close by. Yeah, just the horsemen. Outpost fire just frustrating. If you dive that, double outpost does just kill Jean. Yeah. He knows what this is going to turn into, whether he likes it or lumps it. Regnitz Cathedral, now on the way. So the best thing you can do is just kind of split up, guard the relics wherever you can. I mean, it's tricky, because if you split up, there is an argument that Wham could just send it one by one with the main army. But the danger of that for Wham, why I don't think he'll do it, is the map is completely open. He hasn't Wham's walled yet. So he doesn't have any protection if he does leave the base. Yeah, we're down now, just will mirror. Should be a guild hall. We haven't really been seeing many Royal Institute games, and I think Royal Institute is quite hard to execute against HRE. Just because of how quickly they pump up troop numbers. Spear blob, crossbow switch. They usually have a good economy for it. Now starting to get some farms. Love the placement, by the way. Do you notice what Wham done? He used the woodworkers, but then he can also think about Cistercian abbeys and just buffing the remaining wood if he needs it in a rush. I actually hope we see that. This is a pretty sick map for monastery drop on the primary tree line. There's just these big enough gaps that you can wedge monasteries in there. Reminder, Cistercian abbeys is the one that turns all monasteries, including Regnitz, into mini Archons. We'll see if he goes for it. That's definitely going to be a few minutes down the line. The primary focus on this building is getting prelates out and onto the relics. Guild hall is completed. Level 3 Jean still feels like a bit of a pipe dream right now. 240 out of 500 XP required. Yeah, he just hasn't been able to get any fights whatsoever, really. It's interesting how different this feels than your classic Jeanne d'Arc versus HRE. It used to be that HRE would just build an outpost, go castle, and laugh at you. But it's fairly different now. I'm just dragging the army. I think he was guarding South Relic. Yeah, there is 2 down here. Like, there's not a bad idea to steer south, but it's very dangerous considering you'd allow Numidan to send it into your base. But stone gathering should be key here. He went for the arrow slits, but I'd love to see him just get the spring replacement. I say love, I actually think the spring replacements are disgustingly effective. They're very valuable here, just to stop the dives into the direct. And that should be where your relics are going anyway. This is standoff. What variant civ are you most excited about? Oh yeah, we're like I'm quite on board for the elephant civ. Even though I don't care to play Delhi. Like, if you had to point to the Civ that looks funnest, they look hilarious. I think anyone who can't agree they look hilarious is just having PTSD from War Elephants to the Delhi. You know? I'll probably end up playing the Sengoku the most. Either Sengoku or maybe I would be a Macedonian boy. Actually, I don't know. Golden Horn's kind of intriguing. It's like I never cared much for Mongols and I never cared much for Abbasids. And it kind of feels like it's merging the two. So yeah, that pushes me Sengoku and Macedonian, I think. Maybe Tuklag. We'll see how they function. Back gold now secured. Numidan. There's a time bomb waiting to tick at the guild hall. The problem is if you let too many relics through, it doesn't come quick enough by comparison. So the monk is going to sneak up to Numidan. This is looking great. Yeah, gets 3 of the 5 relics on the map. Regnants are still functional at 2, but I don't think you're happy if you're Wham. He's trying to creep in. Wall's going up, and wow, that's a desperation wall. Charge in. Oh my god, he blocks himself. The knights get through. Villagers without textiles. This is a disaster. Cancels the wall. Numidan will get the recommitted charge. There's a horseman going down, but the knights do survive that. Gets the 4 worker kills. And gleefully scurry away, and will even find the intercept. Okay, so a 3-2 split in favor of the HRE. Looking achievable now. Damn, Numidan. He's so busy chasing those knights, and he realizes now that he's been baited. That was sick. What a grab. And he was steering for it. You saw it coming from 2 different directions. Army stepping up. A healthy dose of crossbowmen starting to emerge in there. New wave coming through soon. And Wham's walls are now going to be on the way. Unlike Numidan's situation, there's nothing waiting to jump in while he walls it. Flashing the choke point. John, not being target-fired just yet. Crossbows are now looking for her, but that was an ugly fight. Level 3 Jean coming through. Don't do this. No. Wham. Did he just misread the size of the army? Feels like it. Didn't have that many knights to commit. Mass archers there to contest him. That was a brutal one. Now with level 3 Jean, Numidan gets a bit more threat in his step. Numu and these French civs, I swear. I mean, the good news for Wham is Numidan's other stronger civ isn't available, right? Byzantines was banned on both sides, so he doesn't have to worry about that if it goes to a game 5. But I don't think you want to. I mean, you never want to end up in a game 5, but the way this series is played, you can tell that Wham looked to be the more aggressive party after taking lessons from that game 2. Maybe a bit too aggressive here. I was about to get food too. I think my microwave, my frozen pizza is going to end up cold at this rate. Maybe there's hope. Wham, he's walling in now. He's got a decent number of farms, which is something that Numidan can't brag. Numidan has got 0 farms. So he will eventually have a food problem, but I wouldn't rank him out for that. Like, Numidan in that French-Chinese game was far behind on farms, and he still found a way of catching up. Like, this guy is just a menace when he gets his hands on the French civs. Like, at this point, if you're a pro, you should be wiping sweat from your brow that they're not adding another French variant. You crushed a Philly cheesesteak in my honor? Oh. So I had, like, Philly's cheesesteak in Germany on the American airbase. It was alright. I don't think it was crazy, though. I didn't feel like I had that much taste to it. It just felt like I was eating a Subway that was, like, just had a more steak, like, it just had steak in it, you know what I mean? Don't know if I'm the only one with that experience. A shawarma sandwich? Oh. I hate you. I hate you so much. Holy crap. I could so go for a shawarma. Guys, screw you all. Just for that, I don't feel bad about taking a week's break from KPMM for a holiday where I'm going to eat all the gyros. So many gyros. And then I'm also going to have Minori cheese. You guys ever had Minori cheese? Draped in honey. Yes. Oh. Your life is going to suck compared to mine for a week. And then all the free booze, that's included in the hotel. Oh, yes. Actually, crap. I really hope we're not going to one of those stupid tourist islands where you just get, oh, yeah, we have tikka masala. Like, I came to Greece. I had this when we went to Spain. We went to, was it Menorca? That place is terrible. I'm sorry. I'm just going to call it. It's terrible. And like the other members of the family like, oh, it's so good. I can't wait to go again. Hell no. Dude, if I go to Spain, I want Spanish food. I don't go to Spain to eat a tikka masala. What the hell is that? I apologize on behalf of my country. Tech up's complete, though. Wham. He did go for the Schwabia. Other side of this, the Guildhall is ready to roll. Oh, boy. What's Spanish, like, food? Well, I mean, like, you gotta at least have tapas. You got things like gazpacho. Spanish omelets, I guess. Admittedly, I don't like the idea of paella. I'd have to avoid the seafood. Ugh. But like, what's it called? It's the you guys ever had the cured pork? It's very buttery. I had it when we went to El Renado. They had people on site making it. It's like, it's nice, but it's also really weird because it's like the texture and flavor profile is not your standard pork. Okay, so Sacred Site timer. Oh my god, he's going to do it, isn't he? This Red Palace drop, come on. Are we seriously going to a game 5? I think we might. Actually, what's the cocktail drink for Greece that I need to have? Because like when you go to Spain, margaritas is a good call. A little bit of a poke here, just trying to see if we can get the decap. The red pass is there. That's not going to be possible. He has to steer north. Reserves being built up. Wow. I mean, he should be capable of getting tech ups much quicker here. In terms of resources, anyway. It's going to be a horseman play. Rich man angry at Spanish Island for having an Indian restaurant, but it wasn't. It was legit, just like, it was basically the whole cuisine at those restaurants was just British dishes. So it was basically, they were just like, it was just a tourist trap restaurant. I'm like, God damn it, I came here for the authentic cuisine. Not to just get what I can get at home, you know? Looks like we are going to be going for the decap on the north side. Army reacting. He has to be careful of Jean. Jean is the key threat here. Level 4 has a way of creeping up on you in these late game fights. Looking to creep that decap. Nimadan, a bit hesitant to fully commit. The horseman hasn't come in yet. The knights, he tried to ambush him there. Good start, step back by Wham. But that does mean the Sacred Site timer continues. Wham, some good shots in though from the elite crossbowman. Problem is he's lost most of his front lines. He's got squishy crossbowmen that would have to stand on the Sacred Site. Not ideal. It's kind of crazy to see Jean staring down mass crossbows, even though they have the best crossbows in the game, right? Oh no, I'm not talking Spanish vintage now. I'm going to Greece. I'm looking for Greece. What alcohol does Greeks do well? I know about was it Raka? I don't need that. I don't need more of that crap. Oof. Oh, Raki. Is it Raki or Raka? I wish forget. I've got a bottle of that in the house. Crossbows coming in. Castle drop. He sneaks a few knights in, though. Horseman as well, but the castle drop. Surely undeniable. Wham. He's having a ham fist this. He dives onto the site. He's getting the snipes. It's happening. Wham. The decap. The knights, they got baited away. Jean goes down. Castle's going to go up. Wham does have the firepower to win this fight and stand on this sacred site. It's happening. Decap will be a success. He will not allow a victory that simple. Yeah, Numa at this point is just trickling troops in. The cannon is annoying, but ultimately, there's just too much firepower remaining. Wham! Even though it's the delicate crossbows, has got the decap. Commander at the helm, we salute. Numidan can go for a recapture. He does have a castle drop now on both sacred sites, so it's of concern, but Wham gets a stay of execution. He buys time. He's also gone for the 8k gold on the south side, meaning he can afford to go deeper into this game. The thing that I am worried about is Wham, it's a great start. It needs to be a propel forward now. He's reaching close to the cap point of where you want to be economically. And if you wait too long, then Jean starts to pull ahead. Discounts on the buildings, the guild hall as well, and the quality of units. Remember, HRE are not a dominant force in late game. And wait, did we just really get Wheelbarrow? Oh my god. We didn't talk about it. But the thing that you have to remember HRE is they are a civ that thrives on timings. They do not just dominate late game. They dominate late game because they get there so much quicker than other people. Sacred Site's locked in again for Numu. Wham is wrapping around wide. I mean, it's an open area to raid into. They've already got a 40 villager lead. Why not make it 50? These are elite horsemen after all. And there's no melee armor at all. Yeah, which means they 5-hit kill villagers. Jean will come to their rescue. Does dodge the bullet. Even the ball being played onto. Wow, I'm just trying to exploit the map for everything. It's very smart, actually, because he doesn't necessarily need it. He's got so many farms. But you know who does need the ball? Numidan. Numidan, who has a grand total of 0 farms at 30 minutes. No great hits. Sean's still chasing. But she's chasing after scraps of XP. There's nothing big to be gained out of this. Wow, now with the Culverins, he's looking to address the direct threat. Red Palace. He's got to be thinking about taking it down. Yeah, and Culverins are perfect, guys. Culverins have got 10.5 tower range, which means they outrange the Red Palace. They can also contest the cannons, but it's going to be difficult there because Numidan is up to 5 of these cannons. A lot of horsemen. Great raid. Nice connector there. So rejuvenates his 40 worker lead. And he's just building reserves now. So this is just all about raiding with trash and building bulk. Be the move in now. Culverins start to assault towards the sacred site. Army moves in. Melee Jean does not want to play. Reminder, she's not a siege weapon yet. She's a heavy tag. That's not me fat shaming her. It literally says it on the UI. Do not accuse me of fat shaming. If anything, she would benefit from eating a little bit more. She's still 500 XP away from that level 4. And wait, what? Hold on. Is there a landmark snipe opportunity? He pulls the Culverins back. This is weird. If he gets the guild hall, though, it's huge. I think this is more about guild hall than the TC. You take that win if you can. What? Cannon's now coming back to defend. He's trying to bait him into an engagement, but no. No. Wham! He's going to go for landmarks. TC being brought down. Crossbows are hiding in the enemy base. Guildhall's the big one. Numenor needs to pull up right now. He has no food. This is all the food you're going to get. 2.4k. I cannot believe this. Sacred Site timer still has 6.5 minutes on it. But the Culverins are being held in reserve. Wham has got plenty of food and gold reserve. He can build a new army even if this one goes down. Oh my god. What? The Maginot Line, circa 2025 in Age of Empires 4. What on earth? On Sacred Site victory. Yeah, like, he's not even trying to compete because he knows a farm transition kills you anyway. Like, how do you achieve that? And Wham has learned his lessons from the Chinese game. He will not let this turn into a 10,000 resource guild hall this time. Shifts villages up onto the northern side gold, so limited food he has left is going into as many knights as possible. But this is playing out exactly like the Maginot Line, isn't it? An impenetrable line, so what do? You just go round it. You head straight for Paris. And then wait for the defenders to starve themselves out gradually. 5 minutes away from a Numenor win. Culverin count now up to 5. Crossbows just sniping what little eco they can find. He's circling like a shark. Some villages deleted here. Wham realizes he needs more military firepower. Second wave is prepped in the base. He's looking for that entry point, that timing. And it's also going to be a castle drop to stage the assault. He's got what he needs. Walls. Numenor knows what this is going to be. Just trying to buy some more time. More villages deleted. Wham knows in the meat grinder he's advantaged. In the Red Palace we trust. But is that trust misdirected? 7 culverins. If this was bombards, the Red Palace could shoot them. But the Red Palace cannot hit culverins. They've got the 0.5 range. And no, landmarks have not been repaired. Numenor does not have the wood for it. A castle drop now coming in on the southern sacred site. Cannon gets the shot. Wham! Oh no. He's going to have to do this. Full faith and send. And he looks to do exactly that. Culverins push back the cannons. An ambitious castle. Going to be a big mistake, but the landmark is what I'm looking at. Red Palace, full shotgun mode. Horsemen just need to body block here. The cannons are the real threat, though. And Jean, wait, what is Jean doing? What the hell? That should have been level 4. Oh my god, so many bodies, but she wasn't participating. The Culverins now sniping in. Nimu has got the repairers. Jean moves forward. Gets bogged down in it. Crossbows good target. Divine Restoration has to be activated early. Horsemen rotating around the back. The Mango's been chased away. The cannons look for the trade out. The Culverins are looking for the race win. Crossbows in. Jean is dead. He's got wood for the repair on the Red Palace, but he hasn't got an army, a leg to stand on anymore. An ambitious Sacred Site win condition will be denied. Numenor may fall 3-1. But my god, does he make you sweat for it? In the end, though, a clean execution. Wham will not allow that late game that Numenor thrives in anymore. G to the G. That was crazy. Well, that will be a good one to end the day on. So, to recap the state of things before I go and choke on food because I need it. As we approach the 7.5 hour mark, we are done for the day. Results are in. Vortex versus Kilyadi was a 3-1 win for Vortex. Lucifer versus B. B able to clutch up in a crazy way after a wild game 4 that should have seen him out. He makes it through. He'll face off against Vortex. A rematch from last week where our reigning champion Vortex was able to 3-0 B. And then finally on the south side, it's going to end up being Louis MT versus Wham. Louis MT able to 3-0 Myriad. Wham with a 3-1 victory. So that is the state of things. In terms of scheduling, we should be starting the day at 2 p.m. UK time on Thursday with Vortex versus B. And I'm assuming Wham versus Louis will probably schedule after that or maybe before. But I'll drop those details on Reddit. I'll also drop them in Discord, !Discord. Make sure you're part of that. We're building a community. Hop on in there. I want to see a lot of chatter in general. Need to add more channels. Need to cull some of the older channels. But guys, crazy day. Awesome one. Thursday is going to be epic. Make sure you tune in. You do not want to miss it. And also reveal a cool new map that's going to feature in the next midweek muster. But YouTube, Kick, that is going to be it. I'll see you all on Thursday. Twitch, hang around. We're going to find